Alright, welcome back to the second part of the video that we've already started with. So lastly, we had this application created. So we created the admin panel for our e-commerce application, and we have seen that we were able to create all the required resources. We created the all the logics that we need to have so that the admin panel will work as we expect. And then after that, we added the widgets. And on this video, I promised you that I will start by adding the export and import actions to either CSV or Excel. So we're going to see on how we can do that very quickly. But before you do that, it is a good idea to have the testing data or the dummy data. So before we do the export and import, let's first create the dummy data for our application. So we are going to use the concept of database seeders, which is one of the features of Laravel. So it gives you that feature for testing. So you can just learn more about the here on the documentation. So just go to the just search for seeders. See, so here it is where the seeders you can find. So most of the time you will find yourself using the factories and seeders, but you can use seeders on their self because they have an ability to create dummy data. But for most cases, you will find yourself using the factories. Okay, so you use the factory when you create the factory, and then you will be able to call that factory inside the certain seeder. Okay, so but for now, let's just focus on how we can use the seeders only. So the first step will be to create the first seeder and use it to show the data for our system. So let's start with that one. All right, so from our system here, let's start by creating the seeders, and which you will find the seeders inside the database directory. Then you have the directory called the seeders. But we are not going to only use the seeders for simplicity. As you can see here, this seeder is coming with Laravel application, so it is a default database seeder, and we are going to see on how we can use this one to make it simple. But you can use this way to create a new dummy data by using the user factory. Then the factory, you are going to call it inside a seeder. So we are going to create the two files for one model. So for example, for the user, we have the user factory, which you'll find it here. So you see, we have the user factory, but also you're going to see that we have this data that is called here inside the database seeder. But for other files or other models that we're going to create, for example, for the model like customers, like this one for the customers, so we're going to create the factory for this model, and then we're going to create its own seeder, and then that seeder is going to be called inside this database seeder. So this is the fastest way that we can use to create the dummy data. So without further ado, let me start by creating the factories and seeders. So here is the command. So you're going to run php @make seeder and it should ask you for the name of the seeder. So here you have to provide the name of the seeder. And if you want to learn more about the database seeders, so this is the link that you should be able to learn it from. So here you see we have the database, then seeding, and this is the command that you should use to create the seeders. Okay, so let's go back here and let's name the seeder as, let's start with the customer. So I'll give it as customer seeder. See, so the customer's seeder has been created here inside the seeders directory, and here is the file. So inside here you see it has one function which is called run, But before we do that, let's create another file which is a factory for customer. So let's create, so here it is going to be factory. Okay, so the name of the factory should be customers factory. Okay, so you can see the new file has been created inside the factories. So this is the file. So let me just try to make this to be fast. So I'm going to use the details that I've already created for you. So you just need to just copy it from here, and then you will be able to have everything that is I have. So on the definition method of a customer factory, here we are going to return the following things. So as I've mentioned, you just need to define the field which is found inside the database, which is the column that already you defined it on your either model or on your migration file. So you can see these are the fields that we have, and make sure that are the fields that you have here too. And from here, let me just import the required fields. So we import the hash, and then let's import the string. Okay, so here as you can see, we have the name, email, password, phone number, date of birth, gender, and is active. So I can just do this way, and so that we can be able to see. So the name is already there, the email verified that, which I don't want to show it here. We have the password, the phone number, date of birth, gender is active, and the remember token, which is not here. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. I guess you can add them here if you want. So let me just add them here so that we can have everything as shown there. Email verify that. Okay, so that's fine. Now on the factory, we have all the fields with all the required things to populate. So like here on the name, we use the faker, which is the already installed in your Laravel application, which helps you to generate the fake data. So this is the package that uses here. So it is called the faker PHP. So that's what we are using here to generate these fake data. So that is for the name, email, the time instance. Here we have the password, which will be this one, the phone number, as you can see here, the date, random element for the gender that you can just check it from this array. So from that email, from that array, you just select a random element. So for the is active, we are going to put it to be true, and then for the remember token, you are just going to generate a random token from this helper method, which is the string. Okay, so we have everything that we need on customer factory. So now let's update the customer seeder. So let's go to the customer's seeder, which is this one, and from it also I prepared this source code for you, so you'll find them inside my GitHub repository, which I'll share with you. So let me just paste that code here of this run method. Okay, so let's go back here. So all right, okay, I've replaced the run method, so it should be inside here. Right, so let me remove this brace, and then let me import all the classes. So for the ones that has not been yet imported, so let me just import it manually. The review and the product. Okay, so up here you can see that this is a way of creating a test customer. So here we're just going to create the test customer, which is this one. You see, with all the fields that you've already seen how you can just create them. And then after that, here we have the create default address for the test customer. So here is where we're going to see the powerful factories. So for the address means we are going to create the factory for this address, which can be able to be called here. So after creating that factory, that's when we are going to use it to create this customer's address. So you're just going to replace the customer ID in that fake generated data. The same way for additional address, if the customer can have multiple addresses and can use the default one, so you can see this one will be default, but this one will be just an additional address. Then we are going to create 50 more customers, and this is the way that of creating it. So here you can just create the information that will be shown on the terminal when you are creating these customers, and then the progress bar, which is this one. So this progress bar will show you that we're going to create 50 datas, and that is what you will be able to see it progressing on your terminal. And then we're going to loop through the 50 items, and then we're going to loop them and create them inside the customers factory. Okay, and then after that we're going to create 1 to 3 addresses per customer. So we are going to do that very easily by just calling the address factory and then making the default address, and then here we are going to generate the random additional addresses which are not defaults. And then after that we have the reviews. So we're going to create 0 to 3 reviews per customer. So from random of just 0 to 3, so we're going to look through those review count, and then we are going to create the review, which we are going to create the review factory, and then we are going to add the product ID from here. Okay, then the bar, we are going to advance it because this is the bar that we are using, and then from there when this loop will finish, we just need to show that the progress is already finished, and then we are going to add the new command line, and then we are going to say customers created successful. So this is for the customers seeder. So now means we can be able to add the required factory, for example for the address, and we have another one for the review, then we have the other one for product. So if we add those, now we can be able to generate these customers. So let's go direct and create the one for the address. So let me just go back to the terminal. Let me create another factory. And let's call it address factory. Open it, and inside here you see this will be the address factory. So let me just copy paste one of the source code that I've already prepared for you. So here we're just going to paste by replacing this one, and from here on the definition method we're just going to have these fields for the address. So we have the customer ID, the full name, phone number, address 1 and the address line 2, city, state, and the other details as you can see. So this is how we are going to define them. So I don't want to spend more time explaining this, so you just need to use them. And if you find that there is anything that you don't understand about this, so this page will give you a little more details. Okay, and then after that, if you want to make this address to be default, so here is the method that is used to create the default value. Okay, so that's what we are going to use, and that's what you see here on this method as which is used here. Okay, so already we've created the address factory, so means we need to go to the address address model, and here we need to use the has factory trait. Okay, so we just need to add this trait, and then when you add this trait, so means now if you go back here, you should be able to see from the customer's seeder that this method is now found from this model. Okay, so we have done for the address. Now let's update the address too. Let's create the seeder for the address so that we can finish it at all. So let's create the seeder. So the name of the seeder will be address seeder. So let's just open the address seeder, and from the address seeder here, what we are going to add, basically, because as you can see, the address is only used here, but we are not going to generate it manually, because when you do this, means the addresses will be generated automatically, so you don't need even to put anything here. So you can just leave it, or you can just if you want to generate the more addresses on their own, so you can just use this address seeder. But for now, let me just leave it that way, because all the addresses will be generated from here, so from the customer's generation. Okay, after that we have the address factory working. So now here we have the one for review and product. So let's define the two. So let's start with the generating the review factory. So let me just create that review factory very quickly. So review factory, let's open that, and here is what we're going to have. So on the review factory, let me just paste the code that I've already created for you. So paste, and here I'm going to import the classes. Okay, and then after that, this review factory, you can see we have the rating fake, so it will be a number between 1 to 5, and then here we have the product ID, which we are going to generate it from the product factory, also for the customers factory. So means that we need to have the factory for the product and customer. So let's generate this the two. So for the product, which will be product factory, and also the other one, which is customer factory. So customer, already we've generated that. So here you can just generate another one, let's say for the product variant factory. You can generate it also for the product image factory, product image factory. Okay, so those are the factory that are concerned or associated with the product. So let's go to the customers model. Let's use the as factory trait, and then after that, if you go back to the review factory, you should be able to see that this does not give you an error more. But if on this one, you see on the product, we don't have the ability to use this method, because on the product model, you need to use the has factory trait. So let me import that one. Okay, so that's how easy you can just do that. And then from here, if you go back and you hover, you see now we have a way to use this factory method. So for the review, this is done because now you can be able to generate the reviews when you just create the customer. So now you can be able to generate the reviews, but you can see here we don't have the factory on review. So let's go to the review again, and let's use has factory, which is a trait that we need to use. So import it, and then now if you go back to the customers, now you see we are able to use this method. Then from the product model, so we need to have this in random. So this will be created on the product side. So for now, we have everything that we need here. So let's go to the let's create the one for the product, and then when we're done with the product, then this will be sorted automatically. So let's update the one, the factory for the product. So let me just go to the product factory, which is this one, and let me paste the following source code. So all of this source code, you will find it on my GitHub repo. Okay, so let me import the missing classes. Import. Okay, so now everything that we need is here. So let me collapse this sidebar, and then from here you can see from the definition method we have a way of generating the data. So for example, for the name, we're going to use the fake, then words, then here you want to generate the number of words, like you can see, and then we have the name that we want to you can see on how you can put the uppercase for the first character. So you're just going to use this you see words, and then for the word that you have generated here, the first character will be auto uppercases. And then we have the price, so we're going to get it as a random number from here, which will be the minimum will be 10, and then the maximum will be 500. And then for the compare price, which I've already mentioned that we are going to use it here, and it will be a random value. So for example, it will just be checking here. So if for the boolean that you are going to generate, and the chance of getting is this one, so the price will be the compare price and times this one. So we're just going to just like to do the calculation so that we can be able to get the compare price. So to get the compare price, you just need to say the price times the random number, which will be generated from 1.1 to 1.5. So when you just multiply those, so you're just going to get the value that is generated from here, then you are going to times it, and then you're going to get the compare price. Okay, and then after that, that is the value that you're going to populate it here. But other than that, here we have other things. So for example, we have the category that you're going to generate it. So you can see here we need to have the category factory so that we can be able to generate the product. So we're just going to do that in a minute. And here you can see other things like the brand. Also, we need to define the brand factory. Then down here, other things are as usual. So you just need to go through these details and you can be able to understand everything. And then after that, let's go to the category factory. So let's create that one. So it will be category factory. Let's open that. So this will be the factory that we are going to use. So let me just paste the source code. Okay, so this is one for the category. So you can see these are the random categories that we are going to use, and then that will be the name here. And then for the slug, we are going to use the slug helper method, and then you just need to populate that name there. Okay, so import. So now we have the category. So now this is done. Now let's do the one for the brand. So it will be brand factory. Okay, so basically you just need to update it for the category. Just need to use here the use as factory. Okay, so now let's update the one for the brand. So this one is for the brand, and after that is done, let's go to the brand model. Use as factory. Okay. Now for the product side, everything is fine. Okay, so as we've already generated everything for the brand, now the product can be created, but let's update all other models, I mean factories, as needed. So we have the one for the address, brand, category, customer, product factory, product image. Now let's update this one for the product image. So here on the product, let's import this product model, and then you can see that is a product ID, product variant ID. The image path will be generated as a random JPG file, and which we are going to see on how you can put these files. So you just need to create the product directory inside the storage directory down here. So I'm going to show you how you can do that. So inside the app public, we are just going to create the directory called the products, and from there we are going to add the images for placeholders. So the image for let's say placeholder 1 to 5. Okay, when we add those, these images will be populated automatically. So that is what's for the product image, and down here you can create the primary. So for the primary, you just need to say the is primary equals to true. That's what the image will be, the primary image for that product. Okay, and then let's also update the one for the product variant. So let's update the product variant factory. All right, let's import the model, and this one too. Right, so this will be for the product variants. So you just need to say that, for example, for the colors, you have these colors, which is going to be generated randomly from this array. Then the size, similar way, and then you are just going to generate the name for the color plus size. So when you just generate that one, will be like red, medium, or blue, large. That will be the names. And here will be the way to generate the price, and that is what is going to be populated here. Okay. Okay, now we have all the factories for those details. So now let's check which one we need to add. So the last one will be for the coupon, because that is the one that we didn't generate it. So let's generate the one for the coupon. So coupon factory, let's open that, and then for the coupon factory, we're going to use the following code to generate the different dummy coupons. Okay, so you just need to get the type of the coupon, which is from fixed and the percentage. Then basing on that value, So that value will be generated here by just checking if it's a percentage. So we're just going to generate the number between 5 and 50, and else if it is a fixed, so we're just going to generate the number from 5 to 100. Okay, so that's what is going to happen here. As I've mentioned before, I'm not explaining everything here because I want to make this one easy. And if you want to get more explanation, so just visit the Laravel documentation, and then you can understand how to create and how to play around with these factories. Okay, so now we have all the factories that we need. So that now it will be the time to generate the required seeders, and those from there we can be able to generate the datas. So already we have the customer's seeder. So this address seeder, it is not important, so that we can be able to remove it. Okay, and then after that, now let's generate the other seeders. So let me clear my terminal, and here I'll just say make seeder, and then I'll create the required seeders. So the one we have the brand seeder. After brand seeder, we have the category seeder. Okay, after that, we have the coupon seeder. And then already we've defined the one for the customer. So let's add another one for product. Oh, I've misspelled that one. It should be product seeder. Product seeder. So let me remove this one which I've misspelled. Okay, after that we have the last one, which is for the settings. So let me just create that, which will be the setting seeder. Okay, so now let's update the seeders accordingly. So for the brand seeder, we're just going to do the following. On the run method, which is this one, you are going to use this source code. So import that brand, and then here you're just going to generate the brands. So you can use these names, and then from those names you can be able to generate the URLs. So this is just for testing. So if it's not the right URL, you can just generate the one that you can be able to use. But because this is just for testing, so that makes a little more sense for us, so that we can be able to show the data accordingly. Then let's update the one for the category. So inside the run method here, update it to this one. So make sure that you import this category model, and then from the categories, then you can be able to generate them by looping through these categories, and then you can be able to generate those data accordingly. Then for the coupon seeder, which is this one, let's update it to use the following data. So inside the run method, put the following code. Import the model. Okay, so you can see this will be the coupon. So we have the welcome, save, and everything that you need, and then you can loop through and then generate the coupons. After that, make sure that on the coupon also you use the has factory, which is the trait that you are going to use to add. Okay, and then we have everything on the coupon. Now on the customer, already we did that one. For the product seeder, let's update the product seeder very quickly. So inside the run method, let's provide the following source code. Okay, import all classes. Okay, this one is done. Yep, so you can see we have the categories here. You have the message, then in the progress bar, because we generate a random 100 product. So that's why the progress will match the data that you're going to generate. Then you're going to loop through, then you generate the product from the product factory. The similar way to generate the images. So we're just going to generate 2 to 4 random images. So we're just going to generate them like this way. And then variants, we're going to generate the variant as shown here. And then we're just going to finish the bar and then create the new line. Then you provide the message to your user that the data has been created successful. And then we have the settings seeder. Okay, so from the settings seeder here, let's update it to the following settings. So inside the run method, provide this source code and then import the setting model. Okay, so we have different settings here. For example, for the store name, store email, phone number, address, you can define the flat shipping rate and everything that you need. So that will be for generating the settings. And then after that, you may need to add more users on the admin side. So you can be able to generate the user seeder. So you can just be able to generate that one if you want to add more users on the admin side. Okay, so let's create the seeder for the user. So let me just say user seeder, open it. All right, and from it, inside the run method, run the following code. So import the required things. Okay, so now we have 2 users. So we have the one for the admin and we add the other one for just the additional admin user. Okay, so now since our application already we've created all the factories and all the seeders, so make sure that all the models have a trait for marking them as they use factory. See, so they use this one. So for the brand, it's already there. Category is already there. For the coupon, it's already there. So for the one that we didn't add, so that means like the order, this should be created when we create the front end side of the user. Okay, for the customer, now this is done. For the product image, let's update this one. This needs to have the one. Import that one, then product variant. Okay, similar way to the settings. Yep, so now everything is fine because the users has it automatically. So let me close all of these. And now let's update all of these seeders will be called inside this run method of our database seeder. So how we're just going to run it. So let me just replace this code with the following code. So we're just going to say this, then call, then we're going to call all the seeders here. So for the product image and the product variant, I'm just going to remove it because they will be generated automatically when you just run the product seeder. Then we have the category ID, we have the brand, we have the product, we have the coupon, and let me add the one for customer. Then after that we have the coupon, and then we have the settings. Okay, so these will be the seeders that will be called by using this method, which is provided by the database seeder. Okay, so when you just run the call, then inside it you have to return the array of all the seeders that you need to run. So instead of running each of these seeders manually, so you can just use this method to run them at once. Okay, so now we have everything that we need. So now on the application side, if you open again the application, we don't have a lot of data. So means now if you log in as an admin, so you can see that we don't have more data. You see, we don't have the customers, we don't have the product or everything. So let's use these seeders that we have created in the factories to generate the random data. So just run PHP artisan. Let me clear the terminal first so that we can see all that the data will be added automatically. So I can just say PHP artisan db seed, and then you click enter. So here you see it started to seed the data. So it started with the user. So this says the duplicate entry. Yeah, that's fine, because already we have the admin on the database. So if you go to the database that we use, because already we have the user that we are using as a database administrator, I mean the user admin. So from the users table here, already we have the admin at example. Okay, so let's just do the following way to avoid the issue. So instead of just adding this user duplicately, so you can just change that user from here. You can change this one, for example, from admin, because already we have the admin. So you can say, let's say new admin at example.com. So we can just change that one to new admin user. See, so that will be the changes that we'll need, because the email will be should be clear. I mean, we should be unique. So let's run again the command. Okay, so for the user is done, category is done, brand is done. So for the product, you see it is creating the product now. You see, now we are on the 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, then all the products are done. Now for the customers, it is generating the customers. Okay, so here it says we have the duplicate value on the reviews. Okay, so what you can do, let me just do the following. So instead of doing that, let me try to do again. So let me say migrate fresh, then seed means it will just clear up all the tables, and then it will try to reseed again, so that we can see if we are going to face another error. So let me just remove that, and then we run again. See, so now it has created the customers successful, the coupon, and also the settings. So now if we go back to the admin side, because we cleared the database, we should not be able to use this system, so it will just log out us, you see. So the session has expired, so it should redirect us to the login page so that we can log in again. But instead of just doing that, because we have installed the shield package, so you need to do shield, then generate, so that you can generate the policies. So generate, then I'll say all. So here you have selected the panel, and then I'll say yes. Okay, after that, let's set the super admin. So PHP and shield super admin. Select the panel, and then ID will be for the user with the ID number 1, which will be the new admin user. So this will be the email that we're going to use to sign in. So let's go back here, paste that email. Kwani new admin, then password, sign in. So here is our application. Now you see we have 51 customers and we have the raw stock items. So we have all the data that we need. For example, for the brands, you see, so this will be the brands. Then we have the categories, you see, all the categories for the products. We have all the products that we need, you see, with actual prices and compare prices and everything that we need. Then we have the coupons, you see, so this will be the coupons. Then we have the customers, you see, reviews. Yeah, so these are the data that we need. So since we have everything that we wanted, so now it will be the time for me to start to work on how you can be able to export and import these data before we can go and start to work on the front end. So let's work on that on a minute. Yes, now let's focus on the authentication module. And here we are going to focus on the authentication of our customer on the front end side of our system. Because firstly, we deal with the backend, which was the admin panel, which we deal with it with the help of Filament PHP, which comes with the authentication automatically. So on the front end side, Laravel gives you, when you install the Livewire starter kit, it gives you these authentication pages, and it gives you everything by default. But I want to override this one because I want to use another guard instead of using the default guard that is guarding our user when they do authentication. So I want to use a custom one. So what we are going to do, we are going to override everything that you see right now. For example, if you visit the login or register page, we are going to override these pages and use our custom pages, which are going to be more in hand, so we can be able to control them the way we want. So as you can see, this is the login page that comes with the Livewire starter kit, but we are going to override this page to a page where we are going to control it on ourselves. So the first step that we are going to do concerning with this, so we are going first to do the changes on our Fortify service provider, because currently this authentication is given by or is powered by Fortify. So if you don't know anything about Fortify, so when you go to your composer.js on here, you see that here we have Laravel Fortify, which is a package that helps you to control the authentication of your Laravel application. and basically right now it is installed automatically. So when you go to the providers, you have the new file which is called the Fortify Service Provider, which is this one. So when you open it, this file, you see it has the class which extend this service provider, and you can see it as the register boot, where you can see there is a couple of configuration which you can configure the actions, views, and the rate limiting, and these are the functions that are being called. So you can see here on the views and the rate limiting. So what we are going to do here as the first step of overriding the currently working authentication, so we are going to configure our own authentication views. So instead of using the Livewire auth login, which is this currently page that we use on the view, as you can see right now here. So we are going to create the one that is going to be on our own custom way. So the first step will be to create a new directory here on the directory of views. Here on the views, we're going to create a new directory which we are going to call it auth. Then inside the auth directory, we are going to create another directory which we are going to call it customer. As a review, remember that we have the model which is called the customer, and I've mentioned that this model, as you can see, it has the password, email, and the names. So all of these will be used for authentication. So that's why we have those fields. So here we're going to create a new directory that we're going to use to do the custom. So the next step will be to create the view which we are going to replace with this login view. So let's go back to the directory that we've created, which is auth customer. Then inside the customer directory, create a new file and then name it as login.blade.php. So inside this page, we are going to replace with this one. So now let's try to reference that page from here to replace with this one. So remove the one from Livewire. Now we're going to go because when you have the function of view, means it already point to this directory. So now we want to point to the auth customer, then this one. So just go auth dot customer dot then login. Okay, so after adding this path, now means Fortify should be able to show this auth customer login page on when you visit the authentication page. So for example, if now I go back and refresh, you see now the login page seems to be blank, and it is blank because now it uses this page which is blank here. So if I say, let's say, let me try to say HTML, just say let me say login page. Let me try that, refresh. Yep, you see, so now means this is the new login page. So what we are going to do now, we are going to use the custom login page that I've already prepared for you guys. So I'll just paste that source code here, and then you should be able to use it the way that I've done. So let me copy it and then I'll paste it here, and let me scroll back up, and from here, as you can see, let me collapse this sidebar. You can use that, or you can just click here to toggle it, you see, like this way. Okay, so I guess now you should be able to see the code. So here you can see I have just an HTML page which has all the things that an HTML web page should have. So we have the doc type, we have the HTML tag which starts here and it ends down there, and then we have the head on the head you have the metadata, then the title, which should be the application name, then you are saying login, then the application name. Then here we put the asset that you will be building. So in order for the asset to work, we need to run npm run dev so that we can be able to build our asset by using Vite, because currently Laravel will come with Vite automatically. So you can just go back here and you can see we have vite.config.js, means Vite is installed here. See, so we have Vite for asset bundling or the asset building. Okay, so you can see now it is building. So when this one will be done, now if we go back to that page, we should be able to see this new code that we have added. Okay, so this will help to bundle the which will help to bundle and build the assets for CSS and JavaScript. And now on the body tag, we have the body, which has this style of background of 50 gray, and then we have the screen. So you define the screen. So you can just try to do the following thing. For example, this is the logo. So we can collapse this one. You see, so that is the logo. Here we have the login form, which has the session, which this one will be able for, and it will be useful for showing the message, like if the status is logged in or not, or there's an error, so that will be shown here. And then we have the form here, which you can see with the method of this form is post. Then we have the action, which will direct us to the login route, which we are going to create it in a minute. Then importantly, we need to pass this CSRF, which help us to avoid the cross-site request forgery. Okay, so this will help to prevent that one. Then we have the fields. We have the email field, which is this one with the required details. We have the value for login. Then we have a way to catch the error if there is any validation error on this particular field. So this one will be responsible to catch that message. And then we have the one for password. As you can see, we have the label, the input for password, and then we have the error message input, and then we have the remember, which is a checkbox as on any other authentication or login page. We have this one, and then we have the forgot password URL, which will be the URL that direct our user to the password reset request. And then we have the button for submitting. So you can see up to here, if there is any code that was up to here, I guess now you should be able to see it. So for the input, this is the code up to here. Okay, so I believe that one is easier for you to be able to see it if you are copying, but this code will be available on my GitHub repository, which I've already pinned it on the video description. All right, and then we have the button, as I've mentioned. Then we have the social logins, which in this particular video we are not going to implement any social login, but you will see I've just added this route, but all of them are redirecting you back to home. Okay, so you can implement that because I have a video that is explain everything concerning with the social login, and we've seen on how you can use the Google authentication. So you can just be able to add that very easily. Okay, so for the details of this line, it's up to here. Okay, so you can see the styling for these two ends here. Okay, and then down here we have the back to home action or a button, which will help our user to go back to home. So now this is our login page. As you can see here, we've closed the body of our HTML file, and then we close the HTML tag. So now if we go back to this page and refresh, now we should be able to see the login page, but it will give us some errors because we need to define some of the things. But let's see if it will populate any error. So let's go back here. All right, so it loaded successful. I was worrying about some of these URLs because I guess they were not defined, but I remember some of the route, like the login, is already defined because that one is coming from the Laravel 45. So that one will be available. That's why you can see the page has been loaded successful. And as you can see here, now currently this page is using the normal authentication that even the admin is using. So when the user will log in on this side, and if they log in as an admin, you see, so let me just show you as to why we need to change this authentication. So if I log in as an admin, I should be able to log into this side. So as you can see, so this is an admin on the Filament admin panel, but they were able to log in through this authentication, which is coming as a default authentication for Livewire Starter Kit. So what I want to show you is we need to override this module. So we want to do the separation of these concerns. So if I log out, and now if I try to log in as a normal customer, we need to authenticate our user not from the users table, but from the customers table. So only the customers will be able to log in through this page. So only the customers will be able to log in through this page that we have already created. Okay, so they should be able to log in from here and not the users from this table. Okay, so what we're going to do in order for this to work out, since already we have this login page, so now if you go to the sign up page, this is still needed to be updated. So let's go to the source code. Let's create a new file here, and let's call it register.blade.php. Okay, so this is our register.php file. So now if you go back here, you see now it uses the default file. Now let's go back to the 45 service provider and let's change this one. So it should be the same thing as this one. So let's find the register view, which is this one. So let's update this one up to here. I'll change it to auth customer then register, which will reference to this new file, which is auth customer then register file. Okay, here. And when you are adding this one, do not add the extension of the file, because you can see the file is .blade.php, so you don't need to add it here because this function will do that for you. So you just need to put the name of the file like this one. Okay, so now if we go back here and refresh our page, we should be able to see the new okay, so this is not loaded successful. So let's see what is the issue here. So this is auth.customer.register, auth customer register. Yep, and this one is empty. That's why you can see here it is empty. Okay, so the next step will be to copy the source code that I've already prepared for you, and then just paste it on this new blade file. And it is just an extended code of this one, because the login and the register page, or the difference is just the login has only two fields, but the register has more fields. So I'll just copy and paste it here, and you can see everything here remains the same. It's just the heading which will say create your account. If you already have an account, you can sign in. So this will direct to sign in instead of register, as you can see here, because up here you can see it is redirecting to register. So that is the difference. Then we have the post form here, which submits to this register function or route. And then we have the name, we have the email, we have the phone number. Okay, we have the password and the confirmation of password. Then we have the terms and condition. So all of this will be just for designing, but they do not redirect you to any page. okay, and then we have the create account button, which when the user submit, then this form will be submitted to this route, okay. And then after that we have the benefits. This is just for showing that this authentication or the registration page is for an e-commerce application. So you can show this like the benefits of why to join the e-commerce application that you are creating, okay. And then after that we have the back home page, okay. Now if we go back here, refresh again, now you see we have the sign in, sign in page or the sign up page, because this is for registering. So this is the sign up page, and the sign in is the login page. So you can see here the user now can be able to be registered here. But now if we do the registration here, the user will be stored on the users table instead of customers page table. So how can we change that? How can we deviate the normal way of authentication? So that is why we need to do the custom authentication, and we are going to do the multi-guard authentication. It means currently we have only one guard. So if you go to the configuration of auth, so config auth, down here on the authentication guards, you can see we have only one guard, which is called the web, and you can see the provider for the web guard is only users, and you can see the providers here is users. So you cannot be able to register the user that or the customer that is stored on the customers table. So that's why I'm going to show you step by step on how you can change that. So since we have all of these two pages, it is a good idea to add more pages that we are going to need. So the next page that we are going to have it is forgot password.blade.php. Then we have the reset password.blade.php. Okay, so these will be the pages that we are going to need for our authentication, which we are going to do it in a minute. So now, since we have the creation page and the sign-in page, now we can be able to try to do the configuration, and then we can see if we can be able to create a new customer through this sign up page. Okay, so let's go back to the code. So the first step that we are going to do in order to do the configuration, so it is to configure the Fortify to make it to understand that we don't need to use the same authentication guard with the one that is already existing here. So to do so, start here on the Fortify service provider, and here on the boot method here, we are going to tell Fortify to authenticate our users by using the following logic. So down here, we're going to say configure authentication to use customer guard. Okay, so this will be the guard that we are going to create. So here, let me just show you on how you can tell Fortify to do so. So just say Fortify, then authenticate. So this is the method that is provided by Fortify. So authenticate using, then provide a callback function. So let me just say function, and inside this function we're going to pass the request, and then we are going to have the request and then provide the function here. Okay, so after that, inside this function, what we are going to do, we are going to say customer will be from customer model, where email, which is the field that already we have it on the customer model. So let me just import this model. Okay, so if it is not imported automatic, so you can just add it on yourself. So you can just say app, then backslash, then we can say models, and then backslash, then we can mention the model that we want, which is the customer. Okay, so means now this will be the customer model. Okay, and then after that, here we're going to say then this should match with the email that is coming from the request, and then we're going to get the first customer, and then after that we're going to check if the customer exists and the password, we're going to check it from the request, then password, and we're going to match the request password with the customer password. So this function, what it does, it will just check, because this request password will be coming from the form which is not encrypted. So we need to check it with the we need to match it with the password that is stored on the customers table. But remember, the password that is stored on the customers table, it is encrypted by default, as you can see on this page. See, so the passwords are encrypted. So to match them, it will give you an error. So to avoid that one, is why we're going to use this hash helper class, which will have this method known as check. So this check will just compare the two. So what it does, it will just decrypt this password, and then it will compare with this one. So if they match, then it will just run the block that will be inside here. So if that will be true, so we're going to return the customer, means that customer exists in our system. So this is the way that we are going to authenticate our user by using Fortify. But currently Fortify will not do this thing, because already we changed the logic here. So means we need to tell Fortify that now we are using the customer guard. So the next step will be to update the guard here. So let's update the guard very quickly. So the first step will be to update the guard. So down up here, go to the authentication guards. Let me collapse this one. So on the authentication guards here, you see, so we need to add a new guard. So we're going to create the guard which is called the customer, and then which will be corresponding to this array. So the first thing we should be the driver, which you don't need to change anything, will be the same thing as this one, but only the table that will be changing, which is known as the provider. So the driver will be session, okay, and then for the provider, now the provider should point to the table which is known as the customers. Okay, so this will be the table for customers. Okay, after we have been able to create the new guard, which is the customer, okay, now let's go down to update the provider. So let's create the new provider here. So the new provider will be customers, so that is the difference. So the provider is customers, is how we have put it here, but the guard, it is in a singular form, which is a customer. Okay, so down here, customers, then we're going to return an array, and then we're going to say driver, then we're going to say eloquent, okay, so similar things to this one. And then for the model that we are going to use, it will be app backslash models backslash then customer. Okay, then make it to be a class, then terminate it this way. Okay, so when you do this, means now this provider will be referencing to the customer's model, and then here the provider, when you reference it, it will just point to this guard. Okay, after that we need to provide on how the password will be done, because we have added the views for password resetting. So it's a good idea to add here on how the password will be resetted. So here you can see this configuration option specify the behavior of Laravel password reset functionality, including the table utilized for token storage and the user provider that is invoked to actually retrieve users. So you can understand it by these descriptions. So they are very useful if you are new to this thing. So now let's do the provider, which is customers, then an array, which inside it we're going to have the provider. So the provider, it is customers, then the table for password reset, it is password underscore reset underscore tokens. Okay, and then we have expire, it is here, expire, then it should expire in 60 minutes. And then for the throtter, okay, then on throtter it will be the same thing, only 60 minutes. As you can see here, the throtter settings is number of seconds, so this is the number of seconds, but for the expiry this is number of minutes. So these are the minutes and this one are the seconds. Okay, yep. So after that, everything is done here on the authentication side. So the next step will be to update the Fortify configuration file. So let's go to the Fortify configuration file, which is found inside the config directory. Then you have the file known as fortify.php. So here we're going to update it to match our changes. So the first thing, Fortify guard, remember that we've already updated this one. So now the guard is customer. Remember what we did here. So the guard, it is customer, not customers, right? Then for the passwords, it is customers, because that is a table that is going to be used to update. As you remember, this one we already defined it down here, which is this one. See, so it will just reference to this item, so it will just call it from here. So then for the username will be email, as you see it from the database. So this will act as a username, but if you use another field like a phone, so you can just change it to and point it to phone. Okay, if the user will use the phone number as their username. And then for the email, it will remain the email, the lowercase username, this will just leave it that way. And then down here we have the home path, and currently the home path, it is pointing to the dashboard, which is the dashboard that comes with the Livewire starter kit. So we need to change this one, and what we are going to do, we are going to create this new route that I'm going to show you in a minute how to create this new route. And this new route will be used when we log in our user. They will be redirected back to the like the home page of their system. So instead of being directed to the dashboard, they will be directed to this my account page. Okay, and then after that, down below these other things, I guess we don't need to update anything of this, because all of these are done. So for the email verification and the two-factor authentication, I'll just comment these two. Means now I'm going to disable these two features, because this is on features. So this will just remove the two-factor authentication and email verification for our customers. So for now, let me just leave it that way. And then since we have done that changes, so if we go back here to the application, refresh. So let's go back here. since we have changed some of the configuration, it is a good idea to optimize your application. So what you can do, you can just say PHP artisan optimize clear, so that it can clear the configurations and everything that was cached. So now we can be able to see the new configuration that we did. Yeah, so you can see now the command is done. So let me clear the terminal, let me close it, and let's go back to the system. Let's try to refresh our application. And now let's try to create a new user. So let's try to say the name of our user will be testy user, then the email will be testy@example. I guess this one is already exist, so let me just say testy1. So let me just say testy1@example.com. The phone number, let me put it, let me remove this one. For the password, let me put in my password, then I repeat it. Okay, let me say I agree, and let's try to create an account. So it is loading here. Let's see what will be the response. Yep, you see, it has redirected to this page, which is actually what we tell the Fortify to do. You see, it has redirected this one, because here you can see where users will be will get redirected during authentication. Okay, so we did that, and you see that the user or the customer was redirected to this page, and that page is not ready created. That's why you see it gives us 404, means it is not found on our system. So currently, now let's try to refresh this page and see if the new user is created on this table. So let's go down here. Let's go to the next page. Okay, let's just let me show. Okay, let's see. There's team. Okay, so seems like the user is not, or the customer was not created. Okay, let's see if it was created here. Yeah, so seems the customer was created on the users table, which is not what we wanted. Okay. Oh yeah, I remember we forgot one thing to do here, because currently when you go to Fortify service provider, you can see down here that you are creating the user by using this class, which is known as create new user. And when you open this create new user, basically it is found here, create new user, actions, Fortify, then create new user. So this is the one that is used to create a new user, but we need to change this one from creating a new user to create a new customer. So what we're going to do is just to create a new action. So let's create that action here on the Fortify. So let me just create it here, and then I'll say create new customer .php. Okay, so this should be inside the Fortify. So let me bring it inside here. Yeah, so it should be inside the Fortify directory, which is inside the actions, inside the app. Okay, so here let's first define the namespace. So let me say namespace, and then it should be inside app / actions / then Fortify. Okay, then terminate it, and this one should be a PHP file. So let me just do this PHP. Okay, squeeze it down here, and down here we need to define the class. So you can say class. Okay, so we can define the class like this way, and then what we can do it implements the create new users. Okay, so it uses this one, and make sure that this one is imported, but if it is not imported automatically, just add it. So use Laravel /Spotify /contracts / then create new users. Okay, this way. So that is the one that we are going to implement with this one. So let me just remove this one. It should be this way, and then after that we're going to use password validation rules. So use password validation rules. Okay, and then after that we have the public function create. So this will be the function that will be used for creating the new customer. So here we need to have the array of input data. So let me just call it input. Okay, and then because this one will be just the same thing as this one, but instead of storing this data to the user, now we will store it inside the customers table. So on the validation here, we're just going to change the validation. So let me just show you. So the validation will be this way. So validator, then you make the input. Then here on the array, the validation, you have to validate the name, email to make it to be unique on the customers table. And then we have the password, which will follow the password rules. And then we have the phone number, which can be nullable, string, and maximum number is, or the maximum integer is that one. And then after that, here we have the to return or create the new user. So here it will be to create a new customer. So we're going to say customer will be equals to customer, which is our model, then create and then we're going to have the fields that we need to create. We're going to have the name, which should be input, which is an array. Then from the input we're going to get the name. So do the same thing for the email, password, and if the customer is active. So here you can see we have the email. The password, we need to hash it, means we are going to decrypt it, to encrypt it. And then we have the phone number, which can be null, and then we are going to say to add this as active customer, okay, because that field is already existing here on the customers table. Okay, we have that field already is active. Okay, after that, now down here later on we are going to see on how you're going to send the welcome email. So for now, let's just leave it that way, but down here we're going to return the customer. Okay, so now if we go back here on the Fortify service provider, instead of using this one, so we need to use the create new customer instead of create new user. Okay, after that, as we have already added that one, so I believe everything it will work as expected. So let's go back here on the application. Let's go back here. Let me try to visit the home page if it will be accessible. All right, now let's go to the register page. Okay, and now we have this new error. So here, make sure that you imported all the things that we need to have here. And then this error is coming from the customer's model, since on our model here, we have to tell Laravel that this model now will be used for authentication. So instead of just being a normal customer model and extend the model, it should extend now something called the authenticatable. So authenticatable. Okay, so this authenticatable will come from this our foundation. So we are just going to import this one, which will be coming from the auth user. Then this is just for like naming it, adding it as an alias, so that we, instead of just saying extend user, so we just need to say extend authenticatable, but this actually reference this one. So we were supposed to add this here. So this is just an alias name. Okay, so by adding this one, now the page should be working fine. So let's go and try to refresh. So you can see here it has redirected us to the dashboard, because that was the last authentication. So the user was successfully authenticated. So what we can try here is just to use the incognito. So let's try to use incognito profile, and now let's try to visit the application, and now let's try to log in. Okay, so let me try to fill it with the custom data. So let me remove this data. So this is the just dummy data that I've generated, and now let me create the account. Okay, now it says create new customer does not exist. Okay, this one on Fortify provider. So let's go back to the Fortify provider. This is the create new customer. Let's see from here. Create new customer, which is this one, and then we used it down here. So make sure that one you just import it to here, because now we have the create new user. So instead of that, let's add it then create new customer. Okay, so that will be the action that we need, and then let's go back. Okay, so now you can see we have another error, and here it says syntax error, unexpected token, this one. Okay, yeah, so this is an error. So let me go back here, and this should be a comma. So let's go back and try to refresh. All right, so that one was done, but this page is not found. So if we go back to the database and try to refresh, and if we go back to the here, you see, so this is the user that we have created, you see. So that is the email, the password is active, and you can see, so these details that I have not filled now are blank. So that's what it was supposed to do. So currently you can be able to see that we were successful to be able to add the multi-guide authentication, because currently if the user try to log in as an admin, so if they try to log in as an admin, so they should be able to log in to their side, and they want to be able to log in to the side of our customer. So here on the customer side, you see we were able to log in here. So now in order for our user or the customer to be able to log out, we need to define the logout method and also the my account route. So what we're going to do, let's go to the web.php. Web.php. So let me just go there here. All right. and here we need to define that method or route, but instead of doing that, we need to specify that there should be the protected routes which are for the customer. Okay, so like a protected customer route. So here we need to define that the route should be inside the middleware, which is auth then custom. So here it is inside the auth middleware, but the guard it is customer, because that is the guard that we created before. So after that we have the group, and then from this group we're just going to define a callback function. Then inside here is where all the routes will be residing here that are associated with the customer. So for the logout, we are going to define the post route. So we're just going to say post, and then we can just say logout. Okay, and then we're going to have a callback function or the action that will be executed, and then here we're just going to say auth, then the guard that we use, which is customer. Then from this guard we're going to log out our user. Okay, so log out, and then we're going to say request, then session, then we're going to invalidate the session, then we're going to regenerate the token for the session. So we're going to say regenerate token. Okay, and then after that we're going to say return redirect, then we're going to redirect it to slash, okay, which will be the landing page. And then after that, this route we can just give it a name, which will be logout. Okay, it will be this way. So now means if the user visits this route, they should be able to be logged out. So I'm talking about the customer's side. Okay, so after that, now if we go back to here on the incognito page, and if we try to visit the log out and try to press enter, let's see if this will work. So the get method is not supported, right? So basically we need to just optimize our application. Okay, now let's go back and try again. Yeah, so basically this will not work because this one should be only called when you are trying to submit a form, because we defined this URL as a post method. You can see from here. So obviously when you try to access it through the URL here, means we are doing the get request. So that one we're going to work on it in a minute. So the best thing that we can do now is just to create the my account page. Okay, so we can just create this page now so that we can be able to show the page. Right, so now as we have the logout means and now if we go to the page, you can see now my account is not found. So let's create this one very quickly, because that one will be important when we will be working on our customer side. So what we're going to do, we are going to create a new Livewire component, which we will create it, and it will be available here on the Livewire directory, and also it will create a view file here on Livewire directory. Okay, so let's create the component, which will be like this way: php @make, then Livewire, then the name of the component which we are going to create. So the name of the component will be we are going to create it inside the directory called the customer. Then we're going to add this way, and then we're going to say dashboard. So this will be the name of the component. It will be dashboard. Then it will be inside the directory called the customer. Okay, as you can see here, we have two files, the class and the view. So on the class, it is found inside app, Livewire, customer, then dashboard. Means if you go here on app, Livewire, customer, then the component class. A similar way to the view, we have the view inside the resources, views, Livewire, customer, then dashboard.blade.php. So since we have this component, now let's go back here and define the route to access that page. So we are going to say route, then get. Then here we need to define the URL, which is my account, and then we are going to reference the Livewire customer dashboard. So this is the component that we should do. So means you need to import it here, and then here it should be class. Now let's give it a name. So the name should be customer dashboard. All right, so now this should be available now. So if we go back here and it will not work again, means you have to optimize the application, and this one will work just fine. Alright, so here this has been found, but here we have another issue which is called the initials. So we need to have a method known as initials. Why? Because currently the normal or the default Livewire starter kit, as it was created, so it uses this sidebar.blade.php to add the URLs. So means that will be the layout that is used by all the Livewire components that you're going to create. So currently, you see, we are trying to use this Livewire component as a full page component. So that's why it will reference to the layout which will be added by Livewire starter kit. So obviously the layout is found inside the components, layouts, and then this is the layout. As you can see, this is the layout, and the layout has the sidebar here, and from this sidebar, as you can see it, this sidebar, there is a way that it requires the initials method, because if you remember, this initials method is always found on the user's model. Okay, so this is coming from the normal Livewire starter kit initial functions. So currently on our customer model, we don't have this method, and because we don't have this method, means we were not even supposed to use this layout. So what we're going to do is just to do one thing, to just create a custom layout, and then from that custom layout, it will be the layout that all of our custom component will use it to wrap their content. So what we are going to do inside the layout directory here, let me create a new file, and I'll call it front end layout.blade.php. Okay, and then after that, inside the new component that we have created, which is dashboard here, so here you have to use this method, which is given or function that is provided by Livewire. So this method will help you to assign a custom layout to this particular component. So instead of loading the default component, which is this one, so Livewire will now use this component instead of that one. So to reference this one, so you have to know where it is found. So as you can see, it is found inside the views, components, layouts, then the file name. So do the same thing here. So it will be components dot layouts dot then the file name, which is font, and then layout. Right? So this is a component. So now if we go back here on our application and refresh, you see, so now the error is gone. So means now it will be using this new blade file as a starting point or the layout for all the Laravel components. So now let's update this layout so that it can have the things that we need to have currently on our application. So I'll just add the code that I've already prepared for you for this layout, and I'll explain to you step by step so that you can be able to understand what is going on that particular layout. Okay, so this is my code. Now let me scroll back here, and here we can see we have the HTML file. As I've mentioned before, we have the title here, and then we have the font that we are going to use on our layout. So this is the layout font that we use, and then we have the Byte, which include the bundled assets, which is CSS and JavaScript. Then here we reference the Livewire styles, and then we have the style for Filament, because on this front end side we're going to see on how you can use the Filament notification on our Livewire component. So this is not new because we have already done this, and it is already explained here on Filament documentation. So basically you can also be able to get those information here from Filament PHP documentation. So for example, if you want to, let's say, to render, you can just go here on the components, and then if you want to render a notification outside of the panel, so these are the instructions. So you just need to add these things. Okay, so you can just add this on your layout, and obviously you should be able to use the Filament notification outside of the panel. So install the package, which is this one, and then you can also be able to use it as I'm doing here. But because that component is already coming with the Filament, so we will be able to use it from here without any problem, because we already added this one, and then Filament should be able to add the styles for the notifications. So after that, here on the layout we have the header. So this is the header, and inside the header you can see we have the top bar, which contains the logo. Then it has the search bar, which I'm going to show you on how we're going to implement this one. So for now, this Livewire component, I'll just comment it so that it will not give us errors. Then we have the right side, and on the right side we have the customer details, so where we are going to see the customer dashboard if the user is not authenticated. So we're just going to show the dashboard, and then if the customer is not authenticated, we're going to show the login button. Okay, and then we have the cart icon, which is the another Livewire component which we are going to create it. So let me just remove it again until when I just implement it to you. And then we have the navigation, which contains the home, shop, and then the other categories. So these other links will be generated automatically from the number of categories that we provide here. So we are just going to generate only 5 links for only 5 categories as mentioned here. Okay, then after that we have the main slot where we are going to render the components, and here we reference the filament notifications as explained here on the documentation of Filament PHP. So it is important for you to be able to do those setup step by step so that you can be able to understand what is supposed to be done. Okay, so here on the header we are done. Now down here we have the footer. So this is the footer for our layout, and on the footer we show the name of the application, and here we give a little description of the application. Then we have the quick links for the shop, about us, and contact us. Then we have the customer services that you can be able to add it here. Then my account, where the user can be able to access their dashboard, the orders, and profile. The same way to the copyright issue, so you can just add something like that. Then down here we have the Livewire script and the Filament script. So this is the layout of front-end component. So all the Livewire component now will use this new component. Okay, so after that, because here on the front-end layout, as we have seen, we have the 2 components that we need to create. So the first one will be the search bar. So let's create that one. So let me just do this way. So search bar. And then after that I can be able to uncomment this one. So now if you try to visit this one, it should direct you to this empty component. The same thing to the cart. So let's create the cart icon. So cart icon. Okay, so it created the class and its blade file. So now let me uncomment this too. Alright, so now we have everything that we need for the layout. So now let's go back to the application and let's refresh. Okay, still we have an error here which says we don't have the product .index defined. Okay, so yeah, that's fine because we don't have the page for managing the products. So what we are going to do here is just to define the component that will assign this route, and then this error will be gone, and then we will work on it later on. So let's just define that component. So let me create the component and name it product listing. So product listing. Alright, so now let's go and define that URL here. So that one will not be the protected route because that will be a public route. So we're just going to say route get, then it should be products, then the name of the Livewire component, it is a product listing, and then the name should be product dot index. It should be products dot index. Okay, and then after that, because that is already defined, so if we go back here and refresh, so this error should be changed, and if there is no error, any other error, now we should be able to see the page. But still we have the another page which is customer orders. So now let's define that here. So let's go back and define that component. So let's define that down here. Okay, so let's define that component and let's call it orders. and let's define it here as a protected route. So let's define that as route get, then the name of the route will be from my account, then forward slash, then orders. Okay, and then it should reference to orders, which is our Livewire component, then class, then let's give it a name, which should be customer.orders. Okay, now let's try again. Yep, we have customer profile. Now let's define the one for profile. So let's call it, this one should be inside the customer, so it should be customer, then forward slash, then profile. Okay, now let's define the URL here. So it should be inside my account, and then here we can just say profile, and this one should reference to the profile, which is this one, and then this one should be customer profile. Now refresh, and here is our application. As you can see it is looking great. So this is how it will be. And now let me just go back and try to run again the npm run dev. Okay, so here npm run dev, so that we can bundle our layout, or our asset, so that they can be able to be restyling our application. So now let's refresh, and this one should look styled. Yep, so you can see now this is our layout, and you can see we have the categories here, like electronics, fashion, home, garden, books and media, sports and outdoors. We have the home and shop. So now if you visit the shop, it should redirect you to the blank page, because we don't have that page already, and it gives you the error. So we are going to update that one very quickly, because this product model, or the product component, it is currently pointing to the default layout. So let's update it to use this layout. So let me just copy this layout, and let's go and update it to the product listing, the same way to the profile. So I'll just update it to the product listing. Yeah, so that is fine. Also on orders. And now if I go back here and refresh, you see I'm in the product. If I go back to home, you see, so now I'm in home. So if I go to my account, you see, yeah, so everything works fine. And here we should be able to see either the login or and later on we are going to add the drop down here, so that it can show the drop down for our user to be able to either log in or log out, and something like that. Okay, so for now everything is fine concerning with the layout. So the next step will be to actually work on our dashboard, so that we can be able to see the content of here on the home side on this page, okay, which when the user will be authenticated, they will be directed to this page. So let's work on the dashboard page, which is this one. So let's work on it very quickly. And what we are going to do on this page, first let's start here on the component side, and what we are going to do is just to define the following things. So inside the render method, we're going to define the variable which will store the customer, then auth, then the guard which is customer, then let's get the currently logged in user, and then we're going to say the recent orders for this customer. So we're just going to get them from the customer, okay, because we already have that relationship defined. Then we can say with, then define the relationship here, and then we're going to get the largest, and then limit to 5 items, and then let's get the values, and then let's define on how we can show the stats on our dashboard. So the stats will be like the following. So we are going to have the total orders, which will be equals to customer, then orders, then count, and then we're going to have another stat which will be pending orders. Then we're going to get it from customer, orders, where status will be equal to pending. Then let's count it, and here it should be a comma, okay, and then the last stat that we are going to have, it is total amount spent. So it should be customer, orders, then where, the payment status will be equal to paid. Then we are going to get the total, actually the sum of total, which is the total is a column that already we have it in our model actually. So let me just the comma, and then terminate. Then we are going to return this view, but before we return that view, here we need to pass the following data. So the first data that we are going to pass, it is recent orders, which we are going to get all the recent orders, and then the last one, it is stats, okay, which we are going to get the stats. So when we pass this data to this page, which is this one, so means we need to update this page too. So from there, the dashboard page should have the following changes. So the first thing, we are going to have the outer div, which has the following color, which is background gray of 50. Then it has the padding in y-axis of 8, and then we are going to have another div which has the following classes for Tailwind CSS, and then the maximum width was 7 extra large, and then the padding in the x-axis will be 4, and then in small media sizes, then we're going to have the padding on the x-axis of 6, then on a large screen, then we're going to have the padding in the x-axis of 82. Okay, and then after that, now we're going to have the header. Then on header here, we're just going to have the following things. So we're just going to have another div, and inside this div we're going to define the following class, which is margin bottom of 8, and then inside this one we're just going to have my account. The last thing we are going to have welcome back, then comma, then we're going to use the auth with the customer then user, then we're going to get the name of the customer, okay, from here. So now if you go back here, you should be able to see welcome back, then you should be able to see the name of the logged in user. You can see this is the logged in user's name here on the header. And then we have the stats. So on stats here, I'm going to just scroll here, and then I'm going to put the stats down here. So the stats have a grid, so that grid will be as follows. So that is the code that I've pasted, but I'll try to collapse it and explain each step so that you can be able to understand. So the first thing, we are going to have an outer div which is acting as a grid, and this grid will have the 1 column as a default, 3 columns in the medium-sized pages, and then we have the gap of 6 and margin bottom of that one. Then inside this div we have 3 divs, the one for each stat that we have already defined here. So we have the total orders, pending order, and total spent. So the first one will be for orders, which you can see here we have the total orders, and here we get the stats, and then we populate the total orders. And then we have the icon, so that is just an icon, so you can be able to see it from here. You can see total orders, you can see it is 0, pending orders is 0, total amount spent is $0. Okay, so the same thing for this one and also for this one. Okay, so we are done with the header, I mean on the stats, because that is a separate div. And now let's add another div down here, which will be for quick actions. Alright, so here instead of having the quick action directory here, we need to have an outer grid div here. So I'll just have a div, and then inside this div we're going to have the quick actions. Okay, it will be here, and then after quick actions we're going to have the recent orders. Okay, so means here we need to make this one to be a grid. So we're going to use grid, then grid columns, then we're going to use the column 1. Okay, and then in large screens, we are going to have the grid columns of 3, and then the gap can be the gap of 8. Okay, so means now we are going to have the quick actions and the recent orders, and they will resign side by side. Means we'll start with the quick actions, then on the right side we're going to have the recent orders. And when the screen will be small, like in a like a mobile phone, so it will just collapse the recent orders to be below the quick actions. Okay, so here what we're going to have is the following code. So let me just paste it here for the quick actions, and then I'll explain every code that I've pasted here. Okay, so for the quick actions, as you can see, we have this outer div which contain the quick actions, and then we have this div which contain the background of this quick actions container, and then we have this name or like a title for this quick actions, which will be quick actions, and then we have the div that contains all the actions. So this one will have the space of y in the y-axis of 3. So means between one link to another link, they will have a space of 3. So down here, as you can see, if I collapse this, you see we have these links. So we have link 1, 2, and 3, and then we have this action for logout. So we are going to have those 4 actions that we are going to have in this quick actions. Okay, so when you expand this one of this link, which as you can see, this one is for my orders. So this one will be directing our user or our customer to the orders page. So this will direct it to the orders page that already we have defined that route here, which is this one. So customer orders. So here you can see it is customer orders, and then down here we have the icon. This is the icon for this action. So this action icon is an SVG icon, which I've just copied it from hero icon. So you can just replace it with any icon that is an SVG type, or you can just create any kind of icons that you use. You can just replace this one. Okay, and then after that, this is the message that will be shown, which is my orders, and then this will be just a simple description like view order history. So after that, I can just collapse this one, and then we have another one which is for customer profile. So this will direct our customer to their profile. As you can see, this says it will direct our customer to the profile, and this is the icon that we are going to use, which I'm going to show you on the browser. So it will be the same thing to this one, which will direct our user to the product index page. So let's see here, we have this product index page which we've already created, which will direct our user to this product listing page. Okay, after that, let me close this one, and then we have this action which is for logout. And as we remember, we created that route here for logout, which is this one. Okay, so this logout, as you can see, it is a post request, so it requires your user to send a post request, and that's why you can see here we're using the form. So we were able to use this way, but because the link is in a post request, that's why we are using the form here. So we are going to submit this form on this route, and then it will perform the logout functionality, and this is the button that you can use to submit this form. And as you can see, the post method is the one that is used here. Then you don't forget to use the CSRF token in each form that you create inside the blade file. Okay, after that, you can see this is the text for button, which is logout. Then you can show that this is a sign out action. Okay, so now if I collapse this again, so down here we're going to deal with the recent orders, but for now let me just show you what we will have here on the quick actions. So here we are supposed to sign in again. So the customer that we created last time, it was this one. Okay, so let's use the same one. Let's go back to the incognito tab, which is this one, then put the password. I guess the password was generated by the form filler. So if I do this, it will replace the email. So I'll just paste it again. Okay, and then I'll sign in. So here you can see this is how it will look like. You can see this is for the quick actions. As you can see, when you hover, you see that icon will have a background color that will be populated here. You can see we have hover here, and when you hover on this icon, you can see they will have a change, which is right here. So as you can see now, if you hover on any of these actions, you can see the colors will be changing. So that is this effect of this styling, because here we have hover, group hover, which is background of this one, and you can see the group hover text is this one. And here we have the transition, which help you to have this hover effect in these actions. Okay, so now let's add the, because currently this will be the pages that the user can visit. So if you visit on this one, it will direct you to my orders, which is now empty because we didn't do any customization for that page. So we have the profile, which we are going also to create it in a minute. You see, so after that we have the shopping, which will direct you to the shopping page, which we didn't create yet. And lastly, you have the logout. So this, when you click this logout, now this user will be logged out from the system. So if I click logout, you see I was logged out from the application. So let me go back here and sign in again. So let me just take the email that we used before, which is this one. Okay, let me populate the password, and then for the email I just replace it. Okay, then we sign in, then we are redirected to my account. So basically now the authentication and everything works as well. So now you can see this is our dashboard. So let's finish up with the right side, which I said we are going to show the recent orders. So let me just collapse this one so that we can have a clear picture of this. So let me collapse this div. Okay, so here we have the place where we are going to put the div for recent orders. So let's copy some of the code that I'm going to explain to you. Okay, which is this one. And basically, if there is any code here that you want to copy the source code, like if you want to see up to here, so all of this source code will be available on the GitHub of this product, I mean this project, because from here on my channel, let me show you. So if you visit the channel here and open the video that I've already published, the first one, which is this one. So if you open it, you'll be able to see the source code from GitHub. So just click here, and down here you can see I have the link to my source code. So if you open this here, you can see, so this will be the source code that you're going to use. Okay, so from here you will find all the code that you need for the application to work as what I have here. So you don't need to worry about copying this source code here. So you can just try to understand what I'm going through, so that even when you will be copying, you will be able to do the same thing that I'm doing right now. Okay, so down here I've pasted the recent orders. So let me just collapse this one so that we can be able to understand the source code here. So here on recent orders, we have this div which is acting as an outer div. And then let me try to collapse these two. Okay, so this acts as an outer div. Then this one defines the card that we're going to use, which has the background of white, and it has the rounded corner of large, and it has a small shadow, and then we have the padding of 6, and then we have the div which contains the heading of this particular card. So this heading, it is saying recent orders, and then we are going to see this link which will be as an action for the user to be able to view all of his orders. Okay, and then if the recent orders count is greater than 0, means from the dashboard component here, because we tried to get the recent orders. So if the recent orders are greater than 5, means they are more than 0, means any order was found. So if there will be any order, means it will be greater than 0 here. So if it will be greater than 0, so we're going to show this div, which is this one, and then we're going to loop through the recent orders, and then we're going to get the order object, and then from this order object, then we can be able to show these details. For example, we're going to show the ID, which will be here acting as a parameter to this customer orders.show. So this route, we're going to define it here. So what we're going to do, because we need to have a page which will be for showing the order details, so we need to create that component here. So let's just run php @make livewire. Then this one will reside inside the customer directory. So if I expand this one and come back here, so inside the Livewire, we have the directory called the customer. So here is where we're going to put the orders. Even these orders, will move it to this directory. So let's create the component inside here by doing this way. So we're going to say customer / then the name of the component is order details. Yeah, so here you can see we have created that order details component. So it has the class and the view, and you can see now it is found inside the customer, then the order details. The same way to here on the view, on the resource, views, Livewire, then we have customer, then you can see order details here. Okay, so after that component is now created successfully, so we need to create that link here on the route. So let's just create it down here, because here we have the orders. So let me just copy paste this one, and then we need to change this one to be orders, then / then here we're going to pass the ID, because if you remember here we are passing the ID as a parameter. Okay, so we need to have the parameter which is here. So we are going to do that binding, and then here we have the order details, not just the orders, it will be just the order details component, and then here it will be customer orders then.show. So this will be the name of the URL or the name of the route, so that it will be the same with this one. Okay, yep. So now means if you go back here, this one will be available now, and down here it will show the number of the order, so which will be the order number, which will be shown inside this paragraph. Then we have another paragraph which shows the date where this order was created, and we tried to format it to this format. And then down here we have the basically, if it happens that this created art is empty, you need to make sure that this one is not used for empty data. So you have to make sure that this field is populated automatically. Okay, and that is just a thing that you should note when you are using the format function. Okay, after that we have the text right, because here it will be the text that will be shown for this particular order. So the text will be showing the order total value, which we format it to 2 decimal places. And then for the status, we're going to have this badge which shows the status of our order. So if the status order equal to delivered, so we're going to have the green background and the text will be in this green color. And then if the status equal to cancelled, then it will be the background of red and the text will be the red of 800. And if it happens that it is not delivered or cancelled, so it will be in yellow, for means it will be in pending state. Okay, after that here we're going to show the actual status, and then after that we have another div here which shows the details of order items. So we can see here we are running through each of the order items. You can see these items is an it is the relationship that define the item that is found inside this order. So we're going to mark it as an item, and then from it we're going to get the product, because already we have those relationships defined. So you can just review them on your models and you will see that this relationship already exists. So here we're going to get the product, and then here we are showing the details of the product. So the first one will be to show the product primary image. So the primary image, we're going to show it here, but it will be only shown if it is a primary image. Okay, so if the icon, the product does not have the primary image, so it will not be shown here. And then after that we have the product name as an alternative text to the image. Okay, and then after that on end of this, for each loop we're going to show the number of items that are found inside this order. Okay, and here you can see like if the order contains a lot of items, if the items are more than 3, so the items that are on top of 3, so they will be shown here. So that is the essence of showing this one. Like it will be something like this way. So let me just show you here in a comment. Let me try to put something like this one. So what it means, for example, if the order has 5 items, so here on this item, what it will be shown, it will be like we have it will show that we have 3 items on top, but here it will show that we have 2 items more. So it will be like this way, so 2 times more. See, so it will be something like this. So that's what this will be doing. Okay, so after that, after we have these items and everything that we need, so if I call up this one, here we have an else block. So on else, we're just going to show that there's no any order that has been placed, and if there is no any order, we can give the user an ability to navigate to the product listing page, and from the product listing page they can be able to perform their shopping functionality or their shopping thing. Okay, so after that, now let's see on the browser how this looks like. So let's go back to the browser, which is here, and now we can be able to see that we don't have any recent order that was created, and that's why you see here no orders yet, and the user can be able to start shopping. And when they click here, they will be directed to the shopping page, which is the same thing as when you click here or when you click this page. Okay, so if I go back, and basically we need to work on the home page, because currently if I go to home page, you can see it will direct me to this page. But what it needs to be done, we just need to create a new component, which we are going to call it home. So we can just name it as home page. All right, so it will be that one. But here on the web.php, where we define the routes, it will be a public route. And instead of returning this welcome page, what we're going to do, we're going to change this one. Instead of having this function, so it will just reference the home page Livewire component, then make it to be a class, and then this route should be remain the same. And now if I go back here and refresh, now I should be redirected to that page, which will be blank at the moment. But also we need to make it to reference to the same layout, because currently you can see all the other component of Livewire use this layout. So we need to add this one to the home page component. So let's go to the home page component, which is this one. So also let's put the layout here. Okay, and then now let's go back to the page, and here you can see we are on the home page. Okay, so now if you click home, you should be directed to this page. If you click here, you should be directed to the products, and if you click here, you should be directed to your accountee dashboard. Okay, which is this one. Okay, so the home page, this one will act as a welcoming page, which will have some of the product listing, so the user will be able to start to shop from the home page or visit the shopping page. So as for now, we have everything that we need to set up the application. So the front end side now, it has a better foundation so that we can start to perform the functionality that we need to have. So for example, we need to start to work on the product listing, and when we start to work on that one, then it will be easier for performing the rest of the thing, because we need a user to be able to add it to cart products. So we need to have a listing first, and then after that we can then be able to work on the cart. Okay, so now let's start to work on the home page and show some of the product listing, and then after that we can be able to work on the cart items. Okay, now let's go back home and let's start to work on this one. But because on a home page we are going to show some of the products, so it is a good idea to start with the product listing page, and then after that we are going to have the product cards and everything that we need, so that we can also be able to reuse it on the home page. So let's start to work on the shopping listing here on the product page. So let's start with that one. So what we're going to do, let's go to the product listing here, and let's start to work on this particular page. So what we're going to have on this page, we are going to have all the things that we need for a page to work out. So starting from the component side, here we are going to have the following public key properties that we're going to use for our application to work. So the first one that we're going to have is the one that will store the categories. So because we know that the listing of product will be depending on their categories, so we're going to define the one for category. Okay, and then we can just make it to be an empty string, but basically we need to make sure that this one can be shown on the URL. So what you can do, if you go back here and visit the Livewire documentation, so if I try to visit the Livewire documentation from here, so Livewire, I just want to show you that, for example, when you are doing searching, when you are doing query parameters, yeah, like this one, you see, for example, when you are searching, so you have a way to add the URL on the query parameter, means they will be shown here on the query if the user is searching for something. So you just need to add this attribute, which is called the URL on your public key property. So you can see, for example, on search, so you have to do something like this. So we're going to do the same thing for this category. So just hash, then bracket, then you need to add the attribute called the URL. So just import this one, which is coming from Livewire. So import it, and you can just leave it this way. So make sure that you imported that URL as an attribute coming from Livewire, and after that, this property will be added on the query of your URI. Okay, and then after that, we have another one for search, basically because we are going to search for the products. So let's add that one here, and this should be search. Okay, and then after that, we have another one for brand, because if you remember, each products have their own brands. So here we're going to store the brand. Okay, and then we have another one for minimum price and maximum price. So let's paste here, which will be minimum price. Okay, and then after that, we have another one for maximum price, which will be max price. Okay, and then we have another one for sort, and which will have a default value, which will be newest. Okay, but also it will be visible to the query parameter. Okay, and then we have the featured. Okay, and then the last one, we have the price range, and this one will be an array. So the price range, you can just put here like a dummy data that you believe that the prices are not above a certain amount, like this one. Okay, so I'll just put something like that, and then after that, we need to have a way to get the products and to get their price ranges. So what we are going to do is to use public mount function. So public function mount. So basically, if you don't know anything about mount function, so this is one of the lifecycle hooks that Livewire give you in hand. So for example, you can come here on lifecycle hooks on the Livewire documentation. So on the lifecycle hooks, you can see the mount function or method is the first method, and it is called when a component is created. So while the component is being created, that's when this mount function will be executed. And it is important because it helps you when let's say you wanted to initialize some of the data on your component class. So this function is act as a saving on that time. Okay, so that's why we are going to use it here. So what we are going to do here is to set the price range based on available products. Okay, that's what we are going to do here. So we're just going to say the maximum product price, which will be coming from the product model. Then we're going to say we get all the active products, then we call the max function, which will get the maximum price from the product. So this max, this one will be the column, which we found it inside the product model. So basically, if you visit the product model, you have the column known as the price. Okay, so that is what we are calling it here, and you get the maximum price from that table. And if it happens that we don't have the maximum or we don't have the product at all, so you can just return it back to the number that you have here. So this number should be equal to this one. Okay, so that will be the maximum price, and then we need to get the price range, which is actually from the product. So we're just going to say price range. Okay, now will be, means we are going to replace this one, now will be equals to this array of 0 up to, so we're going to use this function known as sale. Okay, so it just round the fractions up, then you return the next highest integer value by rounding up the number if necessary. Okay, so you can see it can accept the integer or the float number. So here is where we're going to paste this value, which is maximum price, product price. So after that, we are going to get that price range, which is actually what we need. And then here we're just going to check if the maximum price is empty. So means this maximum price is empty. Then we're going to do this maximum price should be equal to the price range. Then we get the first or the index of 1, because on this price range now the index of 0 will be 0, and on the index of 1 it will be the maximum price, so which will be coming from here. Okay, so that's why we use that one to assign to this one, so that will be replacing the maximum price. Okay, and then now we are done with the mount function. Means we are going to populate that value to the price range and also to the maximum price. So now we've seen on how you can use this mount function or method to initialize some of the data when you needed them to be initialized when the component is being created. Okay, and then after that, on a render method here, we are going to perform the query so that we can be able to get the product. So we're going to define that parameter, which is known as query. Then from the product model, we're just going to get the product, but we can just put here the query. Okay, and then we want to get the active products, and then here we have some of the relationships that we need to load them when you are calling the products. So we want to get the categories with the brand or brand. All of these relationships are already found on the product model. So if you don't remember that, we already defined it here. So down here below that, you see we have the category, brand, we have variants and other relationships. So returning back to here, we have the brand, and then we have the primary image. So these are the essential relationships that we need to query at first, and then we are going to check for if conditions. For example, if the user is updating the search query, means the user is trying to search for the product. So what we're going to do, we're going to update the query by doing the following. So we're going to say if, then on condition we're going to say if search, it should be if the search property is not empty. Okay, so if it is not empty, we're going to say query should be equals to should query from where. Then inside the where, we're going to pass the callback function. Then I'm going to pass this new parameter, which is u, which is standing for another query. So I'm just trying to differentiate between the query and this one. You can name it whatever you like. So then from this queue, we are going to say where the name of the product will be like, then we put here the percentage sign, then we concatenate it with the search property. Okay, and then concatenate it again with the percentage symbol again. So what it does here, when you put the percentage sign in front and front on back on and front of the search item, means you are going to look for the wool text if it matches with the name here. But if you put only this one and you remove this front symbol, it will just check if that this item starts with the name which is equal to this name. Yeah, similar way to when you just remove this one and then you leave this one, so it will just check if this search term ends with the name which is likely with this one. Okay, so when you want to search for the whole text, you need to put both in front and back of it, so that will work as you expect. Okay, and here we have all where, which means we give the user option to search for the text that we can also find it inside the description field. So the user, when will be searching for the search term which is found here, so we can just check it from the name or description. So we're just going to do the same thing. So just copy this condition and paste it here. All right, and then also the user can be able to search on SKU. So we can just do the or where, then here we can put the SKU and then paste that code again here. Okay, and then after that I'll just terminate it, and now we can be able to have the items. And then when you perform all of the searches here, you can be able to get all the data, which you can just be able to return that or to paginate that data. For example, we can just say after we have run all the search, all the categories and everything, here at the end we need to get the product. So we can just create the variable which is known as product, and then what you are going to do is to say query, then you can say get or paginate, but paginate is more efficient because we need to like to optimize our queries. So instead of calling all the items from the database, so we just paginate them, and this will help you to optimize your system. So instead of the system to load for like 1 minute if you have a lot of data, so it will just load the first 12 data, and then it will just wait for you to navigate through other pages. But you cannot be able to use the paginate method in Livewire until when you use this another attribute here, which is use with pagination, you see, which is this one. So you have to use that trait. Okay, so just to make sure that you add it here, and that's when you can be able to use this paginate method. Okay, so now if you try to let's say to dump the items here, and if we try to get the products, so what you will see if we visit the product listing page, so let's go back here and let's visit the product page, and here you can see we have this dumped items, and you can see from it we don't get any product at the moment, but we get the pagination. As you can see, the page name and the total number of items is this one, and the last page is this one. Okay, so now let's go back, and you can see here per page the item that we need to query is 12, and here we have the collection of all the items, and you can see from here we have the array of 12 items, and you can see these will be the items which will be found inside the items array, which is the thing that we did here, because we just called the relationship that we need, and from the product we get those products which will be stored here in items. So here you can be able to show the product. So from attribute or original, here you can be able to see that the product has these details. Okay, you can see the name, slug, SKU, and everything that you need. Okay, so after that also the user can be able to filter these products by their categories. So what we're going to do is just to add another filter for categories, which we are going to add it down here. So we're just going to say category. Here we're going to say if, and then on the condition we're going to say if the category is not empty, means we are going to do the category. You can just say when you get to the all categories, or you can put it like category model, which is standing for the data that will be coming from the category. So let's say category, which is our model, and then where the slug of the category will be equals to the category that was shared, and then here we get the first item. Okay, after that we're going to check if that category is empty. So the category model, if it is not empty, then we are going to query, we're going to update the query, and then we need to run a where condition, and then we are going to say where the category ID, which is the field that already exists on the product table. So where the category ID equals to the category model, then ID. Okay, so that will be a way of filtering the product by categories. So that is how you're going to do it. And then we need to filter by brand. So here brand filter. So the brand filter, we're going to do an if condition again. Then we're going to check if the brand is not empty. So if it is not empty, what we're going to do is just to do the same thing. So I'm just going to paste the code that I've already prepared. So it will be this way. So the brand model, here it will go for the brand, and I've just import this brand model. And then you can see we do the same thing at this one, and we are going to do like this way. So it is the same thing as what we did for the category. And then after that, the user can be able to perform the price range filter. So price range filter. Okay, on the price range filter, we're going to do an if condition, and then we're going to check for minimum price, and we are going to check if it is not equals to empty, means an empty string, or we're going to check for this maximum price, it is not equal to empty string. So if it is not equals to empty string, then we are going to get the minimum value, which will be minimum equals to this minimum price, or then you can put it this way. Okay, so if it happens that this minimum price is not is actually like null, so we can just show the 0 here. So this is the shortcut of checking this one, because the long form of this one, you're supposed to do like when this is not empty, you are supposed to say again show this minimum price like this way, and if this minimum price is not there, so this acts as an if else. So if this one is not empty, we're going to show this one, and if this one is empty, means this one is empty, so we're going to show this one. But because this one and this one are the same thing, so that's why we have this shortcut of using this way. Okay, so it will do the same thing as when you use the first one or the second one that I've showed you how to use it. Okay, and then down here we're going to get the maximum, and on the maximum we're going to say the maximum should be equals to the maximum price, and then the same thing as we did above, and then we're going to say this, then this price range, then we're going to get the first indexed item, okay, on this array, which is called the price range. Okay, and then after that we need to update the query, so we're just going to say query, then where between, we use the where between method, then price should be between this array that we created for minimum and maximum. Okay, so it will be this way. So means that this will be appended to this query up here, but it will only be appended if it happens that the user is updating the minimum price and maximum price. Okay, and then we have another filter for checking if the product is featured or not. So we can just say featured filter. Okay, on this one we're going to say if, then this featured, then we are going just to update the query, and we are going to call for the featured items. Why? Because this method already we defined it as a scope on our product model. You can see this is a scope, so it will just check for is featured field, and if it is true, then it will return it, or it will add this constraint as a scope, and then you can be able to use it like this way. So whenever you call this one, it will just perform this query, and then it will return the product that reside with the condition that you put inside this local scope. Okay, so that is for featured filter. And then we have another sorting. So this is another feature that we need to implement for sorting our product. So when we are doing the sorting, so we'll use this method known as merge, and then on the expression we're just going to check for the property that we already created, which is called the sort, and then when that is equals to, or it is the same as this one, so the corresponding value should be query, then order by, then you are going to order by price. Okay, then in ascending order, like this way. Okay, so the same thing for other sorting details. So we are going to add another one for price high, then we're going to do the same thing, but we are going to do descending instead of ascending. So here we're going to do descending, okay, like this way. So this will be the vice versa of this one. So when you say you sort for price from lower to high, so it will just use this one, and when you sort to from high to low, so it will use the second one. Okay, and then after that we have another one for the names. So when you sort by naming, so we have the name in ascending order, then it will be query, order by, then name, then ascending. The same thing which will change here to descending, and which will be here the same thing, which should be descending. Okay, and then we have the last one, which will be the popular. Okay, for popular, and on popular we are going to check for views count. Okay, and we are going to see on how these views count were updated, because I remember we created that method for updating the number of views here. Let me scroll down here. Yeah, this one, you see, which was incrementing views, and it was incrementing this views count. So we're going to see on how you can use that on a product listing page, on the product detail page. We're going to see on how to use that method. So here we have the default value, which can be query, then just all the latest items. Okay, so that is how you can put the default item there. Okay, then terminate it here, and then after that we have the products, which are these ones. So we get the product after you did all of these changes, and it will just happen whenever the user is changing any of these fields. Okay, and then after that, below the product, we need to get the categories, because we need to populate the categories on the page. So here we're going to say categories will be coming from the category model, but only we need to get the active categories. Okay, and then after getting the categories, then we can just get the sorted categories, and then we need to get the one with count. Okay, then products. So what it happens, this one will just count the relationship, so it will go for the name of the relationship, and it will count the items that are found on that particular category, and then we're going to get the categories like this way. Okay, after getting the categories, we also need to have the brands, so we just need to say brand, then get the active brands, and then we're going to get the sorted brands, and then after that we need to count the product, so with count, then the products, which is the relationship that already is there on the brands model, and then we need to get the brands. Okay, this way. After that, here on the page, when you are returning the data, we need to share the additional data here, and the additional data that we need to share, it includes the products that we've already get from the products. Okay, and then we have the categories, which we get it from the categories, and then the last one will be brands. Okay, which will come from the brands variable, which is this one. So now you can see we have shared all the data with our view. Okay, so now it will be a time to update this view, so that now we can be able to show that items here, because now it will be empty on this particular page. Okay, you can see, so now we don't see anything. So let's start to update this component. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to paste the source code that I've already prepared, and as I've mentioned before, if you want to copy or to understand the source code, it will be available on the GitHub repository. So first, let's replace everything that you need here, that you find on this model, view, and then let me collapse this one, and then I'm going to paste the source code here step by step, so that you can understand what we are going to have. So the first one will be the outer div, which is going to have the following styling classes that are from Tailwind CSS. So it is going to have the background of gray, which is 50, and the padding on y-axis of only 8. Okay, and then that is the color that you should be able to see it from here. And then after that, we need to have another div. So on this div, we're going to define the following class. For styling it, we're going to define it with this class, which is this one, which will be having the margin of auto, and the maximum width will be of this one, and then the padding on the x-axis. Then on the small devices, this will be the padding, and on large, this will be the padding that we're going to use. And then after that, we need to show the breadcrumb, and if you remember on the demo, I showed you that here we're going to see a breadcrumb. So to get the breadcrumb, what we're going to do here is just to have a nav tag. So let's just have a nav tag like this one, and from this nav tag, let's define let's style it a little bit. So have the margin bottom of 6, and then we have the text on this particular to be small. Okay, and then inside the div, we're going to have an ordered list. So this unordered list is going to contain the following things. So we're going to have an ordered list which has a flex, and we centered all the items with the gap of 2, and then we have the item of the list, which is this, the first list item, which is here, and it has a link which redirects user to the home page, and this is home. And then we have a slash which differentiates this one and this one, act as a separator, and then we have shop. So means now it will show that we are currently on the shop page, and the user can be able to return back to home. So if now you go back here, you should be able to see this thing, you see. So the home, this is the link, and you can click it and go back to home. But if you go to the shop, you should be able to see that breadcrumb here, you see. So now it shows that we are on the shop, okay. And then after the breadcrumb, we have the header. So on the header here, so let me just put down here. So here we have the header. So let me use this way of comment. Okay, so this one will be the header. So on the header section, we're going to have a div, and inside this div, we're going to make it to have the margin bottom of 8. And then inside here, we're going to have a heading of 1, and then it has the following styles. So we need to put the text to 3 times bigger to this one, and then we have the font of bold weight. So this, you can see, this is the font weight, and we have the text color, which should be a gray of 900, and the margin bottom of this one, okay. And then after that, here we need to show the heading conditionally. When I say conditionally, it will be basing on the current filter, because as you remember, we had different type of filters that we can apply on our product listing. For example, you can show the filter basing on the search, category, brand, and other things. So we are going to update this heading conditionally. So what we are going to do is just to use an if else conditions. So I'm just going to explain this one to you. So what we are going to do here is to have an if, and then check for the current value of category. So if it happens that the category property is not empty, means we're going to show the slug of the first category that matches with the category that you showed from here. So it will just check for that slug, and it will match with this one. If it is there, so it will just get the first item, and we are going to show the name of that category. So the same thing for the brand, and then for the search. So if the search term you passed something, so that search term will be shown in front here, but it will be with this text which says search results for this one, okay. And then if all of these conditions are false, so we are going to show this all products. So now if you go back here, you can see all products. But if you do the search on these products, you should be able to see that this one will change, okay. So now let's go back to the code, and now already we have the heading. So let me collapse this heading, also this nav, so collapse that one and this one. So now since we have everything for this heading, so now it is time to add the actual data for our product listing. So down here, and before we add that one, here I can add another little thing that is an addition. So you can add a paragraph here, and you can just style it to text gray of 600, which should be a little font. So showing, then here we're going to show the number of products that we show. So products, then total, So here we can just say products, okay, this way. So by showing that means here it will just show you that currently we are showing 96 products, you see, okay, which is the total number for all products. Okay, so now let's go down here, and here we need to have a div which should be the grid. So let's define the grid down here. So after that, that will be the grid that will contain the two sections. So the first section will be for filters, which will be for filters sidebar, okay, and the second thing that we are going to define on this grid, it will be the product grid, okay, the product grid. So here what we are going to do, let me first paste the sidebar which we are going to use as the filters, and then we are going to see on how we can create the product grid. So let me just create here the following thing. So this will be the code that we need to have. So this will be the code. So now you can see we are using the tag which is called the aside, so which will help us to have the side which will show like this way. If I show you on the screen, so it will be like this one. So it will just stay on the left side itself, like when you see it from here, you see this is how you can be able to use that to create this sidebar. So it is very useful, and it is important to know on how you can use this aside tag, okay. And then after that we need to make sure that this is sticky, and then we are going to have the following active filters. And then if it happens that you have the either search item, category, brand, or minimum price, or featured, then we are going to have this button which is known as clear filters, because when you just click on any of this category, for example, if you click on this category, so you see now this is shown, and that category should be shown here. So that is shown by using this div which you see from here, and you can see here this is the button. So if I collapse this one, then you should be able to see that this is the flex where we're going to show the like the pills or the badges which contain the same or the particular filter. So you can see this is a category, means now it is checking if the category is there, so that will be shown like this way. And when you click on that button, then you can be able to remove it by clicking on this button here, which is this one. And when you click it, it will just call this method, which actually is like a trigger that we are going to update the category property from here, and it will set it back to empty. And when it will set it back to empty, means that filter will be removed, and when it will be removed, means that filter from here also will be removed. So the product will be resetted back to the original number of product. So if you click here, you see, so that filter will be removed. But if you click it here, pay attention to your query here, you can be able to see it, that is what we wanted it to show. So you can be able to see that the product, the filter that you add, it is shown on the query parameter, okay. So all the URL query parameters, okay. So now you can see all of the filters are here. You can also be able to filter by brand. So you can see if I click on this one, you can see that brand is already added here. So we have two filters, this one and this one, and you can see the total number of product now that reside on these two filters are only 2 products. So if I clear it from here, so these 2 will be removed, and they will be removed. Okay, so we need to define this function on the product listing, which is called the clear filters, because already we have it here on the page. Because when you have all of these details, then we have another action which is called the clear filters, which is inside this div that you collapsed here. You see on active filters you have this button for clearing all the filters. So this called this action or method which is called the clear filters. So you need to define that function here. So let me go back here and let's define that method, which is a public function clear filters. So what we are going to pass inside this method, it will be this reset function, which is provided by Livewire, and inside it you are going to pass the properties that you need to reset. So the first property will be the search, the second one will be the category, the third one will be the brand. Also we have the minimum price, also we have the maximum price, then the featured. Okay, so make sure that the names that you pass here will be the same with the name of the property that you passed here. Okay, so let me terminate it here. But also when you filter it, when you clear the filters, you have to reset this maximum price to this, then price range, then get the first index item. But also we need to reset the page. Why? Because when you do reset page, this is because you may have the pagination that already was created or was setted. So when you show the product here, you may have the pagination. So when you do the pagination, it is a good idea when you clear the filters to also reset the pagination of your application, so that it can fetch again the data to a fresh queries that you need to use. Okay, so that's why we use this reset page, and this is only available when you use this trait which is called with pagination. Okay, so when you add that one, you can be able to use this method which is called the reset page, and it is a good idea when you are updating the other properties like search and everything. It is a good idea also to reset the pagination of your data. So to do so, you are going to also to utilize another lifecycle hooks which are called as updating. So it is a good idea to understand those things, because you can also be able to see it. We have this method called updating. So it is called before updating a component property. So when you want to change, let's say, a search query, so before you change it, it is a good idea to reset the page, so that when you apply the filter, it will apply to the specific data or to the fresh data of your page, instead of applying it to the data that was already in a like another filter or anything else. Okay, so that's why we are going to use this lifecycle hook, which is known as updating, to refresh the page when you are updating any of the properties. So here we're just going to use this method. So let's define the method, which will be public function, then updating. Then after putting the updating, you have to put the name of the property. So for example, if the property is search, so here instead of putting the search in this way and just put it this way, so this will not work. So you have to put this one in capital letter. Okay, so you can see the first letter of the property should be in capital letter this way. So Livewire will be intelligent to understand that you are doing the updating lifecycle hook on this particular property, which is called the search. Okay, so you just need to put the same name, but just change the first item to have the capital letter. So after doing that, then you have to reset the page. Just do reset page. So this is just for pagination. So we're going to do the same thing for category and other properties. So let me just regenerate those other things. So we did for search, category, brand, sort, and here we have the apply price filter. So when you do the price filtering, we're going to see on how you're going to use this method, but this method also needs to reset the page, which is for pagination. So the same thing as what we did here. So now if you go back here and try to clear filter, now it should be able to remove all the filters. So you see, so now we don't have anything that we have. And here on the price ranges, you can see this is the maximum price that we have from the database. So that's why you can be able to see it from here. And here you can see each of these categories show the number of product that they have. And that was the thing that we did here, because if you remember, when we were calling like the category, we were getting with count. So with count, we'll just get the number of product that belongs to a certain category. Okay, so that's why we have these on both brands and categories. So you can see, yeah. Okay, so now we have everything that we need for the filters. So on the filters side, we are done. So this is what the filters, and you can see all the things remain the same. And we have the categories which do the same thing. Here we have a way to remove the categories, and here is where you can look through the category that you have, and you can add this button where when you click the button, then this slug will be populated, and after updating, then it will be added here on the category, and that slug will be checked from here. We are going to get the first category, then that category will be retrieved from here. Okay, so that's how you're going to do the filtering. The same thing for the brand. Here you have the brand, and you look through those brands that we passed them here. See, so this is how we get the categories and brands. So means now we have everything that we need. Also here we have the price range, which contain the minimum price and the maximum price, and we use the wire model because we want to make this one to be reactive. Means that when you change the price on the front end, it is going to update the back end of your application, which is this one. Okay, so when you just update this value, for example on the minimum value and the maximum value, then it is going to update those two properties. For example, if on minimum I say I want to get all the items that from 100, okay, as a minimum price, and then on maximum price, let's say I just want to get only 200, and then if I click apply, that's when you see this method which is known as apply here, which is saying apply price filter, which is the method that I showed you up here, which is this one. Okay, so when you apply this filter, then it will just going to reset again the page, and then it will just going to filter the data according to what you need. Okay, so you see now it has updated, and you can see only 15 products will be residing that filter. You see, so that's how easy you can just do these filters. Okay, so clear it, and now you can see we have all the items. Okay, so you can see that this is already resetted to original state. Okay, so after that, already we have everything for the filters. Now it is time to show the product grids. So down here on the product grid, let me just collapse this one again. Okay, so here on the product grid, what we're going to do, basically we need to put the following things. The first one will be to have an outer div, which will be this one, and this will have the following styling, which we are going to have the on large screen, the call span should be of 3 columns, and then we're going to say we're going to have the toolbar. So here we're going to have the toolbar. Okay, so this toolbar is going to have the following things. So On the toolbar, we're going to have the following things that I'm going to paste it here. And the things that we need to have is, the first one will be the sort by, means we're going to show that the user can be able to sort the data basing on their price from low to high or from high to low, then A to Z for the names. As you remember, these are the properties that we have already defined them and passed them here on the filter, which is this one, which is sorting, if you remember. So because of that, here we can be able to update it, and it will just check basing on the sorting property. Okay, so when you update this sort, and let's say you put it to price low, means it will just filter the data from low to high. It will just sort them and not filter. It will just sort them basing on that sorting direction. Okay, and then here we have the filter, which will appear on mobile devices only. So you can see here, it will, on large screen it will be hidden, but on small screens it will be shown. And this one is just an icon which will be helpful for small devices. Okay, and then after that we have the toolbar. So now if you go back here, you can be able to see that item here, which you can be able to sort the items. Okay, so now since we have that done, now it is time to show the product grid. So here on this div, so down here, down below this toolbar, so let me collapse the toolbar. Okay, so down here we're going to show the product grid. Okay, so here what we are going to do is to loop through the number of products that we have. So what we're going to do is just to have an if condition. So we're just going to say if, then we're going to use the if else, so like this way. So if the products which are coming from here, which are these ones that we already passed through this item, so if the products count, if the count is greater than 0, okay, then what we're going to do, we're going to have a grid of product items. So what we're going to do is just to have a div here, which we're going to create it in a form of grid. So inside this one, we're going to define the grid, and then the grid is going to have the columns 1, and then on small devices, then the grid column are going to be 2, and then on large screens, then the grid columns are going to be 3, and then the gap between the grids can be of 6, and then the margin bottom between the grid will be 8. Okay, so after that, now all the items will be shown here. But now we need to loop through all the items like this way. So here we're going to say products, and then here we need to define a single product object, which we are going to use it to show the different items. So what we are supposed to do here, after showing this one, it is to create a product card. So you are supposed to define a div here and give it like a styling, like a background of let's say white, something like that. And then from here you can be able to show the different items. For example, if I put a random text here, you should be able to see that changes here, which will act as a grid. You can see. So now we were supposed to do this codes here, inside here. But in order for our code to be more reusable, so I want to create a separate component which we're going to call it as a product card, and then that product card is going to be shown here. So we're going to make it a product card because we want to make it to be reusable, so that we can be able to use it on a home page or in any other page that we are going to need to show the product card. So let's do that first. So what we're going to do is just to define that product card Livewire component. So let's go to the terminal, create, and then I'll just define that product card. So Livewire will create that component, and then we are going to see on how we can update it. So you can see it has the product component, product card component, and the product card blade file. So now let's open one by one. So let's go to the product card component class, and then from it we are going to define the following things. So from this product card component, basically here we're going to show the products, but when you are showing the product, remember we're going to have the button which says add to cart. So that add to cart means it is supposed to call a certain method that is supposed to be on that component class. So now here you can first render the Livewire component here by just doing the following thing. So you can just say Livewire, and from here we can just render that component which is called the product card. Okay, so just like this way, and then you close that component like this way. Okay, so now if we add it like this way, so now here it should be able to render that component. So if you go to this component from here, and instead of just showing this, if you say adding one and then a product card, now you should be able to see that text here. You see? So that text will be rendered based on the number of items that we have. Okay, now let's go back here and remove this here. But I was trying to explain one thing here. So on this card we are going to have a button which says add to cart. So means on this card we are supposed to have a function that is known as public function add to cart. Okay, so let's just define it and leave it there. Okay, after that when you are rendering this component here, it will be a good idea, because this is a reusable component, so means it is supposed to receive a parameter basically, because for it to be able to show the details on this form or on this card, which is a blade file, it is supposed to have that particular product for it to be able to show the data. So what we're going to do here, we're going to pass the value as a parameter, but before that it is a good idea to put the key on whenever you are using whenever you are looping through a component of a Livewire. So let's say wire key, then here on the key just pass the product, okay, then ID. Okay, so means we are going to get the ID from the product, then we are going to pass it as a key, so that the Livewire will be able to track the changes that you made on this loop or on this particular product listing. Okay, so that is the first step that you should do. So now here Livewire encounter missing root tag. Okay, let me see what is happening here. Alright, so basically you can just use it like this way. So instead of showing wire key, you can just use this short form which accept this value, and now it should be able to remove that error. Still it gives us some error. Oh yeah, now I understand. So this is the issue with the root tag of this particular product card, because Livewire expect here to have a div like this way, which acts as a root tag, so that's why it was give us some error. But if you put that which is acting as a root tag, so now you can see the error is gone. Okay, so now we have everything that we need to be able to start to render this component. So now the next step will be to pass the product as a parameter here. So what we're going to do is to say full colon and then say product, okay, and then here pass the following, say product, okay, and then this product is supposed to be accepted here, because currently it will just not render anything until when we receive that product on this particular product card. So what we're going to do is just to define a public property here, so public, then we're going to bind it to the product model like this way, and then we're going to say product. So make sure that their names are same, so means this one should match with the name that you pass here, which is this one. Okay, so when they will be done, now it will be easier for you to render that product. So for now, everything is fine. So what we need to do is now is this card, so to make sure that it is started to show the values here. Okay, this refresh again, that should be gone. Yeah, okay, so now we don't have that error again. So now since we don't have that error, so let's go back here and started to update this product card blade view. Okay, so let's update that one very quickly. So what we are going to have is just the following source code, which I'm going to paste here. And this source code already I've shared it with you on the video description, so just go there and check it. So this will be the source code that we need to have. So let me call out this so that you can understand what we need to have. So the first one will be the link, which will be a product card, and this product card is going to have a way to hover on it. So when you click on that particular card, it will just redirect you to the product details page, because this will be the card that shows the product details. For example, you can see here we have the product image, which will be shown the product images, and then we have the badges for if this product is featured, or the product, we have the percentage on discount, and if the product is out of stock. So this will be the badges that we are going to show, but all of these will be wrapped in this particular anchor tag, which will direct you to the show page of the product page. So what we need to do is to define the product details page, because currently we don't have that one yet. So here you can see we have the product listing and the product card, but we don't have that one. So now this route will give us some error. So to avoid that error, let's just define the product detail page, product details page. Okay, so after that, now let's go to the web.php. All right, and after that, let's define that new route here, which is going to be, let me just copy paste this one and then update it a little bit. So it will be, instead of product, it will be product / then bind it with the slug. Okay, and then here it should be product details page. Okay, and then here it should be product show and not products, so it will be products.show. Okay, so that is the update that we need to do in order for this particular page to work. Okay, and then the parameter that you are passing is the slug, which is this one. Okay, which has already been binded as the model binding parameter. Okay, and then after that, inside here we have the product image, which shows the product image, which has the aspect of square, and then if the item has the primary image, so that image will be shown here at the primary image, and then else we're going to show this div which shows the name of the item or of the product. And then down here we have the badges, as I've said before. So these are the badges for showing if this product is featured. So if it is featured, it will show it. If it is as the discount of greater than 0, so that discount will be shown here. And if the product is out of stock, means it will just show that this is out of stock. Okay, after that we have the product informations that include the product category, which will be shown here by getting the product category, then the name of that category. So this is the relationship. That's why you see we get it from product category, then name, and then down here we have the name, which will be the product name, and then it is shown inside this heading 3, and then inside it you can see this styling, and then here we show the product name. So that is a straightforward thing. And then on the rating, we have the ratings that we can have here, and it will be by checking if the reviews count of that particular product is greater than 0. So if it happens that the reviews are greater than 0, so we're going to show this particular div. So this div will only be shown if the reviews are greater than 0. And then we're going to do a for loop, and in this for loop we're going to loop through 5 points, because the reviews count cannot be greater than 5, so that's why we loop through 5. And then we are going to say if the count is let's say equal to the floor of the average rating, means we're going to show this icon, and I'm going to show you the difference between the two icons. So these icons will be generated automatically, okay, basing on the details that you are going to share here, okay. And then we have the reviews count that you're going to show it from here, and that review count will be the count shows the number of reviews that the users leave when they are buying a certain product. And then we have the price, which shows the product price and the compare price. So the product price is shown as a selling price, and then we have the compare price if that product has the compare price, and this compare price will be having the line through, means showing that the user was supposed to pay, let's say 500, but now they will pay only $400. So that is the importance of showing these two. So that one will be for showing that the user was supposed to pay something else, okay. And then after that you can see now the anchor tag ends here, and down it here we're going to have the add to cart button, and this add to cart button is only shown if the stock status equals to in stock. So you cannot be able to add a product to cart if it is out of stock. So that's why you can see this one is only if this is in stock, okay. On else condition we are going to show that this is out of stock and the button will be disabled, okay. So that is what we are going to show on the product card. So now if we go back here, we should be able to see the products. You can see now we have this product, and you can see it is clickable because we added the anchor tag that I've already showed you there, and we have this transition that is provided here. You can see when you hover it, it will just add a certain shadow, and then it will do the transition with the duration of this one, and then the overflow will be hidden. So that is the style that you should do here for your items to be acting like this way, okay. So you can see the shadow is added when you hover it, and if you leave it, you see the shadow is removed. And if the product is out of stock, you can see now we were not able to add it to cart, because currently this button is not performing anything, you can see, because we didn't do anything on the product card component. You can see this function is not doing anything. So here you can just say, you can just dump and say added to cart, okay. So if you go back here and try again to click this one, then you see added to cart. So that's how easy we just showed you that. And what I was trying to explain about the compare price is like this one. So when you have this price and the compare price, so it will show the user like this way, you see. So instead of paying 529.24, so the user now will pay only this amount. So that is important of you adding the compare price into your system. Okay, so that's what I was trying to explain. Now let's add it to cart functionality. So let's work on this one so that the user now can be able to add it to cart. But now you can be able to see that most of the product does not have the images. So what we're going to do, the first step, so that the images will be shown, we need to make sure that we have the connection between the application and the file system. So on a .env file, you need to cross-check if this file system disk is set to public. So if it is set to public, make sure you have run the command to connect it to the file system. So php @ then storage link, which I believe already we ran this command on the previous sessions. So it will just give us the information if it is already there, but if it's not, now you can see it has connected. Okay, so now no problem with that one, because that was the intention of doing this command, so to make sure that it is connected. Okay, and then if you have everything that you need for the demo product, when we were creating the demo product here on Seeders, when you go to the product, so when we were generating the product, their images, if we go back to the image, I believe it was only let me try to remember it. It was product image. I believe it was on product image factory here, right here, you see. So we need to have the product directory inside the storage directory. So inside the storage directory, then on public here, we need to have the directory for products, and then we need to have the items with the name called placeholder dash, then you can give the number 1 to 5 and then .jpg, and those will be able to show the product here. But for the items that we created ourselves from the backend or from the admin side, they should be able to show the images here. So what we can do, you can be able to go back to the admin side. So let me refresh again and try to log in again as an admin. So you can see now we have logged in successful on our admin side. So now if you go back to the products, if you don't want to use those product from the placeholder, because currently here you can just let me just try to do the following thing, because this is the image that you have already added on the application. So what we can do, I can just copy and then paste it again here. So let me just paste, you see, and then what I'll do, I'll just rename it to placeholder dash then 1. So now any item that we generated as a dummy data and have the ID of 1 from here, as what I was showing you on the factory, like this way. So if it has the ID of or the number of 1 up to 5, so if it has the 1, so it should be able to be shown here on the product side of our application. So if I refresh, if any appear to have, you see, so it will be shown, you see. So now that's how you are going to show these images on these products. So you can just do the same thing for the other, like you can do copy paste, and then you just need to rename it. You see. So now if you go back here and refresh, You see? Yeah, so that works for some of the items and it is working well. So other things you can just update it from the admin side. So from the items here you can see most of the items use this image, so you can see. Yeah, so if it happens that this image is not the one that you want, for example, you can see for the item which is this one, which is synced Nemo synced. So if we go back to the admin side, which is this one, so this image currently it is not there, so we can just go back here on the item, and now from here let's go to the images, which is the image tab, and then from here let's update the image. So let's upload a certain image that we need to use. For example, I can upload that one. So when it will be uploaded to 100%, okay, so this says failed to upload. Okay, so this is a PNG file. Okay, I guess that is the problem. Let me try to upload another image, which I believe will work. So these are the PNGs. I don't want that one. I just want to upload these are the PNG. Let me try this one, and let's see. Yeah, you can see, so that one was uploaded is successful, and now if I try to save it, yeah, so you can see that the product was saved successful and this image is shown now. So if we go back to the customer side, which is the front end side, now this image should be shown. So let's refresh, you see, so now the image is shown. So now you have the power to update the images, and now the images will be shown here. But if you want to use the placeholders, now it will work for the images that you generated as dummy data. Okay, so after that, now you should be able to see the images shown successfully here. So let me close these images. Okay, now let's go back to the product card where we were dealing with it. Okay, so that's where the images will be shown, and it will only show the primary image. So if you don't have the primary image, it will show the name of the product. Okay, oh, let me close that one. Okay, yeah, so that's fine. Yeah, so now we have everything that we need for the product card. So going back to the product listing, so you've already seen on how we can add the product card there as a product grid. So now we have all the things here. So now on the product grid tool here, down here, we need also to show the pagination of our product. As you can see now here, let me refresh. Okay, yeah, that's fine. You can see now, if you scroll up to here, you don't see the paginated data, but remember on this product listing page, we already do the pagination of our items, and that's why you can only see 12 items here. Okay, so to show that the user can be able to move to another pages of pagination, here we need to have the pagination. So let me just say pagination. Okay, and then here we can just have a div, make it to have a margin top of 8, should be margin top, and then from here you can just use this way and say products. Then from product you can just call this method called the links. Okay, so save it, and if you go back here, refresh. Okay, now if you scroll down here, you should be able to see the pagination shown successfully. So you can see showing 1 to 12 of the 96 results, and here are the links to other pages. You can be able to shift to page number 2, and you can see now we are on the page 2, and if I scroll again to page, let's say number 7, now it should go to page number 7. See? So everything works as we expected. So now on else condition, if it happens that we don't have any product on this particular product property, so what we are going to show here is the following div that says we don't have any product. So let's just show this particular div, which will be this way. So div, then the styling will be the following things. We are going to put the background of white, then we're going to have the padding, the rounded shadow, a certain shadow, and the text should be centered, and then we're going to have this particular SVG icon that I've copied it from the hero icons. So if you go back here, and if it happens that we don't have any product from here, it was supposed to be shown here. So you can try and remove these items, and then you should be able to see that icon that I'm showing you here. And then we need to have the following text to tell our user that we don't have any product currently. So you can see no product found, and try adjusting your filters, and this will be the text that will be shown. And then we have the button to clear the filters if necessary down here. So you can see, so it will call this method by using this wire click event, which will just call this method which we have already defined on the product listing page or component. Okay, so now we have everything that we need for this product listing page. So now if you go back to home, we don't have anything, so we are going to use this product card component that we create to show other things here on the home page. So now we are done with the product listing, but we may need to work on the product show page, because currently if I click on any of this product, like if I click here, the page that I will be directed, it is empty currently. It doesn't have anything, and you can see this still uses the previous sidebar. So let's just update it to use the current layout, because the layout we didn't update to the product details page. So let's copy this one. Let's go to product details, and here let's paste it here. And if we go back and refresh, now we should be able to see the page, but it will be blank. Okay, so let's work on this page very quickly so that we can be able to go back to the home page. And when we'll be done with the home page, it will be the time to start to work on the cart. So when we are going to have the cart, then we will start to work on the search card. I mean the search bar, because up here we're going to show how we can create the search bar. And after that, it will be the time to work on the checkout page. When we will be done with the checkout page, it will be the time to integrate the payment gateway, which will be the Stripe. And after we have added the Stripe on the system, then it will be the time to integrate the email so that we can be able to send the email based on different actions. And then after that, the system will be done. So for now, let's start to work on the product details page. Okay, so from the product details component here, we need to define first the public properties that we need to have. So the first one will be for the product, which we need to add the product model here so that we can bind it to this product component or property. And then after that, we need another property which will be selected variant, because on this page is where the variants, the user can be able to switch between the variants of that particular product. So here we need to store the selected variants, and by default it will be null. And then we need to have the other one for quantity, which by default should have 1, and then we need to have the selected image, which by default also will be null. After that, we need to have the mount function. As I've mentioned before, this will only run when the component is being created, so it is helpful for when you want to initialize some of the data. So for example, here we need to initialize the product details of this particular product. So the product that was selected here on this particular page from this product card, when you go back here, you see we have this product.show, then the slug. So we need to get this slug, which is passed from here to product details page here. So what we're going to do is by using the mount function. So mount here, and it will accept the slug, okay, as a parameter, and then in it we're going to say this, then product means the product that we've already defined here. We're going to assign it with the product model, then where the slug will be equals to the slug that was passed as a parameter. And then we have to call the relationships that we need to call, because the product has the following important relationships that will require them to be available when working with the product details page. So we have the images, we have the variants, and we have approved reviews. Then we need to get also the customer that put that review, and then we need to get the first of fail. So when you use the first of fail, so it will execute a query and get the first result, and if it will not get the first result, then it will throw an exception. Okay, so after that, when the user visits the product details page, we need to update the count of viewers count for this particular product, and that's how we are going to get the popular product. And that is important for your let's say admins to know which product is more popular with your customers, and it will be like an insight for your system. So down here we can just say increment the views, which we're going to just say this product which was selected here, okay, then call the method that we already defined, which is called the increment views, okay, which is this one. After that, then we need to set the initial image for the product. So what we're going to do is to say this selected image will be equals to this product. Then we need to get the primary image, then that can be null, and then the image path for that product. But if it happens that the primary image is not found, what we are going to do is just to get the image which is not a primary, but is just among the images for this particular product. So we're just going to say product, then images, then first, so get the first image, and then we can get the image path, okay, so then terminate. After that, we also need to initialize the variant, so we need to select first variant if product has variance. So what we are going to do here is just to say if, then on the condition we're just going to check for the product if has variant, okay, and if this product variance is not empty, it's not empty. Okay, so we have the variance, and here we have the check of if this product variance is not empty. After that, now we need to just assign the selected variant to the product, then variance, then we get the first variant, and then we get its ID. Okay, so that's how we're going to assign those variants, and then we need to update some of the things. So for example, when the user is on the product details page, they should be able to add this product to cart. So we need to define the function for adding the product to cart. So what we can do is just to define the public function add to cart. Okay, it should be this way, and then inside this function we're just going to check the following check, which is this product if has variance and here no any selected, let me use this way, no any selected variants. So we need to tell the user if the product has a variant, then bash this session message. So we're going to say flash error, then the message will be please select a variant. Then we need to return empty because we do not perform any functionality. Then let's define the cart here. So cart, and then we need to say session, because our cart will be stored in the session. So let's say get, then the key of the cart will be cart, and then it will be an empty array at default, and then we need to get the cart key. Okay, then this selected variant, then we need to have a check if there will be any selected variant, then we're going to say variant underscore, then we're going to concatenate with this, then selected variant, okay, and then else we're going to say just the product. If it happens we don't have any selected variant, then the key should be product, then ID. Okay, so what it happens here, we're just trying to define the key which will be used in our cart. So the key will be generated based on this So if we have any selected variant, the key should be variant underscore then the ID of the selected variant, and else if it there is no any variant, it should be product underscore the ID of that product. So after that, down here we need to have a check. So this will be an if to check if the cat key already exists in the session. So we need to say if then is set, then we need to check from the cat, then check for the key which is cat key. Okay, so if that is set, means it is not empty, then we need to say cat, then update the cat key, then the quantity should be incremented to the quantity selected. Okay, so means if it happens that key is already defined and it is already exist here on this card, so we just need to increase the quantity or increment the quantity. So if the quantity was 5, so when you just redo adding the same product, the quantity will be added to the same amount that you select. So if it's 1, it will be 6. If you select 2 product, so it will be 8, so or 7. So that is how you're just going to do that. And then we have the else block, where we just need to do the following check. So on else, we're just going to do the following. So we just need to check if there is any selected variant. If it is there, so we need to do the following. We need to define the variable called the variant, then from product variants, which is our model, and then we need to find the selected variant, then in the cat we need to say the cat key should now get the following data, which is the product ID, which should be product then ID. So we're just going to add the following data. So we just need to add the variant ID for the product. You see, we need to add the name, we need to add the variant name, the price, image, and quantity on this particular card. So means the cart items will be this way. Okay, and then after that we need to have an else block on this. So else, and then inside the else block we just need to say if there is no any selected variant, then the cart should be then that key, because that is the key that helps us to track the data of our cart. Then on here we just need to add the following data. So instead of just adding the data with the variant, so here the variant should be null and the variant name should be null. Okay, so it's just a change that you should make sure that you track it for consistency and to have the cart which is different from the one that has variant. Okay, and then after that down here we need to show the session or to update the session, because we have already updated the cart. So we need to put the new cart here by using the following method, which is called the put, and then here we need to update the cart by using the cart that we have already created above, and then we need to dispatch a following event, so dispatch. Then we need to pass the name of the event, which is called the cat updated. Okay, and then here we need to show the session flash, which can be the success message should be product added to cart. Okay, so that's how we are going to add the product to the cart. And then on a render here, we just need to do the following thing, because we need to get the related products. If you remember on the demo, I showed you that on the product details, when you visit the product, it will show the related products that are on the same category. So we need to define that from here. So let's say product, which is our model. Then we need to get the active products. Then we need to check the following condition, where the category ID should be equals to this product, then category ID. So if it matches, then we need to have another where condition to check for the ID to be not equal to the product of the, to the ID of the current product. So here put the comma, then should not be equal to the product ID of the current selected product. And then we need to define the relationship, which we need to call, which will be primary image. And then we need to limit the related data to only 4 products, and then we need to get those products. And then after that, we need to pass those data here. So let's pass it inside this array. So we just need to say related products, and then we can just put here the related products. So that's how easily we can just do that. And then after that, we need to modify the name that will be shown on the title of this product details page. So what we are going to do inside this layout method, we just need to pass the following array, which is called the title. So title should be corresponding to this product, then name. Then we're going to concatenate with space dash space, then concatenate with config, because we need to get the app name. Then from config, we can just say app.name. Okay, so that's how we are going to get the name of or the title of the page when you visit the product details. And then after that, we have already defined the function to add to cart. Now it is time to add the method, which will be the select variant and select image, because this will be the functions that we are going to use on the front end side. So we need to define them here because they will be useful. So let's define the first one, which will be public function select variant. So that will help us when we are selecting variant on the front end side. And then here we should just assign the selected variant to the variant ID. Okay, this way. And then we have another one for selected image. So we just need to copy paste this one and then select the image, and then here it should pass the image path, and this one should be image path, and here it should be selected the image. Okay, after that we need to have another function which will help us to increment the quantity of the data on the code, I mean on the cart. So here it should be public function increment quantity, and this one should be this quantity then plus plus to increment, and then we need to have the vice versa to this one, which will be the increment. So on the increment it should be decrement quantity, and then here we should only decrement the quantity if the quantity is greater than 1. Okay, so do not decrement below that because it will give you errors, because it will go to negatives. So here we just need to say this quantity then negative this way. Okay, so this will decrement and this one will increment. So now as we have all the things that we need on the product details page, as you can see, we have the mount function which initialize the datas. We have this one for selecting data. We have the add to cart method, and down here we just add the related products. So now we have everything we need. So it's time to update the product details page. So let's go to this product details blade file. So here you can see it is empty now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to replace this one with the source code that I've already prepared for you. So let me just paste it here, and then I'll explain step by step each and everything that we have here. So as at the first stop here, you can see that we have the breadcrumb that I've already showed you on the previous thing that we were doing from the product listing. We see on how we can create this breadcrumb, but now it's just a little expanded because we have more links here. We have the home link, the product index, and the product index, but with the selected category. So if you add the category, so this one will act as a filter. Okay, so that is what we changed here. But here it will just show that you are on the product details page and you have this way of going back to other pages from home, index, and then index with that category. Okay, and then down here we have the product details, and we have the tabs for description and reviews, and down here you can see we have the related product, and down here you can see we have used this product card component, and you can see this is how easily you can just reuse these components. So when we go back here, let me collapse this one and let me try to explain the product details section. So here you can see we have a grid which inside it we are going to show the main image and the thumbnail images. So here is just a matter of you to point to the storage and then you show the image that you want to show, and then here we have the name if that primary image is not there, and then we have an if here which shows that if we have more than one image count, so that's when we are going to show the product images down here. So it is the same thing as we did up there, and if the images path is there, so the border will be this way, means that the image is not yet selected, and if it's not there, so we should put this one. Okay, and then down here we have the product informations. We have the badges for showing that this image is featured in stock or out of stock, and these are enclosed within the if conditions, so that if this is not true, then this one will not be shown. So that's a way of controlling those things. And if this is in stock, it will just show that this is in stock, and else it will just show out of stock. For the brand, we're going to show the brand name, the title, which will be the name of the product. Then for the reviews, already we did this one on the product listing, so it will be an easy task for you. So the source code is this one, but already you will have this source code in the GitHub repository. Then we have the price side, where here you can have the prices, which include the variant, because here the user can be able to switch between the variants. So here, if we have the variant, so we just need to get the selected variant here, and then we are going to store it in this particular variable. And then down here we need to get the price based on the selected variant, because else in else position we just need to show the prices that are coming directly from the product. But if you select any variant, so the prices and the compare price with the discounts will come from the variant and not from the main product. So that's what we will be doing here. So that's why we have this if selected variant is there, so we just run this one, and on else we just use the main items. So that is how easily you can just manage the product variants in your product and multi-variant system. Okay, so here we have the short description of product. Then we have the variants, where here we are going to show the details of our variant. For example, if the variant is not empty, so here we need to say select a variant, and that's when the user can be able to select only the active variant. And if we get the active variant, then we look through them, and then we show the variants. But here we have the click event, which will help us to call this select variant, that already we have defined here, that I have showed you, select variant, which is this one. So that will be called here, and it will pass the variant ID, which acts as a parameter to our method here. Okay, and then after that, if the variant is selected and the ID of the selected variant is the same, so the border will be blue, otherwise it will be indigo with this color. Okay, so the other configuration, I mean the styling, you can just look on the code. And then we have the stock status, we have the status there. Down here we have the quantity which we have, so the quantities will be like this one, and you can be able to increment or decrement the quantity. So these are the buttons for incrementing and decrementing the quantity. And in the middle we have the field which shows the quantity that you add. So if you add it here, the quantity will be shown here, and if you increment, then it will be shown here. All right. After that, we have the flash messages here for success and error. So if there is any point that you will find a success message, so it will be shown here, and if there is any error, it will be shown down here. And then we have the add to cart buttons. So if the product stock status is in stock, so that's when we are going to allow the user to add to cart by clicking this button. It will just call the add to cart method, which already we have defined that here, which is this one. So it will just call that and add this product to our cart. And if that's not the case, means this is out of stock, this button which is disabled will be shown, and it will say that the product is out of stock. Then for the product details, we have the SKU, the category, which you can be able to click it because this is an anchor tag. So you can be able to click it, and it will add the category ID as a parameter, which will act as a filter to the product details page, which will direct you back to the product listing, and it will add the category as a filter. Okay, and then down here we have the brand. So if you have any brand, so this is where the brand will be shown. Okay, and then after that we have the section for description and review. So down here is where we are going to show the description of the product. So here what we are going to do is just to switch between the tabs, because here we have two tabs. So here you can see we have this div, and inside this div we have the tab headers. So here we have the tab headers, and here we have the tab content. So what is going to happen is if I collapse this one, you can see it clearly that we have the tab headers. And what we are going to do, the first thing here is where we are going to use the Alpine.js, because here you can see we are defining the data for our Alpine.js, and here is where we are defining the variables. So we define the variable for active tab, which by default will be description, and then down here you can see from the nav, so we have the two buttons, so the button for description and the button for reviews. So remember, this active tab, we have already defined it here as a variable, so you can be able to use it here. But we use this at then click to reference to the events that Alpine.js will trigger. So this, you can see this event, it is called the click. So you can use any other event that you know. For example, you can use, let's say, on change. So those will be called by Alpine.js, but for now we are just going to use the on click, which is click. Okay, and then when you click, the tab will be updated to description, and if it is updated to description, then the active tab should be the description, and the styling will be this way, means from the border style, and this will be for the description. But if it happens that user click on this button, which is for reviews, then the styling will shift from this one to this one. So that's how easy you can just do that to create a tab header. And then when you are done with the tab header, so here we have the tab contents. So the contents that we are going to show inside the tabs. So here we're just going to use this show, which is a way of either toggling data, so either to show it or not showing it, and it depends on a condition that you will put in front of it. So for example, if the active tab, which is our variable, now it is equals to description, then we need to show the tab for description, and that's when we are going to show this description, because the description will be stored as HTML tags, because on the backend of our admin we are creating the description as by using the rich text editor. If you go back here and you see here on the description, this product will be stored as a HTML tags. So if you don't know about that one, so if you go to the product table, and here you can see, so on short description it will be a normal plain text, but on the description field you can see the source code here, the description is stored in terms of HTML tags. You can see here we have the tags from HTML, so you can clearly understand what I'm trying to say. So since we are storing those description in terms of HTML, so when you are showing it on the blade file, we need to use this format to escape those HTML tags, and then we need to show it in a way that the blade file will be able to understand it. So that's why we use this format and not using this normal format. Okay, so after that, now the description tab will be done. But if the active tab is review, then we just need to change the thing. So instead of showing this one, then we will show this tab instead of this one, because this will give you a false. So if it will be false, now this will not show this div at all, because that uses the Alpine.js to do that. Okay, and then down here we have the product reviews, and here we are going to show the details for that product reviews data. So we are going to look through the reviews, and then we are going to show the name of the customer that leaves the review, and here you can be able to see the customer name, and we're going to check if it is a verified purchase. So if yes, it will just show this span. And here we have the review ratings, which we already seen on how the stars will be shown. So this is an icon for star, and the star will be based on the ratings, and here is where we're going to do that for us. Okay, and then we have the created art, which we are going to show it in a format where we are going to show it in a format like 1 hour ago, 1 minute ago, and something like that. So that is given by this method, which is called the div for humans. Okay, after that, down here we have the review title and the comment, and down here we have an else condition where we are just going to say if there is no any review, this will be the message that the user will see. And down here, as I've mentioned before, we are going to show the related products, and it's important to pass the ID of the product here, and this is the product that we're going to pass it here, and then this will be acceptable here. I mean on the product card, it will be acceptable by this one, and then after that it will be easier for the product card to work with it. Okay, so now let's go back to the product details, and here you can be able to see that we have the key that you should be generated uniquely. So we're just going to get the related product, then get its ID, then here we can just put the related dash in order just to make it to be a little different. But for now, I'll just don't put this lazy for lazy loading. I just remove it from this product card so that we can be able to see all the data loaded actively. Okay, so for now, this is how the product details page should work. So if I go back here and refresh the page, you should be able to see now the product details page, because here you see the slug that we have selected the product, and here you can see also the title has been updated. You can see now on the title we see the name of the product, which is the same as the name of the product here. So you see it here, and then we have the breadcrumb here, which shows the home, shop, the product, I mean the category of this particular product, and then the name of the product. So this is the breadcrumb that I was explaining. And then here we have the badges. For example, this product is currently out of stock, so that's why you see this badge, but it is a featured product. And this, it is brand. And then here we have the price, the short description, the buttons to add the quantity or remove it. For example, here you can remove the quantity, but it will not be decremented to 0, so that we controlled it on the product details page, I remember. And then we have the one for incrementing, so you can see when it is greater than 1, so you can be able to decrement, but less than that you cannot be able to do it. And then here the product is out of stock, that's why we are not be able to add it to cart. And then in order for our add to cart to be working as we expect, so we need to create the add to cart button here, and then we can be able to work with that. So that's when you add it to cart, then you should be able to see the the carts here. Okay, so this is just for the review. So we have the SKU, category, brand, we have the description for this particular product, the reviews. You can see the tabs are working as we expect. Okay, and then you can see here that we don't have any review for this product, and down here we see the related product to this particular product. Down here you can see the products that related, and you can see, for example, this one has a compare price, and you can see that the user, instead of paying this one, they can be able to pay this one. So you can be able even to select between these products. For example, I can click on this one, and I should be redirected to the page where it shows this particular product, and you can see that this product is in stock but it is not featured, so that's why you can be able to see it. And the brand is here, the name, the reviews, and the price. You can see the short description. You can be able to increment and decrement these values, and then you down here you'll be able to see the images for this product. Okay, so now the images are all the same because we did this for just random generation. But when you add the product images which are different from each other, so you can be able to see those images from here, and when you select it, and then it should be updated here. So for the review, currently on this one you can see we have the review, and down here you can be able to see other items. Okay, so that's what we have. So now in order for all of these pages to work as we expect, we need to have a cat icon here. So we need to work on the cat icon. So what we are going to do is just to go back here, and we need to update this cat icon because we already created that Livewire component which is cat icon, but we didn't do anything with it. So what we are going to do is just to update the cat icon. So here we're just going to define the following things. So the first one will be the public key component, public key property, which will help us to count the number of items in the cart. So then we need to have the mount function. So mount, and then inside this method we need to call update cart count. So this is the method that we need to define. So down here we are just going to define that method. So public function update cart count. So now here we need to define the cart, and then from the session we need to get the key that we already know. The key that we used before was cart, so that we cannot call the different key, so it will be this way. So cart, which can be an empty array, and then we just need to update it by using the cart count will be equal to the array then sum, okay, which inside it we need to say array column. Okay, inside the array column we need to use the cart, then the column key for this array column will be the quantity. Okay, so means it is going to check for the quantity, and then it is going to be summed up, and then all the quantities that we have on this card will be shown here. Okay, so that's what we are going to show here, but then we need to update this blade file so that the cat icon can be shown as we expect. So on the cat icon, what we are going to do is to have an anchor tag, and here we need to have a route which will be cart.index, okay, which is a page that we didn't define it yet, so we're going to define it that in a minute. Then here on the styling we're going to say relative. Then inside this one we need to have the following SVG icon. Okay, so that will be the SVG icon for showing the cart, and then on the right side we're going to show by using the if condition, if the cart count is greater than 0, then we can be able to show the cart with cart count with this span. Okay, and then I can just run Shift Alt F to format the document. Okay, and then the code will be formatted as we want. So you can see this is the code, okay, and here we're going to show the quantity in our cart. So now if we go back here, we should be able to see the error because this cart index, it is not yet defined. So already we have this thing. So let's define the cart page. So let's define the cart page so that we can be able to reference to that URL. So now let's say we are going to create the cart page. So this is the cart page that was generated. Now let's visit the cart page component. So from the cart page, what we are going to do is just to have the following things. So the first one will be the public property for storing the cart, which will be an empty array, and then we're going to have the mount function. Then here we're just going to call this method that we're going to define, which is called the load cart. Okay, so down here define it. So public function load cart, and inside this one we just need to say the cart should be equal to session, then get the cart, so get, then the key should be cart, and by default it will be an empty array. Okay, and then after that we need to have a way to update the quantity in the cart and also to remove the item and then to clear the cart. But also we need to get the subtotal of our cart. So let's start with the function to update the quantity of our cart. So here we just need to say the following: public function update quantity. So this will accept the cart key as the first parameter, and the second will be quantity. And then on this method we need to have if condition here at first and check for the quantity if it is greater than 1. So if it is greater than 1 means we just need to return nothing. This should be less than 1. Okay, so if the quantity is less than 1 we should return nothing, and then the cart we can just get it again here. So just say get, then the key should be an empty array, and then we're just going to check if is set. We're just going to check if the key is set on the cart. So cart, then the cart key is set. Then inside here we're just going to say cart, then update the cart key, then we're just going to say it should be updating the key of quantity, and it should be assigned to the current quantity which will be selected. Then from the session we need to put the following updated value. So put, then on this key put the updated cart, okay, and then this load cart to refresh the cart, and then we need to dispatch the following event. So dispatch the event which is cat updated. Okay, so all of this will help us to update the cat, because on the cat icon, if we go back here, from this method we need to listen for the event which is cat updated. So to listen to the event here, Livewire gives you this attribute which is called the on. So we just pass here on, so this attribute here, so on, then here you need to pass the name of the event. So the name of the event here, if you see it, it is called the cat updated. So when that event will be dispatched, so this one will listen to it, and when it will be dispatched and listen to it, then it can be able to update this cat count. So it will just recall this method. Okay, but also we need to listen to another event which we are going to update it, because on the product card here we are going to define the code for this add to cart, and that's where we're going to dispatch the event that we need also to listen to here on the cart icon. Okay, so for now let's just listen to that one. And now as we have the cart icon settled, so now it is time to go back to the cart page, and here you can see we have the update quantity created successfully. So that function is now done. So now the next function that we need to add is the function for removing the item from the cart. So we just need to say public function remove item, and then we should just pass the cart key as a parameter, and then inside this one we're just going to say cart, which is coming from the session. Then we need to get the cart, then here empty array, then if, then it's set the cart, then the cart key, then inside here we just need to unset the cart key. So just say unset, then the cart key. Okay, so when you unset it, means it will be removed from the cart, and then we need to put the updated cart. So we'll just say put in order to update the cart with the updated changes. So cart, okay, and then we need to refresh the cart. So this, then load cart, and then we need to dispatch. So this dispatch, and then here we need also to run the same event which is cart updated. Okay, and then after that we need to flash the message, which will be a success message, and it will be item removed from cart. Alright, so now that's done. Now for the function to clear the cart, I'll just paste it here so that it is simplest one. You can see it just forgot the session, means the key for cart, we are going to forget it forever because we clear all the data that we are stored on the session, and then we are going to refresh the cart and then dispatch the event for, in order for the cart icon to refresh its content. Okay, and then we need to show the message that the cart was cleared. Okay, and then we need to have another method which is which will be the computed property. So to define a computed property, you just need to say public function, and basically the computed properties have been explained here on the Livewire documentation. So you just need to go here on the features, then computed properties, and here you can see the basic usage of a computed property is like this way. So you just need to add this computed attribute, and then that function that you define will become the computed property. So you just need to say public function, then subtotal, and then this subtotal should be a function like this one, but here you just need to say hash, then computed, or import it like this way, and then this one will be available as a computed property. So inside this one, you just need to say return the array sum of array, then map, and inside this one we're just going to run the following function. Then the item will be equal to return item, then the price times the item, then quantity. So this one will help us to get the subtotal of our item, and then from here we need to get the cut, okay, like this way. So now that's how we are going to get the subtotal amount, and then after that here we need to use the same layout that we were using on the other component, because that's important, as we use the custom component which is called the front-end layout. So it is found inside the components layout, then the name of the layout, then we pass again the name, because this page is now the shopping cart page, so we need to pass that name here. Okay, so after that this page is done. So if it is done, now let's update the front end side of this page, which is this one. So on this front end side, I'm just going to replace this one with the source code that I've already prepared. So let me just go back here, and here we have the breadcrumb, which shows that we are on the shopping cart, and then we have the header, which shows that this is on shopping cart. Then we have the cart items, and here on the cart items down here we have the place to show the success messages that you will be flashing them from this side. Okay, and then down here we look through the cart items, and then we get the item. From the item we can be able to show their images, because if you remember, when you are adding the product to the cart, so we were adding the following things like the product ID, variant ID, name, product variant name, price, image, and quantity. So all that thing will be the thing that we are going to show here. So we have the image that you need to show it from here. If the image is not there, so we can just show this cart item name. And then we have the product information, so we just need to get the name of the product, the name of the variant if we have the variant, then the price, down here the quantity action, the action for removing the item from the cart and updating the quantity. So these two will be calling the function that we have already defined, so the remove item and the update quantity. So those two will accept the cart key as the parameter, and this one will accept the cart key, also the quantity. Okay, and here we're going to have the two method, because the one will be for incrementing the quantity and the one for decrementing. So those two will be the controllers for updating the quantity of the cart. Okay, and then we have this one which shows the current total price of cart, and then down here we have the action to clear our cart, which we will call this clear cart method. After that, we have this button which shows that we can be able to continue to do shopping. If you see the cart is not enough, then you can continue to do the shopping. And then we have the order summary, which shows the subtotal. As you can see, we have the subtotal here. We have the shipping calculated at the checkout. So this is just a message for your user that the shipping cost will be calculated on the checkout page. Then we have the total, which shows the subtotal, and then we formatted it to 2 decimal places. Then if the customer is logged in, so we are just going to check auth, then the guard of our customer. So if the customer is logged in, means we are going to proceed to checkout by redirecting them to this page. So we need to create this route, and if the customer is not logged in, then we need to run the else block, which shows the customer needs to log in order to checkout. So just say login to checkout. But if they don't have the account, so they can be able to create the account by visiting this page, which will direct them to create the account. So the trust badges, so here we can just show like the secure checkout, free shipping, easy returns, and down here if the cart is empty, so that will be the message that shows that your cart is empty. Okay, so that is what you are going to have on the cart page. So all the source code will be available as a open source project, so you can just use it and update it in a way that you want. So now the cart page is done. Now let's assign it or update it to the web.php file, and also we need to define another page which will be for the checkout, which is this one. Okay, so let's go to the web.php here, and now on the web.php, let's just define the one for cart page, which will be here. So let's just say route, then it, then it will be cart, which corresponds to the cart page, and then the name will be cart.index. Okay, and then we need to define also the checkout page, because already I've shown you that this one requires to define the checkout page. So let's create that component for checkout. So it will be just checkout. So we can just say checkout page for assistance. Okay, so this is the checkout page. So now we are going to reference it here. So let me just do the following. So this one will be checkout, and it will point to checkout page, and then here it will be just the checkout. Okay, so it will be checkout. So now it means everything that we need will be available. So it is time to test the thing. So let's go back here, and now you should be able to see the cart icon here. Okay, so now if you remember, I said we need to finish up with the cart icon here, which we have not on cart icon, it was on the product details. It was cart page. This one is done. Let me cross check here. Cart icon. Okay, I believe it was the product card. Yeah, this one. So here you can see we didn't update this add to cart function. So what we are going to do is just to copy paste some of the code so that we can speed up the process, because already we did this on the previous areas. So the simple thing that we need to do is just to define the following things on the cart add to cart method, and then up here I need to add an if condition. So we're just going to check on the product, then the stock status. If it is not equals to in stock, means you cannot add this product to cart. So you just need to say session, then flash the message, which will be error, and then show the message, which will be this product is currently out of stock. Okay, so that will be the message. Then you have to return nothing so that we can stop that error from interfering our process. And then here, after dispatching the event, we need to flash the message again for the success. So we just need to say flash, then this one will be success, and then the message will be the product name. So just say product, then name, then concatenate with the following text, which says as, so space, has been added to your cart. Okay, this way. And then we have everything that we need, because here you can see to get the cart from the current session, it is we already did this one. The cart key, this is how we are going to define it. And then if already product is already in the cart, so we are going to increment its quantity. So this is clear. Then on else, if the product is new, so we just need to add it here. Okay, and because this is on product card, so you cannot be able to select the variant. That's why you can see for the variant ID and the variant name are null, because that is like on shop page here, you see, like this way. So if you click this one, you are not able to select the variants until when you go inside the product. So that's why you see we don't put the variants on add to cart when you click it from here. Okay, so now on the product card, on this button of add to cart, I want to change the cursor. So let me just say cursor, then will be to pointer. Okay, so you see it will be pointer. So that makes a lot of sense. So now if you go back here, refresh, now if you go to this add to cart, now you can see the pointer is now on pointer, you see. Yeah, so that's fine. Now we have everything that we needed for the cart to work. So now let's try to see if the cart is working as we expected. So now let's try, for example, to add this product to cart. Okay, let's try. So click add to cart. You see, so in real time you can see the cart was updated. So let's try to add the second one. You see, now we have 2 items. You can be able to add another one. Let's say let's say this one. You see, so it has been updated. And now let's try to visit this page. So cart, and you can see now this is the shopping cart that we were updating, and you can see it shows the items in a very sophisticated way. So you can see the item name, the image, the price, the way to add or to update the quantity by decrementing or incrementing. And when you increment here, it should also increment here. You can see now it is 4 because we changed this one to 2. So if I go back to 1, you see this one will go back to 3. And as you can see, these prices will also be updated. And here you can be able to remove an item. So for example, if I click here, now the item was removed, and you can see here the total item has been changed the same way to this way. And here you see, because the customer is logged in, so you say it says proceed to checkout. So that's what we were supposed to do on the shopping cart, and you can be able to continue shopping, or you can be able to clear the cart. So if I click clear the cart, so it will ask you if you are sure, and then if I clear it, so here you can see the cart is empty. If I click here, it should direct me to the shopping page, which is the product index page, where you can be able to add again the product to cart. Okay, you can see. And if you click this, now you should be directed back to this page. Okay, so now the shopping cart works fine with everything that we need. So now let me update the search bar here, and when we are done with the search bar, then we can start to work on the checkout page. So now let's work on proceed to checkout. Means it will direct us to the checkout page. So if you click that one, the checkout page currently is empty, so it will not show you anything, because currently, as you can see here, the checkout page, we need to update the layout. So let's just copy the layout from here. Copy the layout. Let's get to checkout page, and here let's update that, and this one should be checkout page. Or we can just leave it to checkout. And now if you go back here, you can see now this is empty. So let's work on it very quickly. So here what I'm going to do is just to try to explain everything, but I'll try to copy paste most of the things, because I'm sure we are all now aware of these properties and everything that we are using here. So I'll just try to copy paste so that we can speed up the rate of video. And here we have the cart and the step, which will be the steps for either address, review, and payment. So this will be the multi-step form. So we're going to create a multi-step form. That's why we have this step property. Then we have the fields for address. So let me just paste here the fields for address, which will be this. So use existing address or select another address. So these two will be for checking. Then we have the full name, phone address, city, and the other fields. Then we have the order details. So let me just paste here the order details, which will be the coupon code, apply with coupon, the payment method, and the customer notes. And then after that, we need to have a public key mount function, which acts as a lifecycle hook, which will help us to initialize some of the data. So here is the mount function, which we are going to get the cart from the session, and then we're going to check if the cart is empty. Then we are going to redirect back to the cart page, or to the cat index. Okay, and then if that is not the case, means this is wrong or it is false, so we are going to control here to prefill with the customer data. So we're going to get the customer from the logged in customer, then we are going to store it in the customer variable. Then from the customer we're going to get the name and then update the full name property, which we already have here. All right, and then we have the phone number, the same thing, we're going to update the phone number. Then for default address, if it exists, then it's just a matter of getting the address from the customer. So call the address. This is the relationship that already we have it from the database, and then we're going to get where is default equals to true. Then you get the first address and make it to be the default. So if this one exists, then here we're going to get its ID and assign it in a selected address ID, because that will be the default address for our customer. Then we have another function or method that we are going to use it to select the addresses. So by changing the address, so this method will be able to track that address changes. So it's important to define it here because it will help you to go between the addresses. And then we have another function for applying the coupon. So applying the coupon on your checkout page. So here you can see we have the model of coupon, and from it we're going to get the code where the code will be string to upper to this code, and then we're going to get the validity and first coupon. And then from this coupon we're going to check if the coupon is not there, means we're going to show this error which says invalid or expired code. And then if the coupon is not, it means it cannot be used by this customer, so we're going to show this error which says you have already used this coupon. And then here is where we're going to assign this coupon to this applied coupon, and then we're going to show the coupon was applied successful if this one and this one will not be true. Okay, and then after that we have another method which will help us to apply and to remove the coupon. So if you have applied the coupon here, so we need to have a way to remove the coupon from the checkout page. So this will be the method. So it will just put this one to null so that the coupon will not be applied, and then the coupon code will be set to empty string. And then after that we have a method that will help us to track the steps of our form. So this method will call it next step, and then inside this next step we're going to check if the step equals to 1, then the validate address method will be called, which we are going to define it in a minute. And then here we're going to set this one step to step number 2, and if the step equals to 2, then we're going to update the step to 3. Okay, so what is happening here is just to update the steps. So if the user is changing from step 1 to 2, then we should validate the address and then it update it to step number 2. And then this will control the view of our user from the front end side, where we are going to update it in a minute. And then the same thing for if the current step is 2, then we need to update it to step number 3. But also we need to have a way to go back to a previous step. So we need to define that function down here. So let's define the function called the previous step, and in which will just only run if the step is greater than 1. Okay, so here it will just decrement the step. Okay, and then we need to define this method which is called the validate address. So that method will be a private protected method. So let me just paste it here. So it will be validate address, and it will just check if the use existing method is not true. So if it's not true, then we are going to validate the address, and then we are just going to return the validated data. but else if this one is not selected, means there is no any selected address, so we need to throw the exception which says select an address. Okay, so after that we have another last method, which is actually the place order method, which we need to take care when we are doing this method. So function place order, so this function will be this way. Okay, use the curly braces this way. Okay, so inside this place order we need to use the try and catch block, so put something like this, and here we can just put the exception. Okay, so on the try block we need to use the transactions, because it is important to wrap the transaction to this type of operation on your data, so that if it happens that there will be any issue or there is any exception, so that the data will be rolled back, so that it will not save let's say half of the data and half of the data will be lost. So that's why we need to use the transactions in this type of scenarios. So the first thing will be to get the shipping address. So what we're going to do here is to have an if condition here on below the begin transaction, then we are going to say get the shipping address. So just to say if this use existing address and the selected address are there, so the address should be coming from the address model. So import the address model, and let me import this one. Okay, then we are going to find the selected ID of the address, then we're going to store it as an address. Then from it we're going to get the full name, phone number, and other details. Then we're going to assign them to this shipping data, and then if it happens that these are not true, means this and this are not there, they are null, so the shipping addresses should come from the data that we defined on top here. If you remember, we have these details and we try to initialize them with the details from the custom. So here is where we're going to use them down here. Okay, and then after that we need to calculate the total of orders. So what we're going to do is just to do the following calculations. So down here we need to say calculate the totals, and then from here we just need to get the subtotal, which we have this method which called the get subtotal, which we are going to define it. Then we have the shipping cost, which we are going to define that method. Discount amount, we are going to define it. The tax amount, for now I'll just put it to 0, but you can calculate the tax here if needed, and it will be basing on what you are trying to create. And then the total amount will be the sum of this total, then minus the discount amount. Okay, so after that you can be able to create those functions in a separate way. So let me just create those functions. So the first one will be to define the get subtotal method. So the get subtotal method, I'll just go outside that function, and then it will be this way. So get subtotal, and it will be the array sum of the price times the quantity, and that's when we are going to get the subtotal. The same thing as what we did on the checkout, on the cart page to get the subtotals. Okay, so that's what we are going to use, and it will just get that value and assign it to here. Then we have a way to calculate the shipping cost. So the shipping cost, we just need to define this method, which is called the get shipping cost. And down here, let me put that thing. And from the settings here, let me import first the settings model. So we're just going to say get the subtotal. So the subtotal will be here, stored in this particular variable. Then for free shipping rate or free shipping threshold, so the free shipping threshold should be defined on the settings, but by default it will be 100. So it's important to go back to the admin side and just visit the settings page. So here we didn't add the settings page, but it's important to create that page. So I'm going to show you that when we are done here. So let me just leave it that way. So when you will be done with this one, I'll just show you how to create the custom filament page and add it as a settings page. So for now, let's assume that this one has a thing because already we populated some of the data. So I believe that setting will be auto-populated here on the settings model, I mean on the settings table. So you can see from here, the free shipping rate threshold is 100. Okay, so that's why I was saying that we are going to see that and we are going to update it. Okay, so currently this one will just work as we want, and then for the flat rate it will just populate the value that we have already seen it from here, which is this one. Okay, and then if the free shipping rate threshold and subtotal is greater than the free shipping threshold, then we should return 0, means we don't have to charge anything to the shipping cost. But if this is not true, means we need to return the flat rate. So that flat rate will be the cost for shipping. Okay, and after that we need to also define the get discount amount method, which will be this one. So let me just define it down here, and it will be get discount amount. Then we have an if the coupon is applied, then return 0, but if it's not applied, then we need to call the applied coupon, then call this method, which is calculate discount, which is already defined on the coupon model, which is this one. Okay, so going back here, then here we need to pass the subtotal because here it should accept the subtotal. So that's why we pass here the subtotal, and then from that, then you can be able to get the discount from here. So now we have all the three methods that we need to perform the functionality of getting the subtotals. So now inside the place order method, we need to create the order here. So create order, and here what we are going to do here is just to have a way to create an order. So we just need to use the model, which is called the order, that we have already created it, and then from the order just store the value that will be created in this particular variable, then call the create method, then pass the array of attributes, which will be the fields. So for the custom ID, it will be the custom ID of the logged in customer. The coupon will be the coupon of the applied coupon. The subtotal, which actually this one can be empty. Then we have the subtotal, discount amount, and other fields as you can see up to here. Then here we have the shipping data, which we are going just to append it to this create order. And then if you can see from the order model, we have those fields for shipping data. So that's what is going to add by using this array, because this array is up here. Okay, so after that, after being able to create the order, now let's create the order items. So create order items. So on create order items, we just need to loop through the cart items. So we just need to say for each, then this, then cart, we have to say Then this one should be, let's say, item. Then inside here we just need to create the order item, then call the create method. Then the attribute will be as follows. So we need to have the order ID, which will be coming from the order that we store here. So let's see this code. So this is the code that we are going to use. So get the ID of the order, the product which will be coming from the cart, then product variant, name, SKU, and other fields, as you can see from this source code here. So just copy this source code and then it will work just fine. And if you find anything that is not working on this source code, just drop the comment on the comment section, then I'll be happy to review it with you. Okay, so after that we have also being able to create the order items. Now down here we're just going to record the coupon usage. So what we're going to do is just to have an if condition. Then here we just need to say if this coupon is applied, then the applied coupon usage, which is the helper method that we have already defined, then the usages, from the usages, which this one is a relationship, then we're going to say create, then we're going to create the new usage, which is for this customer and for this particular order. After that, we need to commit the changes that we need for our database. So just need to say db, then commit this way, and down here we will need to send an email for order confirmation. So we'll add that later. For now, let's focus on processing the payment. Okay, so on processing the payment, we are going to have the following two things. So the first one will be to have an if condition here to check if the payment method was changed from other thing than Stripe. So we are going to run the else condition, which says cash on delivery, and here we're just going to format or to clear the cart, and then we are going to redirect it to the customer order show page. Okay, then we are going to say order placed successful. But if the payment will be Stripe, means we need to process the Stripe payment, and that's when we need to define this method. So by defining this method down here, so let me just show you. So let's say define the protected function, function process Stripe payment, which will accept the order as a parameter. Then this method will require us to install the Stripe SDK. So what we are going to do is to install the Stripe SDK. So let me just go back here. Let me go and use this one. So here we just need to go to the Stripe page. So let's go to Stripe. So this is the official page of Stripe, and then let me open. So this is the website. Let's go to the developers, and then let's go to the libraries and SDK, and then from here we can just try to go to, let me see, SDKs, which is this one. Okay, so here we need to install the SDK for PHP. So let me click this one. So this is the GitHub repository for Stripe PHP. And then let me scroll down here. We have this command for requiring the SDK. So let me just go back here on the terminal and let me clear it and then paste and then run it. Right, so Stripe was installed successful. So now let's go back to the documentation, and here is where you can start to use it. Okay, so now let's go back to the source code, which is here. Let me clear the terminal, and then the first step will be to process the Stripe payment through this method. So what we're going to do here first is to include the Stripe client. So let's just import Stripe and then set API key, which we are going to get this API key from the config. Then we're going to say services. Then we're going to define the service for Stripe, then the secret. Okay. So now we will be able to set up the API key. So what we're going to do, let's go back here, and we need to add the configuration keys to the .env file. So if we go to .env file, here we need to add the two things. So let's go back to the site, and here we need to sign in. So if you don't have the account, you can just create an account, but for me I already have one account, so I'll just sign in again to the Stripe. So let me log in. So let's log in, and as you can see now I'm on a sandbox, which is a testing environment of Stripe. So here we have logged in successful. So I'll just click here and I'll open the dashboard. So here you can see this is the dashboard for your testing. So this is the sandbox environment. So you can see this is everything that we have. So now let me go back to the developer side. Basically we need to get to the APIs, so you can just try to read more about these details. But if I click here on the developer side, so here we have the API keys. So let me click here, and as you can see here we have the keys, and you can be able to create another keys from here. So for now I'll just use one of these. So what I'm going to do is just to go to the .env file here, and then we need to define the following Stripe variable. So it will be Stripe key, and then we have to define another one which will be Stripe secret. This way, and then let's go back here and copy the publishable key. So just click it and it will be copied to the clipboard, and we are going to paste it here. And then for the secret, I'm going to copy this one, which is this one, and then I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so you can see these two will be the Stripe keys that we're going to use for demo. Okay, so now as we have these two, now it is time to add the configuration for our Stripe service. So what we are going to do is just to go to the config. So let's go to the config. So on the Stripe, let's go to the services, and here on the services, we need to add the service for Stripe. So what we're going to do is just to say Stripe, then it will be corresponding to the key should be on the .env, then Stripe key, then for secret it should be from .env, then we can use the Stripe secret. Okay, so after adding this service, now we can be able to optimize the project again. So PHP @ optimize clear, so that all the configuration that we did to take place into our application. So now let's close this one, and then here what we need to do is just to define the following things. So we need to have a way to store the items that are going to be processed in Stripe. So we need to have this empty array, and then we are going to loop through the cart or the order items that we created like this way. So order items, then from the item we're going to create this array by giving it this array, which contain the price data, currency, product data, which contain the name of the product, which can be generated this way, and the unit amount, which we should create it in cent. So the current price, you need to convert it to cent because we are using USD here. Okay, and then for the quantity, it will be the item quantity. After that, we need to add the shipping cost. So to add the shipping cost, you just need to add it below here. So add the if condition, and on order, if the shipping cost is greater than 0, then you can just add it this way. After that, we have another if condition for checking if we have the discount on this order. So if we have the discount here, so then you just need to add that product data, which is called the discount. Then you can put the discount amount, which you have to times it by 100 to change it to cents, and then for the quantity it will be only 1. Okay, and then after that we need to create the session on Stripe, so that we can be able to process the cost. So what we're going to do here outside this one, and also outside this for each loop, because this is not right, because these two should be outside the loop. So up to here, let me also remove this space. So outside here, that's what we are supposed to do. So this should be outside the loop with this one, and then below here is where we are going to generate the session from Stripe. and as you can see, this is Stripe session. It is coming from Stripe itself. So what we are going to do is just to use it here. But in order for this to be work well, what you need to do is just to create an alias. So just say use, then in Stripe /checkout /session as Stripe session, this way. So now if we try to use it down here, you see it will be available. Okay, and inside it we're going just to put this data. So the method type, it will be a card, the line items will be the line items that we defined here, and then the mode will be this one, the success URL and cancel URL. We need to define these two because it's important to have those two pages, and then we have the customer email and metadata, okay, which will be the order item. And then after that we need to also we need to create an order so that we can be able to update it. So order, then update the transaction ID for the order. So we're just going to say transaction underscore ID will be corresponding to the session ID. Okay, this way, terminate it and return redirect to session URL. Okay, as you can know, the session URL will be the success URL, so we need to make sure that we have this URL before we can proceed with the checkout. So we'll create these two. So for now, let's just create the checkout page on the front end side, which means we need to update this page. So what we are going to have here, I'll just paste the code, and then you can be able to copy it from what I have. Okay, so this is the checkout page, and you can see it has the details for shipping. We checked for the steps. It has the press for showing the messages from the flash messages, and you can see this is how we are going to build the multi-form step. And then now, before I go forward, we need to create the checkout success and the checkout cancel page. So what we are going to do is just to create another Livewire components. So let's say checkout success and checkout cancel. See, so now that's done. Now let's go to web.php, and then inside the customer middleware down here, let's create the checkout success and cancel pages or routes, you can say. So here what we can do is just to say route, then get, and then start with the checkout success, then bind the order like this way. And here, instead of using the Livewire component, we can just easily use the controllers, because these pages will be just the pages that only the checkout or the process payment that will be processed by Stripe will be able to access them. So what we can do is just to we can just remove these Livewire components that we created for cancel and success. So let me select both of these and just delete them. The same thing for the red files. So success and cancel, let's remove them. Okay, so now as we have removed it, so let's create the two controllers. So we can just say PHP @make controller, and then we're going to name the controller as checkout controller. Okay, so we have an error because we didn't finish this one, so let me comment it out and then create the controller first. Okay, so the controller was created successful, and now here we can just use it straight here and say checkout controller class. Then here we need to define the method, which we will call it success. Then for the name, we're just going to call it this one checkout.success. Copy paste it, and let's define it the one for cancel, which will be cancel here too. Alright, now let's define the two methods on the controller. So let's go to the controller, which is this one. Currently it is empty, so let's define the following method. So public function success. This should have the request, also the order ID, and inside it we're just going to get the order here, import the order. So we're just going to get the first of fail by getting the ID which was passed here. Okay, and then after that we have to get the custom ID, which will be the ID of the logged in customer. And then after that, down here we need to verify the Stripe payment if the session ID exists. So what we're going to do is to have an if condition here. Okay, so import this Stripe and make sure that you have imported the Stripe here. Okay, and then the same thing as what we did for the session. So just use Stripe /checkout then /session is Stripe session. So this is important because Laravel by default has the session like names on their classes, so it is important to create an alias so that we can know that this is concerning with the Stripe and it is not a Laravel session. Okay, So now this one will be good. So here we're just going to say if the request has the session ID, then we're just going to set the key on this stripe, and then after that we are going to run the try and catch block, and here we're going to retrieve the ID by checking the stripe, the session ID, which is coming from the request. Then if we get the session and the status equals to paid, so we're just going to update the order and change the payment status to paid and the status to be processing. Okay, then we are going to clear the cart. Okay, after that we need to redirect our user to the checkout success page. So here we're just going to say return view, and here we need to create the new directory here. So let's go to the resources. Here on the views, define a new directory, called it checkout, create a new page which we are going to call it success.blade.php. Also another one which will be cancel.blade.php. Okay, so on success.blade.php, that is the one that we are going to reference it here, which will be because this one is found just on views, so it will be just a straightforward thing. So we'll just say checkout dot success this way, and you have to pass the data through the compact method, which will be the order. Okay, and then for the cancel, here and then the order ID. So here we need to say order should be from order where ID equals to the order ID, then where the customer ID equals to the auth, then pass the guard, which is the customer, and then ID. Okay, then we need to say first or fail. Then we need to return the view for this function. Then we are going to say checkout cancel this way. Okay, so now update these two. So the checkout success, let's update this page very quickly. So I'll just paste this code and you will just take the time to go through it on your own. So it's just a simple HTML page which has the messages for the user. You can see the details for the order, and you can see the order items down here, and the shipping information, the actions for view order details, continue shopping, and other things. So you can just take your time to go through that. And then we have another one for cancel. So these two are important because Stripe will use them to redirect the user after successful doing the checkout. So let's go back to the checkout page. So here already we created this one. So now this is done because already we have added everything that we need. So down here on the render method, we need to add the following things. So we can just say address or addresses, to be precise, will be from auth, which will be the customer which has logged in, then from user, that the address, okay, and then on this page we need to pass the following data. We have the addresses, which we have already get it from here. The subtotal, we already seen on how we can generate the subtotal, the shipping cost, the discount, and how to get the total amount. And then on the front end side, as I was explaining, so this will be for the address. We have other data for the addresses, as you can see. Then we have the actions for going back to cart or to continue with the review step. So this will call the next step and it will go to the review step. Then on the review step, the user will review their order, and then after that they'll go to step number 3, which will be for payment. And when the payment will be equal to Stripe, so then we are going to say place order, or you can go back to review. So if you click place order, means we're just going to call this place order method, which you have already created here, which is this one. So it is going to call this one and it will begin the transaction and perform all the things that we want for that. Okay. So after that, we have the way of showing the discount. So here you can see we can show the subtotal, because this will be the order summary. So we can show the subtotal, the shipping amount. If it the shipping cost is 0, so it will be free. And then we have the discount, and here we're going to show the discounts. Then we have the coupon, and here is where we're going to manage the coupons. And after that, the total will be the last thing that you need to show, because that will be the total amount of your order. Okay, so now if we go back to the code, to the application, let me refresh it. And here you can see the checkout page. Now it looks like this way, you see. So this logged in customer does not have any details on the address, so that's why you can see here on the addresses everything is empty. So you can just put here the dummy data. So let me just generate the dummy data. Okay, and then for the name here, you can just put the name of the customer that will automatically be generated, but because I used the form filler, so the name was changed. So you can just even be able to change it because this is updated. So you can just say, for example, testy customer, and then update the phone number, then the address line 1, 2, city, state, the country and everything. And then here the order summary, you can be able to see it. So for the coupon, I'll just not apply any coupon for now. Let me just leave it because even now this is free. Okay, and let me continue to review. Okay, so what I did here is just to sign out and sign in with the customer who has the already address field. Like you can see, I have the default and the additional address, which I can switch between the two, but I'm not limited to only these two addresses, so I can use the address by just unchecking this one, and then I can be able to fill out this form, and then I can click continue, and then I'll be directed to the review tab. So if I go back to this and just select the default, and then if I click continue to review, so it should direct me to this second step, which is a review tab. And on this step, you just review your checkout, I mean your order, and then after that you can be able to leave a message here if you want. So I can say the shopping experience was amazing. Okay, so just a note, and then after that I can click continue to payment, and after that here you need to select the credit or debit card, because here is where we're going to pay with the Stripe and not this one. So if we select this one, now if we click press order, remember when we click press order, we are just calling this method for creating order, which is this one. So it will just start the transaction, it will do everything that we did, calculate totals, create an order items, it will record the coupon usage if you did, and then here I said we need to put the email, so we need to do this before we do the checkout so that we can know that the email is working or not. And then on the catch block, we need to actually roll back the changes if it happens that there is any problem with our transaction. So we need to say rollback, okay, and then after that we need to tell the user that there was a problem, so we need to flash a message, and then we are going to say error, and then from it we're going to show the error message that actually happened. So we're just going to say error, then pressing error, pressing order, and then we can say get the object of error, which is this one, which is coming from the exception, and then we need to say get the message. Okay, so that message will be shown to the user, and then we are going to return null, means we just going to break the execution. Okay, so this way is how this will work. Then here we need to have an email setup. So what we are going to do is just to use the mail class, and then we're going to say we need to send to, then we have the customer up here, if you remember. So we have access to the current customer. Let me check the customer, basically. Okay, from order, basically, we can get the customer, because if you remember, if you go to the order model, we have a clear relationship between the order and the customer, so we can be able to get the details of the customer from it. So we can just say order, then from the order we can get the customer, okay, then from the customer we can get the email, okay, this way. So that's easy to get the email. Then we need to say we need to queue the email, okay, and then make sure you import this mailer, which is a helper method that you should use, and then here you should pass the mailable class, which you will be used to send the email. So here you need to say new, and then we are going to create an order class, which we are going to call it order confirmation, okay, and then from it we will pass an order as a parameter. Okay, so let's create this first. So what you need to do is just to open your terminal and then write the following command: php artisan make, then mail. Okay, then let me place the name of the mail. So basically you can even do this way. Okay, and then it will ask you for the name of that mailable class. And then here, so paste the name, then you click enter. Then it will ask you if you would like to create a view. So basically it's yes, because we need to create the view. So we just need to say we want to create an empty view. So I'll just say view because this is the view that I want. And I'm not using Markdown on this particular video. So I'll just stick with the view and then you click enter. And then you can see now we have the mailable class, which is stored inside the app, mail, then the name of your class. And for the view, it is stored inside the views. Then there is a new directory called the mail. Then inside it, there is a file that we created. So now import this one. Okay, so it has been imported, and make sure that up here it is right here. Okay, and now let's go to this class and let's update it accordingly. So basically what is going to be inside this class is the following things. The first step is to define a public key attribute or the public key property, which we are going to say public key order, which will be an order. Then import that model, and then from this constructor, which accepts this parameter from here, we need to tell it that it is going to accept an order value. Okay, and then inside this one we are going to assign the public key order to the order that is coming from the checkout page. So we're just going to say load, then we need to load the following relationships. So the first one will be the items and product. So the items, when we are discussing about the items here on the order, these should be the order items which act as the items. Okay, and then the second relationship that we need is the customer relationship. Okay, and then after that we are done with the constructor. So currently if you come back here, there is no any warning, so means the email will be sent, but it will be queued automatically, because here on the class here we need to implement the queuing of this mail. So we're just going to say implements then should be queue. Okay, so when you say should queue, means it will enforce this mail instead of running directory and sending an email with interacting with the this execution of this code. So we just put this one to a background job, and then the execution will continue up to here, and the user will see the message order placed is successful, and then this job which will be created here on background will continue to run, and then when the mail will be received by the user, so the user will receive an email without interrupting your process of processing the Stripe payment. Okay, so that's good. Now let's finish up here. After that, on the envelope here, we need to have the following details. So the first thing will be to add the subject. So we have the subject. We can do the following changes here. So instead of just putting the subject directory, you can add the from as a parameter on this class. So you can just say, then you can say new address, because we have the model called the address, and then from it we're just going to say config, then mail from address, and then here we're just going to say config, then we're going to pass the name from the email, so we're just going to say mail from name, okay, then press comma, okay. What does it say? It says key what? Sorry, this is not supposed to be the model. This should be the address of the mailable class. So you don't import the address as a model. So we need to import this one as an address from the mailable. So just import this one from this one, you see, okay. And then after that, you see that warning has been gone. And then from the subject, we can just say order confirmation, then space, then we can concatenate it with the order number. So we can just say order, then order number, okay, which will act as a subject to that email. And then on the content side, we have the view here, which is right. Then we need to say there is cup of data that we need to send it. So the data that we are going to include, so will be here. We need to pass the order, then this order, okay. So that will be acting as an additional data that we want to send to this view, okay. And then let's update the view, which our view should be as follows. So order confirmation. So this is our view currently. So I'll remove it and it will be as follows. So the first thing, you have to define the normal HTML code, because we want to style it accordingly to our customizations. So we're just going to say here order confirmation, okay. Then we need to have our own styles. So I'm just going to have the style tag, and then I'm going to paste my own source code, which is created out of CSS. So basically these are the CSS code that I've already prepared. So we're going to have an arrow for the body, which will act as a font. We have the line height, color, maximum width, padding, and margin for making sure that the body stays on the same shape. Then we have the header, we have the content, order details, item last chart, and then we have the total, then we have the button, and we have the footer. So all of these, you will see how they do change to our email that we are going to send. So we are going to see the header, the content, the order details, the items, and the other details like footer and the buttons that we are going to have on our email. And then on the body, we are going to have the following tags. So the first one will be for the header. So here the header will be this way. So it will be thank you for your order, and you can see we have the class header, which is referenced up here. So these are the styles for the header. So it will be having the background of this one, and then the color white of the text, padding of 30, means it will be on the left, right, top and bottom. Then the text alignment will be center, then the border radius will be as follows. Okay, then after the header we have the content. So on the content we're going to have the following details. So on the content we will have the message, which acts as a paragraph, which mention the name of the customer. Then it is going to say we have received your order and it's on the way. Then here is going to show the order details of our customer. So you're going to see the order number, created date, the payment method, the status, and then down here there will be the order details or order items, and then you are going to see all the details that are concerned with the items. And then after that we have the subtotal, which will show the subtotal amount of all order, and then we are going to see the discount amount, the shipping amount, which is here, and then we're going to see the tax amount, which on the background here we just put it as a 0, but you can calculate it if you need. Okay, and then after that down here we have the total amount, which will be including the tax and everything up there. All right, then we have the shipping address, which will be the addresses that are coming from the order. All right, and then we have the button for the user to be able to view their order details, and after that we have the notice that the customer will create. So as you can see here, we have a way that we can be able to do the same thing. So you can just do to the review, continue to the review, then you can do the same thing and leave that notes that will be shown here. Okay, so now this email will be sent successful, but what we will do, we are just going to run the queue jobs. So for now, let's just leave it that way and let's try to create this order. So let me click continue, and then here I'll leave a notes, which I've already said before that shopping with this app was a lifetime experience. Okay, and then click continue to payment, and here is where we're going to check if the payment integration of Stripe that we did is working or not. So let's try to place an order, click it, and let's see if it will direct us to the checkout. Yeah, so here we have an error. It says object of class, this one could not be converted to string. Okay, so place order seems to have an issue here. So let's see what is the issue. Okay, as you can see here, we have multiple $signs. So that was the problem that rises. So here on the checkout page, make sure you remove one of these, and then let's go back. All right, continue to review. Okay, a lifetime experience. Okay, then we continue to payment. Let's try again to place an order. And you can see it has just redirected us to the Stripe, and you can see the amount that already we have from the checkout page. You can see the name of the product that we need to sell, or the order items, and with their prices here summed up to here. And you can see now we are using the sandbox environment of Stripe. Then here on the right side is where you can be able to apply your card. Okay, so basically Stripe give you an testing card, which you need to use it here. So let me reopen the Stripe page. So basically when you resign again on here, just to click here on learn more. Basically, we are supposed to go to the documentation, and when you go to the documentation, make sure that you are on this page, which is docs.stripe.com, and then here you should be able to see the test cards, and here is the card that you can use to test. So just copy it, and then let's try to use it here. So I'm just going to paste the card, which is 42 up to the end, and then for the month and year, I can just put just a date that is in front of today. So you can just say, let's say 20 of let's say 9 of 27. Okay, for CSV, I can just put like a random value. Okay, let's say like this way. Okay, and then in the card holder name, then I can just put the name of this customer, which is a testy customer, as that way, and then I'll just not save that, and then my country here is already created, selected, which is Tanzania. So now let me click pay, and when I click, it says processing. So let's see what result it will give us. So remember, if it will be success, it should redirect us back to our page, and which it did, you see. So now we are back on ecommerce.test, then you check out success, then you can see the ID of the order, and then you can see the session ID from Stripe, which is this one. Okay, so basically here you can see the order was placed successful, and you can see thank you for your order, we received your order and it will be processed shortly. Here is the details for the order. You can see that it was paid, the order items, the shipping address is this one. You can view order, continue shopping, and what's next. Here the user can be able to know where to go on the next steps. So if you click view order details, currently we don't have that page for orders, so basically it will direct you to the blank page. Okay, so what we're going to do now is just to allow the email to be sent, because currently the email will be stored on the jobs table. So let's go to the database and let's go to the jobs, and here you can see we have just one job here. So what we are going to do, let me just go back here and open your terminal, then run the following command: php @q, then work. Then after that, it should start to send or to execute all the jobs that were queued on your database. And you can see the job that was queued is order confirmation. So you can see it is running, and you can see it is done. So basically, the email will be sent to this customer, but unfortunately, this customer's email, because now if I refresh, this job will be removed. Unfortunately, the customer that we are using now, okay, and here we have an error, basically because when I click redirect it to view order, so basically the view order page, it is using the sidebar, which is the old layout that we need to change it. So I'm just going to show you step by step. So let me just go to the order details. So order details, which is this one. So you can see it does not use the current layout. So let me just use this layout. Let's place it here, but then let's remove this one and it will be order details. Okay, then if you refresh, you should be able to see a blank screen like this one, okay, without any detail, because currently we just changed the layout so that it can use our front-end layout, which we use it to manage the front-end side of our application. So now means it is a good idea to update or to check first if the email was sent to our customer. So let's check the customer that we used. So the customer that we used is this one. So basically the email was sent to this email, but this email, unfortunately, it is not a working email, so it will not work correctly. So what we can do here is just to put my testing email that I already showed you how to use it. I use it most of the time, so let me just use it here, and then at gmail.com. Alright, so this is the email that I'm going to use it for test. So I just go back here, go back to the shopping, and I'll try to shop again. So I just add, let's say, 2 items on the cart, and then I'll go to the checkout. This is the cart page, checkout. Then I'll select the default address, continue to review. Then from here, I'll not say anything, continue to payment, place order, and this should direct us to the Stripe. So we can see now we are on the Stripe, and then from here you can see now this is converted to Tanzanian shillings, and now I can just put here the testing card, which was 42. Okay, I guess that's the number if I'm not missing. Let me just copy it so that I cannot put the wrong thing. Yeah, that was correct. So let me just say on the 9th of 27, CSV can be anything like this one. Then test customer. Let's try to pay again. Okay, so let's see if it will direct us to the order. Yeah, so we have the order successful. So now means if you go to the database and check on the orders table, we are supposed to find 2 orders, which is correct. You see, we have the 2 orders, and here you can see we have the name of the customer, which is customer ID. Then if you hover it, you should be able to see the name of the customer. And then order items should contain the items that it was from a certain order. All right, and then let's see if the email was sent. So basically here you can see there was an email that was sent, and already on our .env file we set up the, oh yeah, this was the problem. So we didn't set up this email. So yeah, let's do that very quickly because that will not take a lot of time. So I'll just paste the configurations that will work for you guys. So I'll just paste here, okay, and then all of these I'll just delete them after this video so that you will not mess up with any of this data. All right, and then after that let me go back and try it again so that we can see the emails being sent, because currently they were not sent because we didn't have these configurations. So it is a good idea to just optimize the application so that we can refresh the configurations. So PHP at Sun optimize clear. So that should clear all the caches of our configurations and everything. All right. So that's done. Now let me go back here, and we need to go back to continue shopping. And here on the shop, let me try to buy again, let's say just 1 item. Let me go back to cart page, proceed to checkout, and from here continue to review, then from here continue to payment, then I'll say press order, which will load the checkout page of Stripe. Here it is. Let me copy the card, paste it here. Then pay. Yep, so the order was created is successful, and let's see if the email was sent. So basically it will be on our queue job. So here we have the job. Now let's try to run it so that we can see it flying. So queue work. So it is running now, and it is done. So now let's see if the email will be received. So already I have the notification. So let me see from the Gmail account. And here you can see we have the email which says it is coming from e-commerce app. Then we have the order confirmation with the order here. Then if I open it, you see, so now we have the thank you for your order. Then hi, the name of the customer that we put there. We received your order and it is getting ready. Then the order details. Then we have the order items, which is only one item. And then we have the subtotal, which is this one. Then the shopping amount was free, and then the total amount was this one. Then the shipping address. Then the button for view the order is right here. So if the user click it, then they should be redirected back to the application with the order being banded here on the URL. Okay, so let me just close it because already we have it from here. Okay, so if we click it, you should be redirected to the same page, which is this one. Okay, so now we've seen that the email setup already works with us. So the next step will be to deal with this page to make sure that it works fine. After that, then we are going to go back to the home page because the home page currently is not working, as you can see. So let's just deal with the order page now, the order details page. Basically, if you go to the my account, which is right here, you see currently we have the total orders, we have the orders here, and you can be able to be directed to the orders page, but you don't see anything. So order listing and the order details pages are not working. So let's work on those two pages very quickly, and then after that we'll go back to the home page, and after that we'll be done with the front end side of our application. Then after that I'll just deal with the deployment of our application. So we have only 3 things that we need to cover very quickly. So let's work on the, let's say, the order details page. No, order details views, order listing page, which is from my orders. So if you click here, we have the orders. So let's work on that one. So order basically we need to say orders. Okay, so this is the component that is used to manage our orders, and it is basically, if you remember, I said I have to shift to this one because now it is here, but I need to put it inside this customer. So I just move it to customer just for organizing the files. Okay, and then from here, that's when we are starting to update it. So let me close again this one, and I'll just close the others. Okay, so that we have only this orders page. Okay, then from it we need to have the following things. So we need to use with pagination because we are going to paginate our data here because this is a listing page. Then we need to have the public key property which is going to be status filter for filtering the status of our orders. And then down here we need to have the public function updating status filter, which will help us to reset the page, which will be this, then reset page. Already I've explained about the reset page. And then on the render method, we need to have the following changes. The first thing will be to have a query which will be stored here, but this query will be coming from the auth, but make sure to use the guard because the guard now is customer. Then from it we need to get the user, then from the user we need to get the orders. Okay, so let's say orders this way. Basically we can just call the with method, which from it we can call the items product relation. Then we can just say we need to get the latest orders. Okay, and then after that we can just say if there is a status filter, means if status filter means we need to update our query where status will be equal to this status filter. Okay, then you terminate. But if that's not the case, means the order will be from the query, then we just need to paginate by 10 orders at a time. Okay, then that order will be passed here as an additional data to the page. So orders will be equal or corresponding to the orders. Okay, now on the view page, which is this one, we need to have the following code. Basically, the first step will have the an outer div, which is this one, which will have the following styling. Okay, and then after that we have another div which will act as a container. So on this container we're going to have two or three sections in general. So basically inside this one it will have the following styling. Alright, then inside it we are going to have the section for header, we are going to have the section for filters, and the section for order list. Okay, so let's start with the header. So basically on the header we are going to have the following things. So this will be the header. So now if you go back here and we have an error here which says the orders is not found, basically because we changed we moved that orders from where it was before, so we need to update that here. So orders, this one, now let's remove it as this and import it again, and now you see it is coming from basically, where is it, orders, it should be coming from the customer side. So it should be customer, then backslash order. Oh, why I don't see it from there? Let me check it. Orders, which is this one. I guess that one is fine. So invalid route orders. Okay. Okay, use of unknown class, which is this one. So basically this is inside the customer Livewire customer. Let's check it from here. Livewire customer, then orders. So yeah, this importation looks okay. Yeah, I guess the issue here is just if you go to the orders here, which is our Livewire component, here the namespace does not say where it is. So it mentioned that it is still on Livewire directory. So we need to add here / or the backslash, then customer. Okay, so it means the namespace now is reflecting. So yeah, right now you don't see the error here. So if we go back here, now you should be able to see my orders, and now the header is working fine. So we have the header. Now let's work on the filters. So on filters section, this is what we are going to have. So filters, these are the filters that we need to have for select field. Then we are going to filter according to the status of our order. So the pending, processing, shipped, delivered, and cancelled. So all of that will be the filters here, you see. Okay, and then after that, let's have the section for orders listing, which we are going to have an if else condition. So we're just going to say from here, we're just going to say if, let me collapse this one so that you can understand my if else conditions. So we're just going to say if the orders listing count is greater than 0, then we're going to render the active div, which will show the pagination, which is this one, but on top of it will be the listing of orders. Else means if the order listing is less than 0, so we're going to run the else block, and on else block here is where we're going to show that there is no order found. Then you can update the statuses to show the orders, but let me collapse that again. Okay, so here on the order listing, we're just going to loop through the orders that we have, then we get the order, then from it we are going to have the header. So on the header here, we're going to show the summary of the order, so the order number, date, and total amount, which you should be able to see it from here. Let me collapse the sidebar so that we can see. All right, so here we have the order number, date, we have total amount, and then we have the status here, which is shown, the color is shown conditionally, means if it is delivered it will be this way, if it is cancelled so it should be this way, if it is shipped then the colors will be shown conditionally. Okay, then the status will be here. So the UC first means it will update the first character to uppercase. Okay, and then we have the action here, which will be view the details, which will direct our user to the customer orders show page, which is details of our order. Then down here we have the order items, which we're going to look through the order items that are coming from our order object that we get it from here. Right, so we loop inside another loop to get the items. So basically we have the item, then from it is where we're going to show the image for the primary image basically, we have the image path, then the product name as an alternative if the image is not found. Then we have the details of item, means we have the product name, variant if the user has the variant or the user selected the variant for that particular item. Then we have the quantity for that item. Then we have the total amount or the subtotal of the items. And then we have the pagination. As I've mentioned before, this pagination will be for orders. Okay, so now we have a full working orders listing page. So if I go to the browser, now we should be able to see the orders. And here you can be able to see all 3 orders that we created. So the first one, the second one, and the third one. And you can see the date that you created, the items that were contained inside that order, and their status with the amount, and then with the link to view details. So on the view details, this is the page that we need to deal with it now. So in that page, we are going to have the following details. So basically, let's go to the order, which is order details component, which is this one. So from it, we're going to have the following things. So the first one will be to accept the parameter, but we need to store it in this order property, which is we have to import this class, which is our model, right? Then we need to have the mount function, which will help us to accept the value from the URL or the here when you just pass the orders. So in order for you to access the order details, you have to pass the ID. So this is called the model binding. So we bind that value by using the mount function. So the mount function will just accept it as a parameter. All right, and then after that, we need to say this order means we assign it from order, which will say where the ID equals to the ID, then where the customer ID equal to the logged in customer. Make sure you have the guard so that it will be specific to each guard. And then we need to get the ID of that logged in customer. Then we need to load the relationships that need to be loaded. So we have the items, then products, then we need to get the image, actually the primary image. Then we have the status histories this way. Then we need to say first or fail, okay, so that we can get the first item that will be found on the database, or we just want to throw an error, okay. And then let's go to the view where we are going to update it now. So on the view page, the same way, we are going to have the outer div, which will contain the code. So this will be the outer div, and then we're going to have another div which will contain the inside details. So this div will be this way, then close it. Then from this, we're going to have the same way. We're going to have the header, and we are going to have the content, or you can just call it the grid, okay. So on the header, we're just going to have the following header. So up here you can see this header is used to create the breadcrumb, and here is the status of our order. So now if you go back here, you should be able to see the order details, the breadcrumb here, which shows the order ID, which is a product, order number, then the status of this order. Okay, and then we need to show the grid, which will be the one that shows us the details of our order. So on the grid, we're just going to have the following things. So the first thing will be to have the grid, which will contain the following details. So inside the grid, which I'm going to create it for you, so div, then on this grid is going to have the following styling. So let me fasten this by just copy pasting the styling. So we're going to have the grid, which is this one. Then inside this grid, we're just going to have another div, which will contain the order details. So another div, which we are going to say it is going to have the following styling, which is this one. So the call span and also the spacing in y-axis. And then here we're just going to have the, so on order information, we're going to have the following details. So basically we are going to have the order number inside this grid. We are going to have the order date, payment status, payment method that you used, and then the tracking number if you as set it. So basically if you go back here, this is the card that shows the order informations, so you can be able to see all the details that I was trying to explain to you from the source code side. And then we have the order details section, which will be here. So on order items, the same way as what we did on orders listing. So here you look through again the items that are being contained inside the order. Then you show the primary image, the product name, variant if it has. That's why here we have an if. Then SKU of that product, quantity times its price. Then you get the value there. And then we have the total amount or the subtotal amount there. Okay, so which you should be able to see it from here. So if you have multiple items, they will be shown all here. All right, and then after that, on the shipping address, we have the following shipping address code. So here is where we are going to show the shipping full name, phone number, address line 1, 2, city, state, postal code in the country. So those will be shown down here as this way, right? So you can see this is the order details page, and it started to look great. And now the order history. So basically here we have this code. So basically it is going to show the order history, and then in the order histories, as you remember already, we have defined the relationship here. So the order history, then we look through them, we get the details of our order history. So as you can see, inside this we have the history status created and the notes, and then that's done. So if you go back here and refresh, let me refresh again. Yeah, so this is the order history. Okay, and then after that we have the order summary, which will stay outside here because that will be on this grid, so that it can be on different side with this one, so that it will stay on this right side here. Okay, so order summary, we're going to have the following. We're going to have the div, and on this div the details contained is the heading, then we have the subtotal, the discount amount if you have it. That's why we have an if condition here which checks the discount amount, and then we have the shipping cost if you have it, and if you don't have it, it will be free. Okay, and then for the tax amount, then we have the total amount and the order notes. So if I go back here you go. So order summary, the subtotal, shipping address, shipping cost, and then the total amount of this order. So now you should be able to see that this is the order details page as we wanted. So now means the user, if we go back here and if open any of these, so for example if they open this one, they should be directed to this page, and you can see all the details, and here nothing fancy, so everything will work as you expect. So just if you were not able to cope up with the speed that I'm doing here, you can just have this source code, all of them as an open source project on my GitHub repository. So just go there, click the follow button, and then you should be able to use this source code as yours. Okay, and then after that we have everything on the order details. So basically if you go back here, the only pages that didn't work up to now is my profile, okay, and the home page. So these two, let's work with them one by one. So basically I want to start with the profile, because that makes a lot of sense, because the profile is continuing with the addresses, which is the address you use them when you are doing the checkout. So let's work on my profile, and then let's make sure that this works, and then we are going to focus on the home page. So on the profile, basically the profile contains the following things. So the profile, which already we defined the component for it. Here inside the customer we have the profile. So this is the profile resource or the profile component. Let me close the others, okay, and then let me collapse this one this way. So now here we have the public key profile fields that we need to define so that the user profile will work as we expect. So we have the profile fields, which would be the name, email, phone number, date of birth, and gender. Then we have the password fields, which will be for storing and updating the passwords, which is the current password, new password, and new password confirmation. Then we have the address fields. So the address field, we have the show address form, which will be false by default. Editing address ID, then that will be null. Then we have the address full name, phone number, line 1, line 2, city, state, postal code, country, and if that address is default or not. And then after that, we have the mount function, which will help us to set the default values by just getting them from the current logged in user, which is this one, which is the current logged in customer. Then we get the customer, then from it we extract the name, email, phone number, and other details. Then we assign them to our user's details here. Okay, so after that means those values will be automatically updated. Now we need to have the function which will be used to update the profile. So public function update profile, and inside this we are going to validate for the details that are coming from the form. So basically we're just going to say validate, then inside it we're going to validate all the details that we have here, because that will be coming from the form. So we need to do the validations to make sure that the required fields are required, the nullable will be nullable, and then if the gender is between or it is in male, female, or other, not other than that. And then after that we need to get a way to update this data to our logged in customer. So we're just going to use the following way, which is the simplest way that you can do. Just from the instance of the logged in customer, then call the update method, which on it you can pass the attribute, which will be the fields that you want to update with the values. Okay, so here the fields, here the values, which are the values that you already passed the validation check. Okay, and then we have a way to show the user that already they have updated the profile, and this will be successful. And then we need to have another function for updating the password. So public function update password. Then the same way we need to do the validation for our password. So validate the current password in the new password, and then we need to check for the password that the user is filling. So import the hash first and check if the current password that the user is passing will be with the same password that already we have it from the database. So I've already explained to you how this check function works. So it has the two values. So the value, which is a plain text password, and the hashed value password, which is stored in the database. So what it does, it just decrypt this password to plain text, then it compares with this one. So if they match, it will turn it true. If they don't match, then it will turn false. Okay, then if it happens that this is not true, means it is going to show this error to the user, then it is going to stop the execution of the source code. Then we have another way to update the password. If it happens that this was true, means if this was not true, means this will be skipped, then this code will be executed. So the customer that has logged in will be updated, and it is only the password that is going to be updated, and it is being hashed so that it will be encrypted, so that it will be stored in a secured way. Then after that, we need to reset the password fields, and also we need to show the user that the password was updated. So we just reset by using this reset function, then current password, new password, and new password confirmation. Make sure that you reset all of that fields. Then here we show the password success message, and basically here you can see the error message with the way we are showing, or the success is different, means we want to differentiate between the profile success message and the password success message or error messages. Okay, then we have the address. So we need to have the function for adding the address. So public function add address, and here what we are going to do is just to reset the address fields. Okay, and then after that we need to set the form, which is show address form, and set it to true. Okay, and then after that we need to have the function to edit the address. So public function edit address, which is going to accept the address ID. Okay, so on the address here we need to get first the address by checking this address ID. Then we want to check for the current logged in customer, import the address model. Okay, that way then we get the first or return or throw an error, and then here is where we are going to populate the fields with the default values coming from the address here. Okay, then you can see we have this way of assigning the editing address ID to the current ID of this address, then the full name, phone number up to here. Then after that we have this show address form to true again, because we want to use that form to show the address. And then we need to have a function to save the address. So the function to save the address will be like the following. So public function save address. Okay, so it will be this way. Then inside this function, the most important thing is validation, because we are updating the data on the database. So it is a good idea to do the validation of your data before you save it to the database. And then we have to define the data that we are going to update. So the data that we are going to update will be the following. So as you can see, it has the customer ID of the logged in customer, the full name up to his default address, and then we need to have an if condition here, which checks if the editing address is the same as the address that we have, and then if that's true, then we are going to update the address. So let's have that if condition here. So if else, so if the editing address, editing address ID is true and it is not null, so we're just going to get the address. Then we get the address based on the logged in customer. Then after that we update it by using the data that we already prepared from here. But else means we need to create the address, means that the customer does not have an address. Okay, after that we need to set the address as the default, or unset the other default addresses automatically, because when you create the new address, it is a good idea if the user does not set this to default. So you need to set the current as a default, and then unset the other one that was set as a default address. So we just need to say, let me squeeze it a little bit. So it should be if set default, then unset the others, and vice versa. So this is how you're going to set it. Then we need to hide the address form, and after hiding this address form, then show the session message to the user that they added the address successfully. Okay, and then after that we have another function for deleting the address if the user wants to delete the address or do anything with it. So we need to say delete address, and then the same way it should accept the address ID. Then inside this function we're just going to have the following simple source code. So just get the address, then call the delete method, then show the message to the user that the address was deleted successful. And then we have another one for canceling if the user does not want to continue editing the address, so they can cancel, which means the form is going just to be hidden. Okay, then on the render method we have the addresses, which will be retrieved from auth. Then make sure you have the customer guard, and then let's get the user, then let's get the address this way. Okay, addresses. So after that, let's pass this one as an additional data. So you just need to pass the addresses here. Now let's update the view which is this one. So on the view, I'm just going to paste the following code, and basically you will take your time to pass through it. Basically, I will not pass through this one because most of the things are just repetitions. So yeah, so you can just be able to see that we have the my profile breadcrumb here that we did all the time. We have the sidebar here, which shows the name of the user. Then it shows the member since from when. Then we have the profile information of our user, so you can see the name, emails, phone number, and date of birth, gender. Then we have the button for updating the profile. Then we have the change password, and down here you can see the details or the form for updating the password. You can see it is submitting to this update password, which is a method that you already defined here. Okay, then you can see below we have the save address, which is this button, which called the add the address, and then you can be able to see the form, which is inside an if condition. So this will checking if the user allows it to be true. So if this will be turned to true, so this form down here will be shown to the user, and they will be able to update their details. Okay, and then after that we have the addresses list, which is going to list the addresses of that specific user, and they can be able to delete it or edit. Okay, so on edit, it will just call the edit method, which already we have it here, which will show the address form. Then on delete, so this one will call the delete method down here. Okay, so now let's check it from the view, and this is what it looks like. So the breadcrumb here, we have the left side card, which shows the name of the customer, their emails, their details of when they join the account or the system. Then we have the details here of the profile, so the name, email, phone number, date of birth, and gender. And we have the change password, also the addresses. So here you can be able to add another address as you like, but also you can be able to update it. So if you click update, so it should show this update form, which will be populating with the details that the user can be able to edit, but they can cancel so that this will be vanished. And then here you can be able to update their passwords. So that's all about the profile. So if you go back to my account, now you see my profile is working, my orders is working, so only the home page which is not working. So basically the home page is the simplest because most of the things already we did. So the only change will be the hero icon. So here, home page, let me collapse this again. So this is our home page. Now let's work on our home page and see what we need to add. So basically on home page, we have the following few things that we need to add here on render method. So the first thing will be to get the featured items. So to get the featured product or items, it's just a matter of calling this method as what I did. So just define the featured product variable, then you store it with the values of product. We get to the active products, then we call this scope, which is going to constrain only to the featured product that are in stock. Then we get the related categories, which will be the relationship for category, brand, and primary image. Then we limit the featured items to only 8. Then we get those values. Okay. After that, we need to get the categories of our products. So here, categories, then import the category model. So the same thing, just call them here. and then we have the new arrivals. So these are the three things that we need to show them on our home page. So we need to say new arrivals, which will get there in stock. Then we are going to get just the latest. Then we limit them to 8. Okay, and then after that we need to pass those as parameters here. So featured products will be corresponding to featured products. Then we have the categories, which will be corresponding to categories. Then we have the new arrivals, which will be corresponding to new arrivals. Okay, so now let's update the view, which is this one. So the same way, I'll just paste the source code here, and you will be able to get it from my GitHub repository. And this is to make sure that the video won't take so long. Okay, so the hero section, as I've mentioned, so this is the hero section, which says welcome, then to the app name, then discover amazing product at unbeatable prices, then shop now, which will be the action, which is a call to action button. Okay, and then we have the categories here, which will be shown with their images. So this will be the category section basically. Then we're going to show the featured products, which I've already said we created this product card, which is a component which will be reusable. So here you pass the product and its ID. Then here I call the lazy, but for now I just remove the lazy because I don't want to mess up with the current setup. So I'll just remove it, and I'll show that lazy when we deploy the application. Okay, and down here you can see all other details shown. So this is our application on our welcome page. So we have the hero section, which is the simplest, but you can make it to be a little bit fancy if you want. But for now, I just leave it to be this simple. Then on categories, you can see here we have the categories by their names, and it shows the item count inside those categories. And when you click any of these, it will just direct you to the shop page, but it will filter the items based on the category that you selected. Okay, then here we have the featured products, which we have limited it to only 8 items. We have the new arrivals. Okay, so those will be the 3 things that are going to be available on the home page. Okay, so now if we log in as an admin and upload these images, so we should be able to see the images here on the categories as what I showed you on the demo. Okay, so now since we have everything and we have set up everything on this application, so we are done with our application on the side of front end. So basically there is additional things that you can do, for example, to track an order. So means you can be able to track the orders by just being able, for example, now if you go to the account, you can see now the order are shown to be processed, so or processing. So if on admin side we can be able to see this these orders. So for example, I can just sign in with the incognito window. So let me copy the URL. So let me go to the admin, and here let's sign with admin users. So let's go to the users table and let's sign in with this account. And here we've been logged in successful. You can see it is showing the total revenue, the total number of orders, the total number of customers, and everything that we did before, if you remember. So now let's go to the orders. So here we have the list of all orders that we created, and you can see this is how it looks like. Okay, so it will show the items count and everything. So if we go to the edit page, then here you should be able to update the status. For example, if I change this one to shipped, and when I change this one, we should be able to send an email to our customer to update them that their, let's say, their product is being sent to them. So what you need to do is just to update here. So when you do the change here and you save, so on save of this event, then it should send an email to your customer to mention that the order is now shipped. So I'll leave that one as an exercise to you guys, but for now I'll just focus on deploying our application. So until now, I would like to say thank you for anyone who stay with me up to this site. So here is my channel. If you are new to the channel, consider to subscribe, like the videos, and share with your friends. Okay, so now let me see you on the next session where we'll be deploying this application to Hostinger server. And if you are new to the Hostinger tool, just visit the link here or the link that I'll pin on my video description. So just click here, and this will give you an amazing 20% discount from any plan that you're going to buy from Hostinger. So you just need to copy the link and open it on your browser like this way, and you should be able to see the Hostinger site as this one. Okay, so you can see you are invited to Hostinger and get an extra 20% discount. So you say claim the deal for that one, but here there is plans that you can select, and you can be able to see all the plans. And basically when you select a plan like this one, now you should be able to see that what you are supposed to be paid, so, and what you are paying now. So for example, you see from it you are supposed to pay this amount, okay, but by removing this one, so now you are paying this amount. Okay, so just you save like $38 by just using the referral URL from my channel. So if you use that way, or you can just change the months that you are going to use to pay. So if you put 12 months, so this is the amount that you are going to save, and you are just only going to pay $47. So the hosting plans are very affordable, so you can just use it for this project. And if you put this project online, it will be a good start for your let's say portfolio or something like that. And the good news about this, it is coming with a free domain for 1 year. Okay, so when you just use this way, you are getting the free domain. So you are creating your official domain, like your application.com or your application.something for free. Okay, so see you on the next session where we'll be deploying this application on hosting. Yes, so let's deploy our application on Hostinger. And as I was explaining on the previous session, I said you can buy this plan from Hostinger and get 20% off when you just use my referral URL, which is this one on my video description on links. Just click this one and it will direct you to this page. So just to select your cart, your plan. So if you go back here, there is a section for you to choose the plans that you want. Okay, this one. So when you go there, it will direct you to this site, and then just scroll to the plan, select the plan that you wish. So for whichever selection that you choose, like this one, it will direct you to the cart, which is hosting a cart. And then from here, you can actually see that you are getting a free domain and 3 extra months if you pay for 48 months. But if you switch to 12 months, you just get a free domain. Okay, and basically you can see that you are getting the 20% discount, and you are saving up to $11.980 just for buying this particular plan. Okay, so basically this referral discount is very important for you if you are starting out. So you can just use even the first plan, which is more affordable than this one, and you can actually get that discount. So when you continue here, you will be asked to create an account, so you can log in or sign up with either Google or GitHub, and then after that you'll be directed to the page where you'll be doing the payment and everything like that. And after that, you'll have a clear dashboard that you already have everything. So when you do all of that stuff and you select your domain and everything, which is very straightforward, that's the one thing that is better on Hostinger. So you'll have a clear dashboard like this one. So I'll just show you. I'm going to sign in with my already created account, and then we can see how we can deploy our application. So basically, I'll just pull up one of the page that I've already visited, the authentication page, which is a login page. And then from here, I'm just logging in because I already have an account. So I'll just log in with my Google account. And then I'll select my Gmail account. Okay, so as you can see now, it is directing me to my dashboard. And the approach that I'm going to show you now on how you can deploy this application into Hostinger is basically because I already have multiple applications running on this server, as you can see. So there is multiple applications here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to deploy an application on a subdomain. So if we are doing that on a subdomain, so the setup looks a little bit different from what you do when you have a single domain and you just want to deploy this application that is particular domain. Okay, so this is just if you have a subdomain, this way will work just fine. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'll just open the dashboard of any of these because it will direct me to the same page, which is this one. So from here, this is my main domain, and basically my main domain currently has something else, so I don't want to deploy on that one. So let me first create a subdomain. So I just navigate here to the domains, then subdomains, and from here I can create a new subdomain, which I'll call it e-commerce. Okay, and then I'm going to create, because I don't have the e-commerce here, so you have to check that before you can create it. Okay, and then e-commerce, then it will be e-commerce dot then your domain. Okay, so I'll just say create, and actually you should be able to see it created here. So if I navigate here, you can see now I have this path which is pointing to ecommerce.mbararise.com. So if I go back to the website listing, now I should be able to see the new subdomain, which is this one, and now it is still doing some configurations, but at a certain point you see it has this URL that you can click, and when you open it, now you should be able to see now it is pointing to this default page, and you can see the certification for SSL is still processing, so that's why you can see it is not secured, but at a certain point it will be secured. Okay, So now since we have this subdomain, now it is time to configure our server. Okay, so let me open the file manager and then I'll access the file for the domain. So this is my files, and basically here we have the public key underscore HTML, where inside it is where you will find the subdomain directory which you have created in a minute. So here inside this one is where you find the default.php file which you see here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to remove this file like this. Okay, so now if I refresh again, I should see a blank page. Okay, you can see now it is forbidden. And the next step that I'm going to do, because I don't want to deploy the whole application inside here, so basically I'm not going to use Git or GitHub for this deployment or for this demo, but I'm just going to do a minimal simple way that you can do to deploy a simple application that will be easier for you to follow along. So at the future videos, I'll show you how you can do with using the GitHub, so that when you do the changes on local machine and then when you push them to GitHub, then they should be able to be reflected on your server. Okay, so for now, let's just do the simplest way we can. So what I'm going to do, since I have this directory here on public underscore HTML, I'm going out of it, and here I'm going to create a new directory which is out of public underscore HTML. So I'm going to say create new, and then I'm going to create another e-commerce directory, or I can say e-commerce files, so that you can know the difference. So this will store only the files. So I'm just say create, and inside here is where we are going to put all the files except the public key directory. So on our application here, we have other files and the other directories here, but I'm just going to upload all of the other directories except the public key directory. Okay, so let's do that. So the first step will be to tell the application now that if it want to look for the public key directory or for other directories. For example, in the public directory, we have index.php. So on index.php here, you can see this is the directory way that the application finds the vendor, bootstrap, and the storage, which will contain the maintenance.php. So we need to tell that now it should change its directory. Instead of finding those directory just inside here, inside the public underscore HTML, inside the e-commerce, so instead of finding them in the same directory, it should go out of this, then you go out of public underscore HTML, then you go inside the e-commerce files. So to do so, we're just going to do the following change. So I'm just going to do another 2 dots, then this way. Okay, after that, here I'm going to pass the name of the directory that we have here, which is e-commerce directory, e-commerce files. So say e-commerce, and I'm doing this on my local application. So it is a good idea to create another branch if you want. So basically I want to commit the changes that already we did. So I'm just going to change the changes, then I'll say complete front-end integration. Okay, then I'll commit. Okay, so this branch, I'm going to publish it. And basically, when you are looking for the front-end side, you have to look on this branch, because on the other branch, which is main, I don't have the front-end side. So the front-end side will be found on this new branch. Okay, so now let me create a new branch. So I'm just going to click here, then create a new branch from, then I'm going to select the front-end integration. So I'm just going to say click that, and then I'm going to say deploy, or I can just call it production, and then I'll click enter. So now I'm in production environment, I mean on the production branch of Git. So now if you want to see the Git branches that you have, so you can just run the following command. So you can just say git then branch, and you should be able to see all the branch that you have. So we have the front-end integration, main, and production. So main is the one that we used on the first video of this series, and then the front-end integration, this is the one that we did on the previous session, and the production, this is the one that we use it on our production side. Okay, so let me publish this one, and all of these branches, you will find them on my GitHub repository, and you will be able to follow along with everything that I did. Okay, so now it's time that we can do the change that I was supposed to do here. So I can just do double dot, then I can say e-commerce, then underscore files, then /. So the same thing to these other. So here, this way, and also here. Okay, so after that, now we already tell the index.php when it just this, because index.php acts as a gate to your application. So this is where the application starts to run. So when it will enter this page, so it will just going to look for these pages or these directories in this way that we mentioned, according to what we have set up here on the server. Okay, so now the next step is, if you have the front-end asset that you need to build, so it is a good idea to build them from here. If you feel like on the server you will not be able to build them, so you can build them locally. So what I can do, I can just say clear, then I'll say php artisan, no, I mean npm run build. Okay, so that we can build the asset. So let me kill this terminal, and then let me build the asset, and the assets will be stored inside the public, then on the build directory. Okay, so now this will build the assets. So you can actually see that it starts to build. So actually it's already built the asset for production, as you can see here. So now the last step that we need to do is to go on the app service provider, and here is where we need to tell the application now that if it wants to look for the public path, it should look for this place. So we're just going to say this, then app, and from the app we are going to bind, then we bind the path to public directory to be so here we return the real path, then base path, okay, then here we need to say this should be found, then public underscore HTML, then I'm going to add the directory that we have inside the public underscore HTML. So public underscore HTML, then we go inside the directory called e-commerce. So that's what we are going to add here. So e-commerce, okay, and then after that terminate here, also here. Okay, so now we have everything that we wanted it to do as a configuration. So now if you feel these changes will affect what you had, so you can just run this command composer dump autoload, so that it will generate the new fresh autoload, and then it can be the good way to start to deploy the application. So let's wait for this, and then when it will be done, we can just deploy our application. Okay, so since we have the generated optimized upload files done, so now it is time to zip all of these files. So I'm just going to pull up the hard directory where I have my application here. So I'm going to open it. Okay, and from here I'll select all files except the Git and the public directory. So let me do that, and then I'll uncheck this and this one, and then I'm going to zip all other files, add it to archive, then I'm going to select zip, then I'm clicking OK so that it can be zipped. So this process is done. So now we have the e-commerce directory with the zipped files here. So let me go back to the application here, and I'm going to, okay, so this session has been expired, so basically we'll be directed out. So let me open it again. Then from here, let's open the e-commerce files, and here is where we are going to upload the file. So I'm just going to visit here, and then I'm going to drop these files here, and you can see the file is uploading here. So you can just see the progress. Also you can see the progress bar here. So let's give it a time, and when it will be done, I'll just continue. So this is done. Now I'm going to extract it. So I'm going to click extract. Then here to choose the directory or the folder name where will be the destination, I'll just add a dot to means that I want all the files to be stored in this current directory, which is e-commerce files. So I'm going to say extract, and this will start to extract all the files here, as you can see. So all the files have been extracted into here. So I'm going to remove this e-commerce zip file. Okay, so now we have everything that we need to be here, but now it will not work here. So what we need to do is to go back here to the public_html e-commerce. Then here we need to upload the public key file that are inside the public key directory. So what we need to do is just to copy all of these files, and then I'm going to paste here. So let's wait for some time. Okay, so now it is done, and after that here already we have set up this one to look for the files inside the e-commerce files. Okay, so now if you go back to the application here and refresh, you see, so now it is working, but it is trying to look for the root directory or for database connection, but the database connection was not set up correctly. So what we're gonna do is to go back to the e-commerce files, and then let's go to the .env files, and here is where we need to set up the database connection. So let's go back to Hostinger. Then we have the option to set up the databases here. So let's go to management, and here is where we're going to create a new directory or a new database. So for the database name, I'm going to call it e-commerce. db. Okay, so for the username, I'm going to use the same username, so it will be the same as the name of the database, or I can just say this way. And then for the password, I'll just generate a random password, and then I'm going to use these credentials. So let me copy the password, and I'm going to update it here. So I just put the the password has not been copied. Why? Let me try to copy it again, and then I'm going to paste it here. Then for the username, means it is going to be from here up to here, so you just need to create, and then you can be able to copy the username and the database name. So the database name will be this one. So I'm going to paste it here. Okay, and then username, it is this one. So now after you have set up those, now we need to update the URL here of our application. So basically now the application URL is this one. So I'm just going to update it here. Okay, it is important for image to be shown on your application, and then I'm going to save. And if I close this one and go back here, refresh, okay, it says the table, this one does not exist. So now means we are sure that the database connection is there. So we need to go to the SSH, where it will give you the option to run command from your terminal. So just copy this terminal, and basically it will be disabled at first when you visit this page, when you create a new server. So you just need to enable it, create a new password, and then you can be able to see these details. So you just need to use this one, or you can create putty, or you can use putty for this. So I like to use the terminal, so that's why I want to copy this, and then which is a search way, and then I'm going to open my terminal. So let me pull up the terminal here, and then I'm going to paste that data. Then it will ask me for the password, so I'm going to put my password, and then if it is successful, so I just need to redirect the user to this directory, which is called the domains. So I'll just say cd, which is change directory, then domains. Inside domains, if you put ls, it will show that we have only one domain. Then I'm going to go inside that domain. Okay, then ls, it shows that we have those directories. So I want to go inside the e-commerce files. So I'm just going to say cd e-commerce underscore files. Then if I ls, you see I have all the files here. So what I'm going to do is just to run php @ migrate, okay, which will migrate all the data. And if I want to feed the data, so I'm just going to, because currently means the database connection is there, and the application will just run. And here it says the Vite manifest is not found, and this happens because here on this directory we don't have the public directory, which obvious Laravel will still look for it. So what you need to do is just to create a new directory here on the files. Already we have the public directory on the e-commerce directory inside the public_html, but also here we need to have it. So I'm just going to create the public directory. Okay, and inside the public directory, I'm just going to paste the build directory only. So let's go here, and I'm going to copy this one and drop it here. Okay, so now it has the build directory. Now let me refresh, and now you can see the application is up and running. You see? Okay, so now since we have everything that we need here, so the next step will be to seed the sample data. So I'm just going to say PHP artisan db, then seed. So you can see it is creating those informations. Okay, so you can see it was created successful. So now if I go back on the application and refresh, you see now I have the categories here. Here we have the items, and you can see the items already coming with the images for some of them, but you don't see the less loading on these pages. Why? Because here we removed those features on the view page. So what I'm going to do is just to update some of the pages. I remember on home page we have the product card. So here on the product card, you need to add the less here. So what you are going to do is just to say here add a less, which is an attribute, and whenever we have this Livewire product card, we want to do the same thing. So we have it on the home page, product details, and the product listing. So that's when we are going to update here on the server. So let's go here, and we do this manually because we didn't use GitHub for this. So when you use GitHub, this will be not a manual work. You should just do it from the local and then you push it to GitHub. Then the changes will be reflected to your application. So for now, let's just do it manually. So here on the product card, I'm going to add lazy, and then I'll save it because I don't think if we have another occurrence here. And then on product details, search for product card, and from it add the lazy attribute, and then you save it. Then the same thing to home. Okay, and add it here, also here. Okay, now we have, and save. And now if we go back to the application and try to refresh again, okay, and now try to scroll, you see the product here being less loaded. Okay, so means now everything that we implemented is now working as a breathe. And if you try to visit the admin panel, you see, so this is our admin panel, and most of you guys are complaining that Filament PHP is slow, but as you can see now on the this page, we don't see the slowness in the Filament PHP. So it's just your local machine can have not enough speed to execute the files, so that's when the issue comes in. But always Filament PHP is very fast. Okay, so basically let's try to log in with one of our accounts that already we know that we are going to have on the admin side, which is this one. So let's try to use it here on our application to log in as an admin. Then inside the application, let me log in. Okay, so I guess I've messed up. Let me check it from the database. Let me go to PHP my admin, and let me open the users table. Yeah, okay, so we have this one. So let's try to log in with that account. Okay, now sign in. You see, so now the application has everything that we need, but you don't see the sidebar here, and that's because we need to do the following. We need to tell Filament Shield to generate the so we're going to say shield, then generate, then for all resources. Okay, so we're going to select the admin. I'll say yes, and then I'll say yes. Okay, and then after that we need to tell that which is an super admin on our application. So we're going to say shield again, super admin. Okay, so I'm going to select the ID of 1. So now we have a super admin here. So now if I go back here and refresh, now the super admin can be able to see these links, and they can be able to manage the roles and permissions. So you can see already this is a super admin. So that's why they have these permissions, and the guard is web. So we can be able to see the brands, and you can see Filament is very fast. And this is because we are using Hostinger. So Hostinger is a very good hosting service or platform that you can use when on your projects. So on the categories, you can see we have the categories. You can be able to add the images, but here we have one problem, because currently we didn't do the setup for file management. So basically, if I try to upload any image on these categories, for example, so you'll see that the image will be uploaded, but it will not be saved, and it will not be shown on the front end side of our application. So you see the image was saved. So let me save the changes, and you see we have the same problem as what we have previously on the local application. So this is the problem. So to avoid this problem, now we need to change the setup of how the file system works. So basically, we need to go to the public_HTML file, because if you go back here on public_HTML and we go to e-commerce, so here is where the storage will be created as a symbolic link from here. So we need to do the same thing, so that the files that you will upload on e-commerce files here on storage will be referenced to public_HTML, then inside the e-commerce, then here. Okay, so to do so, we need to go back to the terminal, and from here we need to go back out until we are on public_HTML. So from here, let's go inside the domain, and then let's go inside the public_HTML, and here you should be able to see we have the directory for e-commerce. So let's do e-commerce. Okay, and if I do this, you should be able to see that. So now here we need to run the following command. So let me just show you how you're going to run that command. So basically, we need to link the storage from home. So this is the path that you should know, because when you use the Hostinger, so means you should be able to know that this is the directory of your application. So basically, what I'm doing here, I'm just going to go inside the home, then your username. So the username of your server is this one, so you just need to write that one here. So I'm just going to, instead of writing it from scratch, so I'm just going to paste it and you should be able to understand it. So I'm going just to say link, a symbolic link from home, then the username, domains, which is the same way as what we are doing here. So we go from here, we go to domains, then we go inside the domain, which is this one. Then here we need to change this one because the directory here should be the e-commerce underscore files. So I'm just going to move back here, and then I'm going to change this one to public, to e-commerce underscore files. Okay, and you see it is going inside the storage directory app, then public. Okay, so means all the files that are stored inside the e-commerce files, then storage, then app, then public directory. So here all the files that are stored here will be linked to the public underscore HTML, then inside the e-commerce file that we are here right now. So now after that, let me click enter. So now we should be able to see the new symbolic link. So basically, if I go back to public underscore HTML, then inside the e-commerce, then here we have set up the storage link. So now we are supposed to see this one with so if you go back out and go inside again, now you should be able to see the new linkage that has been created. And here you see the link, it is pointing to e-commerce files, then is storage, app, then public. So now we have the linkage between those directories. So now if I refresh again here, okay, so you see, so the image was shown automatically. So means on this category, now we should be able to see this new image. So now if I visit this page here, on the categories, you should be able to see the image here. So the same thing to the products. So for example, the admin can be able to go to products and they can be able to update any of these products image. For example, if I visit to any active item like this one, then I go to images and upload the image for this product. So I can just upload it, and I can upload multiple images. So I can upload multiple images here. So you can see it is uploading. So now that's done. Now let me save. The product images must be okay. So seems like one of these images is not. Yeah. So now you see it is looking great. So now if I go back here, refresh. So that item, which is called this one. So you can go back here and let's try to see for it. So basically this is in category of this one. So if we go to the categories, okay, let's try to see if we can have all the products. So on this category, So this item is not there. Basically, it can be not active. So the product is active. Okay, let me go back here and see what can be causing the product not to be shown. So the brand here is Nikon. Let me go back here and check. Okay. So you can see here on the filters, so we have the featured. So that item is not featured. So I guess that's what caused it to not be shown here. Yeah. So you can see now it is right here, and the user now can be able to add it to cart. You can see they can be able to add it to cart more items from the cart. They can be able to see the details. They can be able to create an account or login to continue. So I'm just going to log in with the existing user. So I'm just going to check for the customer that is already here. So let's use this customer. But as I've said before, I'm going to change this one to my testing email. Okay, and then save it. And then that's the email that I'm going to use to sign in here. So let me just use it here. So let me update the password and then sign in. And you can see now I'm in my application. So if I go to my profile, you see this is the profile, and these are the addresses. We have all the data from here. So I can go back to home. See, so this is the home page. I can go to the shop, and you can see all the items are being loaded. You can see here we have the navigation, which we can navigate through the items, you see. And also we have the categories that we can use to filter data from the top. And then we have the cart here that already we have added the items. Now I can proceed to checkout. And from here, I have this one. So I can say continue to review. Then from here, I can leave my notes, and then I can continue to payment. Then I can select credit and debit card, which will direct us to Stripe checkout. You see? So everything works very smooth. So means now you have a real working an e-commerce application, which you could start to showcase whenever you want. Okay, so from here you just need to use the sample card. This way, then put the value of the next or just the year, and then the card holder. I can just put that, then I can pay. Okay, so the payment was processed, and here you can see it is directed us back to the application, which is our live application, and you can see the application is here now secured. So you can see the order was placed successful. Now the user can be able to view the order details, and here is the order detail that they can be able to see. So the order status is ship is processing, and you can see the details of all the details. So if they go back to the account, they should be able to see their recent orders here, the total amount they have spent, the total number of orders they have. So if they want to see the listing of orders, this is the listing. And from my account, they can also be able to continue shopping. Means when they click here, they should be directed to this page of shopping page. Okay, but the last thing that they can do is just to sign out from the application. But on admin side, as we've seen from the local demo, we have all of these other things that the admin can manage. So they can manage the orders, and they can be able to change the status of these orders. For example, currently this order is here, so we can just change the status to shipped, then save. Okay, and then if you go back to that, you should be able to see that now it is shipped. And from here, if the customer refresh this order, they should be able to see that the order is shipped. Okay, so that's all about this application, and that marks the end of this tutorial. I believe you have learned something new, which is helpful for your next project. So if you are new to the channel, as I've mentioned before, consider to subscribe, like the video, share with your friends, and don't forget to use the hosting referral code of this one so that you can get a 20% discount from any hosting plan that you select. So if you like the video, share with your friends, and that's the way that you are supporting this channel. So see you, and thank you for watching.